Chapter 13:21, Cultivation Great Success. Chapter 13:21, Cultivation Great Success. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he released complete control of the energy sphere, allowing it to erupt. For a time, Lin Ming's dark inner world was filled with an endlessly dazzling brilliance, like countless golden divine swords tearing apart all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying energy rolled out like turbulent waves, rushing towards the edges of Lin Ming's inner world. For a time, Lin Ming's inner world was forced to withstand an unimaginably great impact, nearly cracking in the process. Ka, 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 ka. Massive fragments of space were torn open. Lin Ming's inner world was brutally torn asunder by this energy, expanding outwards. An unspeakable pain spread through his body. In that moment, he felt as if he were dying. These changes were directly reflected on Lin Ming's sleeping body. His main body suddenly shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! The stone bed beneath Lin Ming collapsed, unable to withstand this power. Pieces of stone flew into the air. Within the time enchantment, the 4 young Jade Bunny girls were frightened. As they saw Lin Ming's face whiten, his body shake, and blood seep out of his mouth and nostrils, they were all panic-stricken. Lin Ming had originally been severely injured and had been sleeping for the last year and a half. And now, if anyone saw this, they would think he was on the verge of death. Lin Ming's situation became increasingly bad. His face had turned deep purple, and now blood was streaming from his ears and eyes. The 4 Jade Bunny girls were scared silly. Who hurry and report this to Senior Xin Shensi. Lin Ming is about to die. A young girl said. She nervously fumbled with a sound-transmitting talisman and lit it. Young girls of the Jade Bunny race were naturally good-hearted and gentle individuals. They had been watching over Lin Ming for the last year and a half, and now that they saw him have such an accident, they were certainly worried about him. Just as the light of the sound-transmitting talisman was extinguished, Lin Ming's body wildly shook, because his clothes couldn't withstand the impact of his exploding inner world. They were all torn apart. These were top-grade saint artifacts, but under such an impact, there was no possibility for these clothes to remain intact. As Xin Shensi heard this news, he was shocked. He resolutely reported this to Empyrean Vast Universe and raced towards the time enchantment as fast as he could. Lin Ming's current status was very special. If something were to happen to him, that would be a loss to the entire martial world. Deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, the light of a sound-transmitting talisman flashed in front of Empyrean Vast Universe. Lin Ming is severely wounded and vomiting blood? His life is in critical danger? Empyrean Vast Universe thought that this message would be about Lin Ming awakening, but he never imagined this would happen. Divine Dream. Empyrean Vast Universe turned to Divine Dream. Divine Dream faintly pressed her eyebrows together before saying, "Let us go and take a look. That's all we can do." Empyrean Vast Universe nodded. Lin Ming's situation was extremely complicated. It was hard to imagine just what was happening to him. The 2 Empyreans flashed, and in the next moment they had arrived in the time enchantment. They saw Lin Ming's entire body colored a deep purple with blood leaking from his head. The stone bed underneath him had completely collapsed. Greetings, Honorable Master, and greetings, Senior Divine Dream. Xin Shensi bowed towards Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream. As for the 4 Jade Bunny girls behind him, they all cried out in alarm at these words. How could they have expected that these 2 people that suddenly appeared in front of them would be 2 legendary Empyreans? 2 Empyreans had come to personally see Lin Ming, and they even came together. The 4 young girls immediately kneeled on the ground, deeply bowing. The difference between an Empyrean and a revolving core, or divine sea martial artist, was even greater than the difference between an emperor and a commoner. It was reasonable for them to deeply bow like this. What's wrong? Empyrean vast universe frowned as he looked towards Xian Shensi. Xian Shensi said, "This disciple has just probed Lin Ming. His inner world is completely chaotic right now, and even seems as if it will collapse. This disciple is useless and does not know what is happening. Although this disciple can forcefully stop this change, I believe that would be the incorrect decision. Thus, I quickly enveloped Lin Ming in another time enchantment to delay the changes in his inner world as much as possible before Honorable Master was able to arrive. If a time enchantment could accelerate time, it could also decelerate time. Just as Empyrean Vast Universe was about to step forwards to check himself, Empyrean Divine Dream flicked a single finger and melted away Xian Shensi's time enchantment. Divine Dream. Empyrean Vast Universe was surprised. However, he also knew that Divine Dream had her own reasons for doing things. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head, saying, "There is no need to panic. He should be fine." Empyrean Vast Universe was startled. He probed Lin Ming's inner world with his senses, and only felt that there were some unknown changes occurring within him. His inner world had become unfathomably deep, even faintly seeming as if it would swallow his own senses. Although this attractive force was very weak on Empyrean Vast Universe, it was still enough for him to draw back his senses. This was also because Empyrean Vast Universe's divine sense was too strong. If it were a martial artist with a lower cultivation, then perhaps their divine sense really would be sucked in by this absorbing force. This inner world is... Empyrean Vast Universe was startled. Many martial artists had special bloodlines or physiques. For instance, Xiao Moxian's Phoenix true form or Heng Qi's reincarnated Buddha. And every so often, there would be those with strange inner worlds and souls. These variation souls and variation inner worlds weren't too rare. Empyrean Vast Universe suspected that Lin Ming was also in this sort of situation. Inner world variation. This thought instantly raced through Empyrean Vast Universe's mind. If so, then Lin Ming really was too heaven-defying. If a talent like him also had a variation inner world, how could other geniuses still live? At this time, within the samsara dreamland, Lin Ming was still meditating in that vast and boundless space of nothingness. His complexion became increasingly pale, but his halted breathing had subsided. His inner world had been swept over by a wild storm with everything left in a chaotic mess. Besides the heretical god tree, all of the mountains and rivers and lakes and plains were all utterly destroyed. However, above this region, there was an invisible anomaly in space. As light passed near a certain point in the void, it curved, bending around it. Unless one was skilled in the space laws, it would be impossible to see this, because this point was hidden in the void, twisting all light around it. This spot was the black hole seed that Lin Ming had condensed with the divine seal art. A black hole was the most terrifying celestial body in the universe. There was almost nothing that could destroy a black hole. If a black hole fell into a sun, it would eventually swallow that sun, ultimately causing an unimaginable explosion. Lin Ming had simulated the explosion of a fire star with his true essence, and then finally condensed it into a black hole seed. Although it was far from truly achieving the level of an actual black hole, as Lin Ming's cultivation rose, the total energy within that black hole seed would become higher and higher, and the traction force would become increasingly terrifying until the moment when all space and time would be sucked into it, finally evolving into an end point of all space and time. The moment that Lin Ming's black hole seed had truly formed, he seemed to have opened wide a great and mystical door before him. As this door opened, the aura of the great Tao blew towards him with indescribable glory. This aura of the great Tao had an essential difference from the baptism of the heavenly Tao laws one experienced during the crossing of Ninefall. This aura contained the concept of the 33-layered heavens and stood at almost the highest point of all laws. The aura of the endless great Tao surged into Lin Ming's inner world. Then, his inner world that was reduced to rubble and ruins by the explosion of true essence and energy began to glow with reborn vitality. The explosion of that sphere of energy had been far too terrifying. Even though Lin Ming's foundation was extremely solid, there were still all sorts of ruptured areas within his inner world. Now, all of these damaged places were being repaired by this strength. The fragmented rubble fused into the earth. New mountains rose and new rivers began to flow. An incomparably rich world power condensed, forming origin energy clouds in the skies. Because these clouds were too thick and heavy, they began to rain down with drops of origin energy. This origin energy, rain gathered into the dry streams and channels as it fell, turning into fresh and wonderful currents. As the land was watered, plants began to sprout and colorful spirit flowers started to bloom. In that moment, Lin Ming's strength rapidly climbed, reaching unprecedented heights. Afterwards, that vast aura swept out from Lin Ming's body, recklessly spinning around him like heavy mercury. As Empyrean vast universe felt this boundless aura, he was startled. This was clearly the aura of the 33-layered heaven's great Tao. Empyrean vast universe had obtained the remnant soul of the ancient divine seal altar's artifact spirit. It was impossible for him to misidentify this aura. The two Empyreans, as well as Exai and Shensi, were naturally unaffected by this aura. At most, they were slightly amazed by the vast glory of it. But behind these three masters, the 4 young Jade Bunny girls that were kneeling were baptized by this aura. They fell into a trance, feeling reborn. In just several breaths of time, they had greatly benefited. They even faintly felt as if they would break through to the next boundary. This is... The 4 young girls flushed red. This was a tremendous lucky chance. It was no longer a question of helping them break through to the next realm, but instead caused the laws within their bodies to change on a qualitative level. This meant that, in the future, their martial arts achievements would reach even further heights. They were all excited to the point of wanting to hop around, but with the presence of 2 Empyreans here, they stilled themselves. Exai and Shensi smiled in understanding. These last 500 days have been hard on you. This can be considered payment in kind, the cause and effects of this world. Exai and Shensi didn't know what happened to Lin Ming, but what he could be certain about was that Lin Ming had undoubtedly experienced a massive lucky chance. His strength had rapidly risen by leaps and bounds. This sort of lucky chance was bewildering. Just a faint aura from Lin Ming's breakthrough alone was enough to greatly benefit these 4 young Jade Bunny girls and increase their potential. Exai and Shensi looked towards Empyrean vast universe, but Empyrean vast universe was actually looking at divine dream. He had no idea what was happening within Lin Ming. Is this because of the divine seal altar? Empyrean vast universe always had this guess in his mind. He had refined a replica of the ancient divine seal altar using a fragment of its artifact spirit. And this replica also contained the mystical charm of the concept of the 33-layered heavens. Now, it appeared that the comprehensions Lin Ming gained from mounting the divine seal altar finally began to transform into true strength today. Chapter 13:22, Awakening and Exiting. Chapter 13:22, Awakening and Exiting. Empyrean divine dream gently nodded, saying, when Lin Ming climbed up the divine seal altar's 33 steps, he withstood the baptism of the ancient concept of the 33-layered heavens contained within it. This baptism greatly affected him, but because the time was too short, The influence from the concept of the 33-layered heavens had to manifest. As time passed, this advantage will become increasingly obvious. Empyrean, vast universe shook his head as he heard Divine Dream's confirmation. He said, "This is the flow of destiny. I am far from being able to compare to Lin Ming. Although I have luck, I lack destiny. The result is that my work was given as a gift to this junior Lin Ming." As Empyrean vast universe spoke of the concept of the 33-layered heavens, he couldn't help but deeply sigh. At the start, he really had been able to obtain a fragment of the ancient divine seal altar. In terms of luck, Empyrean vast universe was not bad at all. However, even though Empyrean vast universe meditated on the divine seal altar fragment for many years afterwards, he was only able to touch upon the threshold of the 33-layered heavens laws, and wasn't able to transform that into his own strength. As for the divine seal altar fragment, he had later taken that as a foundation to create an Empyrean spirit treasure. This harvest was not worthy of mentioning in comparison to Lin Ming. If one entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed, that was not because one's luck was bad, but because one's destiny was lacking. Luck was only a part of destiny. Talent, will, perception, mentality, soul, all of those were equally important parts of destiny. Luck only provided opportunities. Whether one could grasp those opportunities depended on themselves. Empyrean Divine Dream slowly said, "Lin Ming's destiny is truly amazing. If this was in the past, then Lin Ming would eventually develop into a leader amongst Empyreans. And now, in this great world, Lin Ming even has the smallest of chances of surpassing the boundary of an Empyrean and becoming a true divinity." True divinity? That's too exaggerated. Empyrean vast universe had a great response as he heard this. Although he knew that Lin Ming possessed heaven-defying talent, the realm of true divinity was something that existed only in myths. Empyrean vast universe didn't even believe that someone like Xiao Maxian had the chance of becoming a true divinity in the future. Even if Empyrean Divine Dream said smallest of chances, Empyrean vast universe still couldn't accept this. Was becoming a true divinity really that easy? Throughout the endless epics, how many Empyreans have failed to become a true divinity? Divine Dream. Even you, someone who has achieved the peak in every aspect, aren't you also unable to take that final step into true divinity? Your praise of Lin Ming seems rather too high. Even for someone as talented as Lin Ming, I do not believe that in the past billion years, amongst the infinite lives born in the divine realm and the lower realms, there hasn't been someone similar to him. Aren't Xiao Maxian and Frost Dream also similar in comparison, let alone the last billion years? Even for the last 3 billion years, there has never been a true divinity supreme being that has appeared. There have only been stories, and these stories are far too exaggerated without any credibility at all. Empyrean vast universe was clearly very sensitive to the term true divinity. This was also reasonable. In the legends, it was said that those that stepped into true divinity could refine stars, crush planets, and there were even fables that said that true divinities could live as one with the world, living in everlasting immortality. The former wasn't considered much. Although the increase in strength seemed wonderful, it was still within the realm of acceptability. After all, a powerful Empyrean could already crush planets. Of course, that was only crushing planets. If they wanted to crush suns that were tens of thousands of times larger than a planet, even an Empyrean was far lacking. To chase after a stronger strength was the wish and drive of all martial artists. But what truly enticed an Empyrean was the promise that they could live in perpetuity. This attraction was simply too great to an Empyrean. When one cultivated to the realm of an Empyrean, they truly held control of a world and dominated the lives of trillions upon trillions of people. With all of these before them, How could they willingly accept the end of their own mortality and turn into dust? The path of martial arts was to struggle with the heavens. Every time one made a breakthrough, their lifespan would increase several times over. This was a tremendous lure to many martial artists, driving them to painstakingly cultivate, and also one of the greatest motivations that caused them to constantly risk their lives in the most dire of dangers. Divine Dream said, "In the past, there indeed might not have been this possibility. But now, in this universe, there truly exists this hope. Not only does Lin Ming have this hope, but so does Xiao Moxian. One could even say her hopes are much greater." As Divine Dream spoke like this, Empyrean vast universe seemed as if he wanted to say something, but eventually didn't. Even though he was an Empyrean, he always felt that speaking in terms of the universe seemed far too remote. A true divinity was that something that could truly be reached in this world. Empyrean vast universe was silent for some time before saying, "According to what you say, do you happen to think that Lin Ming might be able to defeat Frost Dream?" Empyrean vast universe also felt the mysterious and exceptional presence around Frost Dream. To every heroic young elite, defeating Frost Dream was a near impossibility. Divine Dream slowly said, "Frost Dream surpasses the younger generation by far too much. To compare Lin Ming to Frost Dream is unfair to begin with." She only spoke to hear before not speaking again. Frost Dream was personally raised by Divine Dream. As for what Frost Dream's limits were, only Divine Dream would know. Frost Dream had already surpassed the concept of young elites. At this time, on the ruined stone bed, Lin Ming violently coughed. Every cough was followed by fresh blood. Divine Dream glanced at Lin Ming and flicked a finger, tossing out a crystalline pill. This pill was glittering and transparent, exuding a cold air that made it seem as if it were carved from ice. The pill slowly flew in front of the 4 young Jade Bunny girls. Without any emotion in her voice, Divine Dream said, "Feed this pill to Lin Ming. Tell him that 2 hours from now, his match with Frost Dream will officially begin. Remember, he only has 2 hours." As Divine Dream spoke, she floated away. Empyrean vast universe also stepped forwards and disappeared. At this time, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. The first image to enter his eyes was those 4 curious Jade Bunny girls. During his 500 days of sleep, Lin Ming had a hazy understanding of what was happening outside. He hadn't fallen into the 100 cycles of samsara without being able to extract himself. Although Lin Ming hadn't been able to compare with Hang Chi, the difference hadn't been too great. He had the ability to resist the wheel of samsara, and although he had fallen unconscious, the truth was that he had voluntarily allowed himself to fall into such a state. Thus, Lin Ming knew that these 4 young girls had looked after him for these past 500 days. "Thank you," Lin Ming softly said. Young girls of the Jade Bunny race were docile and gentle, with a timid personality. As Lin Ming spoke to them, they were a bit nervous. What sort of character was Lin Ming? The difference between them was like the heavens and earth. They simply weren't able to accept this thanks. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, please don't say that. You will scare us to death," a young Jade Bunny girl said, flustered. Yes, that's right. Senior Divine Dream left you a message just now. You need to swallow this pill. And 2 hours from now, you must go to the arena stage and fight with Senior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream." Fight with Frost Dream. Lin Ming rubbed his forehead. During that long dream, he felt as if he had lived a lifetime of tens of thousands of years. As he recalled it, even the first martial meeting seemed a bit distant in his mind. That's right. I still haven't fought with Frost Dream yet." Lin Ming clenched his fists together. He could feel that his own fists were wet with his sweat and blood, sticky and viscous. He could also feel that he had never been as strong as he was now. When Lin Ming woke up, a considerable amount of time had already passed since the conclusion of Frost Dream and Hang Chi's battle. Over 90% of the audience was still there, not yet having left vast universe heavenly palace. However, just under 10% of the audience had begun to leave, either having ridden their spirit ships or were preparing to leave vast universe world. And at this time, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace sent out news of Frost Dream's upcoming match. What? Frost Dream is coming on stage to compete once more? On a spirit ship that had taken off, some people heard this message passed down from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. That's too great. Let's return and watch the match before we leave. Many of Frost Dream's fans were crazily excited as they heard that Frost Dream was about to come back on stage. After Frost Dream and Hang Chi's battle, she had entered the palace and had yet to emerge. This left many of her fans that were crowding around the contestant palaces disappointed. But now that they learned they had the chance to see her again, they were definitely delighted. "Who is she fighting?" a middle-aged man lazily asked. He was the elder leading these young disciples. "She's fighting against Lin Ming, the young elite from before said." "Lin Ming? He's finally woken up? I heard that he's been in a deep sleep for over a year. If he wakes up now, then it won't be easy," the middle-aged man said, a joking tone in his voice. No one doubted Lin Ming's talent, but in joining the first martial meeting, he had damaged his soul because he was trying to show off. He had been unconscious for over a year now, and almost didn't wake up. This caused everyone to feel that it was quite funny. If one were to describe this behavior in a pleasant manner, then they would say he didn't fear the strong and never gave up. If one were to describe this behavior in a coarse manner, then that would be forced to the edge by their own behavior and lacking in foresight. He had nearly died in a martial arts contest. Was there any genius so stupid? Luckily he hadn't died. Otherwise, that would really have been the greatest joke of all. Although Lin Ming had woken up, many people guessed that there were still some hidden wounds left over. Even with all the precious soul recovery medicines available at an Empyrean heavenly palace, Lin Ming had still slept for over a year. How could his soul wounds be light? He's just an impulsive little baby boy, and he also just started recovering from a severe injury. I think that Frost Dream should fight with someone from the older generation instead. If that happened, that might be worth watching. Hang Chi was much stronger than Lin Ming, but he had still lost to Frost Dream. He hadn't even been able to last until the end of Frost Dream's Dream Soul Immortal Melody before admitting defeat, let alone someone like Lin Ming. Lin Ming likely wouldn't even be able to block a few moves from Frost Dream in his peak state, and he was wounded now too. In the eyes of most people present, this battle would likely end before it started. This caused many of them to lose interest in seeing this fight. As for Frost Dream's fans, they went to see her, not the fight itself. The youth laughed, saying, "In any case, I'm going to look at Frost Dream, not her match." Then again, whoever Frost Dream competes with, it will still be the same. Who can possibly defeat her? I must say that I should thank Lin Ming. If he didn't wake up on time, then we wouldn't be able to see her fight again. Chapter 13:23, Frost Dream's Identity. Chapter 13:23, Frost Dream's Identity. News of Lin Ming and Frost Dream's upcoming match spread like wildfire. Many heroic youths that worshipped Frost Dream immediately rushed back to the martial arena in droves, hoping to see Frost Dream's figure once more. They would be satisfied with just a glance. Most of these people were young men. Very few were women or seniors. The latter people weren't in a hurry to return to the martial arena at all. They assumed that it would be a complete wreck. If a fight couldn't even last for 3 breaths of time, then there really wasn't any meaning at all. There were even some people that went to ride their spirit ships to return home. In their opinion, the first martial meeting had ended, and this last match was only going through the moves. It could even be said that this final match would ruin the overall prestige of the tournament. Hang Chi's battle against Frost Dream had already been spectacular enough. After watching something like that, If they were to watch someone get immediately rolled over by Frost Dream, then that would leave a horrible aftertaste. Finally, only around a quarter of the people, around 100 million, were left in the arena. A great deal of the audience stands were empty. Lin Ming has finally awakened. Not too far from the stage, June Blue Moon looked at Lin Ming. He had felt it was strange and unexplainable that Lin Ming's soul had been damaged. His intuition told him that perhaps what happened, Lin Ming's soul, wasn't something as simple as an injury. There was likely some secret to his soul. His aura is different. June Blue Moon was extremely sensitive to changes. Even if Lin Ming was hiding his strength like a dust-laden divine spear, not revealing the faintest glint of its sharp edge, June Blue Moon could still feel the difference in Lin Ming's body. He could even feel that Lin Ming's body was like a miniature universe, giving off a profound feeling beyond comprehension. That boy called Lin Ming is quite good. In this last year and a half, his body has truly changed. It seems he's managed to turn his misfortune into a blessing, but against that little girl Frost Dream, anything he does is useless. From within June Blue Moon's mind, the voice of an old man echoed out, his words full of whimsy. "Old Sword, are you sure?" "Of course. Who do you think that Frost Dream is? Do you think any ordinary genius can reach Frost Dream's level of strength at the late divine sea realm? Is Hangchi not strong? He comes from Mount Patala, a sect with an inheritance greater than divine Dream Heavenly Palace. In fact, you can even call it the strongest background of all. Moreover, he possesses the golden body of the reincarnated Buddha, something that appears only every several tens or even hundreds of millions of years. He has cultivated an unbreakable diamond Vajra body, and even possesses the lotus heart Bodhi, the relic of Buddha. From his birth, he began training with all sorts of secret skills, and his body was washed and transformed with all sorts of precious medicines. In his 30 years of torturous cultivation, he abstained from sin and worldly desires and possesses a pure body. His temperament, his talent, his perception, there is nothing that isn't perfect. He can be considered at the peak of all geniuses, and yet against Frost Dream, he lost all the same. As the old man spoke to her, he curled his lips as if he wasn't feeling too well about something. Frost Dream is truly powerful. I am far from being comparable to her, June Blue Moon said. In the face of facts, he had to confess that the difference between him and Frost Dream was far too great. Humph, don't look down on yourself so much. As the apprentice of this old man, your future accomplishments will be, at least, at the peak Empyrean boundary. I even hope that you can borrow this tumultuous era to attack the realm of true divinity. Although it is hard, it is not impossible. Of the first martial meeting's top 6, only Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian just faintly surpass you in talent. As for everyone else, including even Hang Chi, you don't need to fear them at all. And for Frost Dream, well, if I'm not wrong, she is simply the same as Empyrean Divine Dream. In order to surpass her boundaries, Divine Dream took the sharpest blade and forcefully sundered her divine soul in half, allowing that half to reincarnate and thus producing Frost Dream. She wants to train Frost Dream to the peak Empyrean realm, and then the two of them can fuse back together. With the deep cultivations of 2 peak Empyreans condensed as one, she wishes to take that momentum and break through the boundary of true divinity in a single go. That woman is truly ambitious and courageous. As Old Sword said this, June Blue Moon's mind shook. Old Sword, are you saying that Frost Dream is the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's divine soul? Highly likely. Their soul fluctuations are nearly the exact same. However, unless Divine Dream is in front of me, I cannot confirm this. I was only able to sense her aura from behind a great enchantment. My current injuries are simply too heavy. Otherwise, if I still had the strength of my heydays, I wouldn't need to fear her at all. But if my guesses are wrong, how can Frost Dream be so strong? She is simply a replica of Divine Dream during her youth. Moreover, because she had to take far less detours, her strength should even be greater than what Divine Dream was like during the same time of her youth. As Old Sword said this, June Blue Moon finally recalled that there were many people who said that Frost Dream was far too similar to Empyrean Divine Dream. The same temperament, the same mystical aura that surrounded them, the same perfection, and even their same formidable strength. If Frost Dream were to stand side by side with Divine Dream, then if one ignored the difference in their cultivations, they would seem like a pair of twin sisters. So that's how it is. If Frost Dream is a young Divine Dream, and even possesses all of Divine Dream's memories, then no one can compare with her. In terms of just understanding the path of martial arts and the height in laws, she has already surpassed all boundaries of logic. If she had the memories, then she would be greater than this. Old Sword shook his head. That reincarnation technique that Divine Dream used is a double-edged sword. When Frost Dream reincarnated, she had to experience the confusion of rebirth, and thus her previous memories were forgotten, like treasure deeply buried in her mind. She will have to slowly restore these memories over time. Even so, Frost Dream's strength will increase like she's cheating, all the way up in a straight line. For a junior to contend with her, that is difficult. 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 Old Man said difficult 3 times in a row. He wasn't a humble person, but even he didn't believe that his own apprentice, June Blue Moon, had even the slightest chance of defeating Frost Dream, at least before June Blue Moon became an Empyrean. Rather, it should be said that June Blue Moon could only compete with her once he reached the peak Empyrean realm. Only then would he possess the ability to surpass Frost Dream. Of course, Frost Dream might even have fused back together with Divine Dream at that point, immediately stepping into the realm of true divinity. So that's how it is. It seems this battle between Lin Ming and Frost Dream wasn't fair to begin with. I can't imagine that any sort of miracle will occur. June Blue Moon said, regretfully, if Lin Ming and Hang Chi fought again, then Lin Ming might be able to defeat Hang Chi, but to defeat Frost Dream? That was far too difficult. Old Sword sneered. If breaking through to the divine transformation realm is equal to a mortal's ceremony of adulthood, then this tournament itself is nothing but a gift that Divine Dream prepared for Frost Dream, for her to become an adult. Frost Dream was destined to become the leading heroine of the first martial meeting from the start, and you are only a supporting actor to make her shine even brighter. There was still an hour until the match began. For this final match, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace opened one final gambling bet. Frost Dream's victory had a compensation rate of 101, and Lin Ming's victory had a compensation rate of 80. This compensation rate wasn't an exaggeration. If one bet on Frost Dream, they would only earn 1% of their bettings if they were correct. This was truly a speechless and paltry rate. Moreover, there was also a limit on this gambling bet, so one couldn't raise it to an unlimited degree. But that was how things were. Nearly everyone bet on Frost Dream to win. Although they wouldn't earn much, something was better than nothing, returning only 1%. Isn't this just the welfare of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace? It seems that they won far too much wealth during this first martial meeting. That's right. Because of Lin Ming, I already lost a great deal of Violet Sunstones. That fellow's fight with Xiao Moxian truly ruined many people's pockets. However, even if it's only 1% profit this time, I will still bet on Frost Dream. In the view of many people, this gamble was in truth just Vast Universe Heavenly Palace giving back some of the incalculable wealth they had earned. This could also be considered a tiny gift given back to the spectators at the conclusion of the first martial meeting. 1 hour, 80 minutes? That seems a bit too exaggerated to me. Lin Ming traced his chin, a self-deprecating smile on his face. Before this, he had already bet a great deal that he would end up in the top 3 rankings. This time, he didn't mind having a little fun with a few more 9 Sun Jades. Lin Ming finally put down 2 9 Sun Jades on his own victory. Even he didn't have full faith he could defeat Frost Dream. 2 9 Sun Jades was enough for a lucky bet. If he lost, then he lost. It wouldn't be much at all. The full 2 hours soon passed. Lin Ming stood on the arena stage, his breath steady, his hands gently caressing the Phoenix blood spear, and his mind as calm as a placid lake. Not too far away from him stood Frost Dream. She was only casually standing there, but her entire body seemed wreathed in a cold smoke. Her temperament was ethereal and otherworldly, beautiful without flaw. She was like a lotus of ice floating in the fog. Just looking at her, one could feel a cold energy rush towards them. Lin Ming, you can do it. That's right. Lin Ming, you've got to try your best. Try and continue for at least 3 moves. If you lost immediately, then that would be too boring. Many of Frost Dream's fans were shouting out words of encouragement towards Lin Ming. They hoped that Lin Ming could fight longer, so they could see Frost Dream more. Lin Ming ignored all of these cheers. He only lightly bowed to Frost Dream in accordance with the conventions of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Then he raised a spear. Frost Dream's expression was serene. Beneath her feet, countless ice crystals gathered together, forming an illusory ice lotus. This ice lotus slowly revolved. As Lin Ming looked at this ice lotus, he felt as if his thoughts were being sucked into its gentle spinning. This ice lotus was personally created by Empyrean Divine Dream. Ruling Spirit Art. As vast cosmos announced the start of the match, the ice lotus beneath Frost Dream's feet instantly scattered. Every petal was composed of 7 ice crystals, each as thin as a cicada's wing. However, they shined with a cold light, overflowing with a thick, killing intent. This was Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's battle spirit technique. By manipulating objects with one's battle spirit, one could attack from afar with weapons. Whoosh! Countless ice lotus crystals joined together in the air, forming 3 divine swords that chopped towards Lin Ming. Although this was only a casual attack from Frost Dream, it contained a terrifying might. It was weaker than Hang Chi's Wheel of Samsara, but it wasn't that much worse. It wasn't easy to defend against at all. Everyone thought that Lin Ming would begin to summon the phantom of the heretical god tree, or would use heavenly Tao judgment. Only like that would he be able to suppress Frost Dream's ruling spirit art. But at this time, Lin Ming simply took a step backwards as a brilliant flame lit up on the Phoenix blood spear. Fire laws. No one thought that Lin Ming would use Justice Fire laws alone to resist Frost Dream's ruling spirit art. That was too brazen a move. At the moment the ice crystal swords arrived, Lin Ming thrust out his spear. The first 5 levels of the fire laws completely fused together. This attack even contained a hint of Yang flames. The 6th level concept of the fire laws, Yang flames. Even if Lin Ming had barely traced upon this threshold and was still incomparably far from truly stepping into it, this still allowed the might of his strike to reach near infinite proportions. Bang! With an explosive sound, the spear light exploded. But Frost Dream's ice crystal swords were also destroyed. He blocked it? The audience was incredibly astonished. It wasn't strange for Lin Ming to block those ice crystal swords, but what was amazing was that he had done this by just relying on just the fire laws. If I'm not wrong, then Lin Ming's fire laws have touched upon the 6th level concept. How is this possible? Chapter 1324, 2 Unrivaled Geniuses. Chapter 1324, 2 Unrivaled Geniuses. When Lin Ming fought with the Monster Prince and Dragon Fong, his fire laws had reached large success of the 5th level concept. In terms of laws, Lin Ming was inferior to Dragon Fong. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of the heretical god tree, his laws would be even worse than the monster prince's. After all, what he comprehended were the strong space and time laws. Now, after just several days of time and a deep slumber of a year and a half, Lin Ming's laws had reached perfection of the 5th level, and he had also traced upon the threshold of the 6th level laws. This was a simply inconceivable accomplishment. Moreover, he had been sleeping within a time enchantment where the laws were all in chaos. In this situation, how could he even comprehend the laws? The large success of the 5th level concept was only a single step away from reaching perfection. There were countless divine lord powerhouses who had failed to cross this step in their lifetimes. What happened to Lin Ming? Was he hiding his strength before? He lost to Hang Chi so miserably. So how could he possibly have hidden his strength? He must have rapidly improved in this short period of time. That's impossible. His soul was injured before this, and he had even fallen into a deep slumber. So how could he still cultivate? Many people found this hard to believe. Lin Ming's talent had already aroused the envy of many heroic young elites. When Lin Ming had fought Hang Chi, many of these people believed that he was trying to show off. Thus he received a deep injury, which caused him to sleep for a year and a half, and even possibly left behind hidden wounds. Because Lin Ming did something too stupid, these envious young elites all looked at him in a joking light. After a year and a half, Lin Ming appeared on the arena stage, and he had even made a breakthrough in the laws. How could any of those who envied him accept this? Someone suddenly said, Lin Ming's laws might have been close to reaching perfection in the 5th level to begin with. With so many top-tier geniuses in the first martial meeting, his comprehension of laws was among the most disappointing. Now that he finally managed to catch up to everyone else. This isn't strange at all. Although these words were said with a sour taste, the facts were laid before them all. Lin Ming had indeed been weak in the aspect of laws, but now his laws were comparable to Dragon Fang's. Just wait and see. His laws have improved, but it won't change the result of this battle. Lin Ming's disparity with Frost Dream is too great, let alone perfection of the 5th level laws. Even if he reached perfection of the 6th level laws, he still wouldn't be able to make up for their difference. Besides a few Empyreans of the highest levels, no one else knew of Frost Dream's identity. But of those people that came to watch the first martial meeting, there were always those old fellows with an immeasurably deep vision and judgment. Although they didn't know that Frost Dream was the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's primordial spirit, they could confirm that Frost Dream had some unique secret. She was an invincible enigma. In this battle, no one believed in Lin Ming. Even June Blue Moon's master Old Sword, Vast Universe, or even Lin Ming himself didn't have full faith that he could win. On the arena stage, Frost Dream's eyes flashed with slight surprise. Although she knew that Lin Ming's recent deep sleep was not as simple as it seemed, she never imagined that his strength would suddenly rise to such a degree. You have been cultivating for this last year and a half. An ephemeral true essence sound transmission spread to Lin Ming's ears, like a clarion hosanna sung from an immortal paradise. Yes, Lin Ming confidently replied, cultivating in a 1:100 time flow time enchantment. Frost Dream was thoughtful for a moment. If one cultivated in a time enchantment, there wouldn't be a problem if they gathered true essence to make a breakthrough. However, there would be distortions in the laws they comprehended. This was the difference from cultivating outside. Moreover, one's age would increase all the same within the time enchantment, and the person would use up their life. Unless there was a unique circumstance, geniuses would not cultivate in a time enchantment. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin is truly special. Allow me to experience the achievements of your cultivation. Frost Dream said. Then she lifted her hand. From her palm, a rippling wave surged out, changing the world. Countless ice lotuses seemed to bloom all around Frost Dream. The arena vanished. Lin Ming and Frost Dream arrived above a beautiful paradise. This was the divine dream space. After her first probing move, Frost Dream displayed her signature domain, the divine dream space. Within the divine dream space, who could fight with her? Within this space, Frost Dream held absolute control. Frost Dream is finally being serious. Everyone looked at Lin Ming. They didn't think Frost Dream would use this move so early, but would hold back for the first several moves against Lin Ming. But now, after just a single probing attack, Frost Dream had released the divine dream space. Perhaps this even signaled that the match would end soon. This is the divine dream space. I see. So the feeling of standing within the divine dream space is like this. Although Lin Ming had seen the divine dream space in action before, this was his first time experiencing it himself. After standing in the divine dream space, Lin Ming felt illusions grow thick in his mind. With just the slightest thought, what he feared the most, or what he longed for the most, could appear at any moment. If a sexual deviant were to stand here, they would fall into an incomparably romantic dream, unable to ever escape. If a miser were to stand here, they would see endless mountains of treasure, all of it belonging to them. If a person with an unsteady will was to face Frost Dream here, Frost Dream wouldn't even need to form anything in the divine dream space. They would simply be directly defeated. Roar, roar, roar. With a loud growling roar, that empty dreamland energy condensed together, forming into nightmare beasts within the divine dream space that barreled towards Lin Ming. At the same time, Frost Dream gathered her hands together, forming a purple cage around Lin Ming that completely trapped him within. This cage was also formed from divine dream energy. It would not be torn apart easily. Frost Dream caged Lin Ming in with divine dream energy so that he wouldn't be able to dodge the attack of these nightmare beasts. These nightmare beasts were incomparably fierce. Even someone on the level of Ram Saber would have trouble dealing with several of these nightmare beasts, much less dozens of them. Facing this attack of the divine dream space, Lin Ming poured all of his energy into his inner world. At that moment, an enchanting blood-red lotus slowly bloomed behind him. This was the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower. The Prime Emperor Lotus Flower released the vast and boundless breath of the great Tao that recklessly struck the divine dream space. In that instant, for a radius of 100 feet around Lin Ming, all of those blooming ice lotuses rapidly shattered, turning into countless shards. Even the cage around Lin Ming wildly trembled, as if it would break apart at any moment. With his strength, Lin Ming had shoved open a space within the divine dream space. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of nightmare beasts broke into the Grand Mist space. Within the domain of the all-annihilating Grand Mist laws, they began to rapidly weaken. Some smaller nightmare beasts even let out miserable cries. Nightmare beasts were strong, and even Lin Ming would find it hard to deal with dozens of them. But as long as these nightmare beasts left the divine dream space and entered the Grand Mist space, they were weakened to a near negligible level to Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming took a step forwards. The Phoenix Blood Spear in his hands swept out. In that moment, the Phoenix Blood Spear was like a red dragon wildly raging around. Spear light shot out, and with several popping sounds, dozens of nightmare beasts were all killed by Lin Ming, their blood splashing all around. After killing all of these nightmare beasts, Lin Ming's long spear returned. Chila. The divine dream energy cage around Lin Ming was also torn apart by him. The Grand Mist space constantly radiated outwards, forcibly pushing away all of the divine dream laws within 100 feet of him. Although this was only a radius of 100 feet, this was still amazing enough. The audience was shocked as they saw this. With his own domain, Lin Ming had stiffly opened up his own dominion within the divine dream space. From start until end, The divine dream space had been the top domain of the first martial meeting. No one had been able to contend with it, not even Hang Qi. Now, Lin Ming was using the Grand Mist space to resist the divine dream space. Although the Grand Mist space was clearly suppressed, this was still an exceedingly rare event. At least before now, this situation had never appeared. How is this happening? Why did Lin Ming's strength increase so much? At this time, no one thought that the reason Lin Ming and Frost Dream's battle had reached this stage was because of his luck. Perhaps his strength truly had rapidly risen. Wasn't he unconscious in a deep sleep? Who was the one who said his soul was injured? If his soul was injured, causing him to fall unconscious for a year and a half, how could his strength have grown so much? When Lin Ming was wounded and in a deep sleep, many people had laughed at him and called him a fool who only knew how to show off and didn't know just how deep he could go. But now, everything indicated that what happened to Lin Ming wasn't some simple soul wound. Rather, he had experienced some unimaginable transformation. He might have even experienced a sudden enlightenment or made a breakthrough. Those people that called Lin Ming a fool were the ones who felt like fools now. And in the honored seating section, some holy lord and world king level old men had already realized that a change had occurred within Lin Ming's body. From the moment he appeared, his aura had been different. This Lin Ming isn't simple at all. There were some people before this who said that if it weren't for Frost Dream, his talent would only be inferior to Xiao Maxian's and even comparable to Hang Qi's. But now it seems that they all underestimated him. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. Those are truly the two unrivaled geniuses of this generation. Yes, but what a pity. Frost Dream is simply too strong. She may have displayed the divine dream space, but this isn't her true strength. Frost Dream isn't someone that you can apply common sense to. Even if Lin Ming displayed an even greater strength, it would be nothing but an illusion in front of Frost Dream. On the arena stage, Frost Dream looked towards Lin Ming. No matter how much she pushed the divine dream space, she was only able to suppress Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. She wasn't able to fully crush it. Frost Dream slowly raised her right hand. Beneath her, more and more ice lotuses condensed, blooming in full glory. They spread out, covering the entire arena stage with endless flowers of ice, just like some fantastical dream. These ice lotuses were difficult to destroy, and even slowly permeated Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. Lin Ming's eyebrows show up. He could feel that in this instant, Frost Dream's aura had risen once again. She was truly worthy of being called the #1 genius amongst the junior generation. She was an unfathomable existence. In that moment, mystical dreamland energy gathered in front of Frost Dream, condensing together into a thick tome. As she gently opened this tome, Frost Dream clearly said, "Dream interpretation scripture." Dreams represented a person's desires. The power of divine dream was, in truth, a type of the power of faith. When the power of faith of all living beings came together, this power would be terrifying. Chapter 1325, Dream Interpretation Scripture. Chapter 1325, Dream Interpretation Scripture. In that instant, an incomparably powerful strength of the divine dream law enveloped Frost Dream. Divine dream marks flew out from her body, spinning around, wildly dancing in the air. Frost Dream floated in the skies, the dream interpretation scripture in her hands. An unbelievable strength wildly surged outwards, flooding the entire martial field. Many of the spectators couldn't help but be affected by this strength. The older masters were somewhat better off. With their deep cultivation, the effects weren't too great on them. But for those juniors with weaker cultivations, as they heard the sounds of the dream interpretation scripture, all of them developed infinite admiration and trust towards Frost Dream in their hearts. At this moment, to them, Frost Dream seemed like a true god living in the world. Many of those young elites at the early divine sea realm and below fell to their knees, lying prostrate in worship towards Frost Dream. Those that were able to step foot in this arena were mostly geniuses from World King level holy lands. But when facing Frost Dream's dream interpretation scripture, they had no strength to resist at all. In their hearts, deep within their spiritual sea, there was a thread that was resonating with Frost Dream. This power of their thoughts emerged from their bodies, gathering towards Frost Dream. This was the power of hope, and also the power of faith. When people believed in an existence without reservation, they would devote their power of faith to it. Even a mortal's power of faith could not be underestimated. Several mortals gathered together naturally weren't worthy of mentioning, but with trillions of mortals gathered together, their collective power of faith was no less than that of a holy lord or world king. Many people were willing to bow and worship Frost Dream, offering their own faith power to her. Endless amounts of faith power began to gather towards Frost Dream. This faith power came not just from the heroic young elites present, but also from the countless lives from different planes and worlds, all of them drawn in and catering to Frost Dream's voice. Dreams are your thoughts. What you experience in your dreams is something that you will never forget in your life. Dreams are your desires. What you experience in your dreams is the bitter outcomes you chased in your previous incarnations. At this time, on this day, I shall borrow this power of faith from all living beings, and on the day that I step into the realm of God, then I shall interpret your dream for you. As Frost Dream spoke, all of the power of faith gathered completely into her hands. At this moment, many of the holy lords and world kings present paled. Frost Dream was actually using the Dreamland laws to gather the power of faith from all living beings, all of them willing to worship at her feet and devote their life's energies to her. For a single person to command the devotion of all beings, just how terrifying an ability was this? Frost Dream was at the late Divine Sea realm, and she was able to affect all young elites at the early Divine Sea realm and below. Then, what about Divine Dream? She was a peak Empyrean. Did that mean that all powerhouses at an early Empyrean cultivation and below would be affected by her? In other words, everyone present here would come under Divine Dream's influence. This caused all of them to fear Empyrean Divine Dream even more. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace is too terrifying. What is terrifying is the Divine Dream Law, a law just like an enigma. This law is the sole possession of Empyrean Divine Dream. With just what has been revealed so far about the Divine Dream Law, we've seen the Divine Dream Space, the Dream Interpretation Scripture, and the Dream Soul Immortal Melody, 3 incomparably powerful abilities. No one here ever knew that such techniques could exist. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was incomparably mysterious, with an unfathomable background. No, just that, but there were very few disciples within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, and they were often hidden in their own worlds. At this first Marshall meeting, there were many world king powerhouses who were experiencing the Divine Dream Law for the first time. A tremendous power of faith gathered together into a phantom in front of Frost Dream. This phantom had faintly similar features to Frost Dream, exuding a holy aura from all over, just like a profound immortal goddess from the highest heavens, looking down at the world with contempt. This was a spiritual god formed from the power of hope from all living creatures, condensed from their very thoughts. Ka, ka, ka. As this spiritual god of thoughts and faith stepped forwards, Lin Ming felt his grand mist space violently tremble. Cracks began to appear within the grand mist space, rapidly spreading outwards. The grand mist space would soon break apart. At this time, the grand mist space was not just suppressed, but disintegrating. Lin Ming was using the incomplete primordious martial intent to resist the complete Divine Dream Law. He was finding it difficult to resist. Bang! This spiritual god stepped into the grand mist space, creating a crack in the dome of the grand mist space. Lin Ming's body shook as he was forced backwards, his face wan. This is a spiritual god formed from the power of thoughts. It carries with it a terrifying will. Ordinary laws and domains simply cannot resist the force of it. Yes, and Frost Dream hasn't even used the Dream Soul immortal melody. When she fought Hang Chi, she hadn't completed the Dream Soul melody. If she can play it to completion, it should be far more terrifying than the dream interpretation scripture. Frost Dream's methods are endless. She is simply invincible. There is no junior that can hope to compare with her. The only difference among them is who can last longer before capitulating. Many masters present didn't understand the divine dream law, but when Frost Dream had truly used the divine dream law, they were all able to see just how powerful it was. Hang Chi pressed his palms together, sighing deeply with emotion. Their Buddhist faith had countless followers, and a Buddhist Empyrean could also gather the power of faith from all living creatures, displaying a truly heaven-shaking force. But those in the Buddhist faith that could do this were all Empyreans. An ordinary divine sea or divine transformation powerhouse could at most add the power of faith to their techniques. The combat strength they could display with this was extremely limited. It was far from being able to compare with someone like Frost Dream. It was unimaginable that she could reach this boundary at just the late divine sea realm. The spiritual god formed from faith power took another step forwards. More and more cracks appeared in the grand mist space. It had reached its limit. In that moment, Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear and poured all of his energy into his inner world. Within his inner world, the energy spun around the black hole's seed, forming a nebulous vortex of stars. All sorts of mystical runes flowed out, attaching to this vortex. In an instant, Lin Ming formed thousands of seals. These seals spread through all space in an area of 10 miles. Divine seal art, God-forbidding seal. With a loud shout from Lin Ming, all of those divine seals flew towards that spiritual faith god. Lin Ming actually wanted to use his own strength to seal away the spiritual faith god. However, just what sort of existence was a spiritual god formed from the power of faith? This was the power of faith that Frost Dream gathered from all living beings in numerous planes and worlds. By creating this spiritual god with the divine dream law and her own supreme cultivation, how could it be sealed away so easily? As for those divine seals that Lin Ming shot out, all of them seemed dim without any terrifying fluctuations of energy at all. In fact, they looked rather plain and common. Right now, no one believed that Lin Ming's God-forbidding seals would be able to do anything to that spiritual faith god. This included Frost Dream herself, Hang Chi, June Blue Moon, and even Old Sword. Bang! The spiritual faith god took a third step, thoroughly stepping into Lin Ming's grand mist space. At this time, Lin Ming had already severed contact with the grand mist space to prevent a backlash injuring him. And at the same time, those God-forbidding seals he sent out fell onto that spiritual faith god. There were a total of 3,600 seals. As they fell onto that spiritual faith god, they completely submerged into that shimmering being, vanishing out of sight. That spiritual faith god didn't seem to have been affected at all. It took a fourth step. Now, it was within reach of Lin Ming. Shua. From within its body, that spiritual faith god extracted a divine sword. Just as it was about to cut down at Lin Ming, its body suddenly shook as it violently trembled. Within its body, those 3,600 God-forbidding seals that had sank into it began to change. Those seals looked common and simple, but after they sank into the spiritual faith god, they were like a pack of ravenous animals recklessly eating up the power of faith. The seals seemed as if they could swallow all of existence. Even the power of faith from all creatures was no exception. 3,600 points formed 3,600 energy black holes, wantonly swallowing everything nearby. As for the energy they swallowed, it passed through some invisible channels that completely converged within Lin Ming's body, gathering into that black hole seed. The divine seal art represented the laws of sealing, as well as the laws of swallowing. It would swallow all into that black hole, and then thoroughly seal it away. Under the gazes of all, one could only see innumerable lines of energy forming between Lin Ming and that spiritual faith god. All of that power of faith was being swallowed up by Lin Ming. As the audience of over 100 million saw this, all of them didn't dare to believe their own eyes. What sort of cultivation method is this? How can this be? He can actually absorb the faith power of all creatures? How is he doing this? The faith of all creatures cannot be subdued. Unless they believe in you, you will only experience a backlash from this power. Some of the wizened old men present had some understandings into the power of faith. The reason that people were willing to devote and offer their power of faith was because they believed in that indistinct spiritual God in their hearts, but against an evil God that dared to try and kill the spiritual God they believed in, they would naturally resist it, rather dying than surrendering. Is this the power of the faith of all creatures? At that moment, Lin Ming could feel the energy within his black hole seed rapidly increasing. The strength of the black hole seed also rose. However, this was the power of faith. After leaving that spiritual faith god, this energy immediately became incredibly wild and violent, as if it wanted to strike back at him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A great deal of the power of faith exploded within Lin Ming's inner world, wishing to perish with him. But Lin Ming simply coldly snorted. The black hole vortex spun at a crazy rate, swallowing all. No matter how wild or tyrannical this power of faith was, all of it was sucked into the black hole vortex and thoroughly crushed. The black hole was the end point of all space and time, and also the end point of all matter and energy. Although the power of faith was strong, it was still a type of energy in the end. It couldn't resist the terminal end of energy that was this black hole seed. After swallowing a massive amount of the power of faith, not only did Lin Ming's aura not fade, but it grew without the slightest hint of backlash. This caused many people in the audience to be shocked speechless. He could swallow the power of faith without any backlash at all? That was far too abnormal. None of them could imagine just how Lin Ming was able to accomplish this. On the arena stage, the spiritual faith god roared out louder and louder. However, no matter how much it struggled, it was sealed tighter and tighter away by Lin Ming's God-forbidding seals. You can actually seal away and refine the faith power of all living creatures. Frost Dream looked deeply at Lin Ming, a look of surprise on her face. She thought that once she brought out the dream interpretation scripture, this battle would be finished. She never imagined that Lin Ming would use some inconceivable cultivation method to seal away that massive faith power. However, even though the dream interpretation scripture was suppressed by Lin Ming, Frost Dream didn't seem panicked at all. She still had that indifferent expression on her face, as if nothing in this world was able to move her. She flicked a single finger, and that spiritual faith god scattered away, turning into countless lines of faith power. Since the black vortex was recklessly swallowing and sealing away the power of faith, then Frost Dream would separate all of that energy and bombard Lin Ming with it instead. At this time, 90% of that faith power had been sealed away by the divine seal art, but the remaining 10% still gathered in a mighty surging wave that rushed towards Lin Ming. In that instant, because Lin Ming had used the God-forbidding seal, he had yet to recover himself. Now that he saw such a sudden change occur, he sank his thoughts into his spiritual sea. Grand Mist Battle Spirit, whoosh! With a clarion cry, a dark gold grand mist battle spirit rushed out from Lin Ming. After Lin Ming's deep sleep for the last year and a half, the grand mist battle spirit had already faintly touched upon the threshold of becoming a blue soul battle spirit. Within that dark golden hue was a faint touch of the deepest blue. Although this blue color was extremely faint, it still added an innerable charm to the grand mist battle spirit. The grand mist battle spirit formed a sword of will, welcoming the power of faith. Both sides were forces formed from the power of will. On one side was Lin Ming's will, and on the other side was the power of faith from all living creates. Both strengths brutally crashed together. Kacha! For a time, the brilliance of will spread through the void, with the power of faith being crushed into nothing. At the same time, Lin Ming's sword of will also broke apart. During this intense collision of wills, a powerful spiritual storm was stirred up. All of those young elites that offered up their power of faith felt as if they were drowning in a trance within this wild storm. As for those stronger martial artists, even they were stunned. Perfect gold battle spirit. Lin Ming also has a perfect gold battle spirit. It isn't just a perfect gold battle spirit. It's more accurate to say that this battle spirit is making great progress into entering the blue soul boundary. Before too long, he should be able to make a breakthrough. How terrifying! This battle spirit is even superior to Frost Dream's. Frost Dream's battle spirit was at gold perfection, but compared to Lin Ming, it was still lacking the charm of a blue soul battle spirit. It had to be known that Frost Dream originated from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Those from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace originally surpassed all others in the aspect of soul and will. It was normal for their battle spirits to be outrageously strong. As for Lin Ming, he only came from an ordinary Holy Land background, and he had no fierce master that anyone was aware of. Even so, he managed to train his battle spirit to such a boundary. Just what the hell was going on here? His battle spirit was strong, his perception was strong, his defense was strong, his endurance was strong, he possessed a powerful domain, had reached perfection in the 5th level fire laws, his foundation had reached the peak of stability, and his cultivation method was strong to the point that it was even able to refine the power of faith. With so many strengths together, how could other geniuses still live? Lin Ming's existence was something that many people couldn't summon the courage to chase after. What secrets does Lin Ming have on him? His battle spirit is able to reach such a degree, and he also has such a terrifying sealing technique. That sealing technique is definitely at the level of a transcendent divine might, even at the peak of all transcendent divine mights. Otherwise, it is impossible for it to seal away the power of faith. Yes, that sealing technique that Lin Ming used just now was not used during his battle with Hang Chi. If he knew it, he would definitely have used it then. In this last year and a half while his soul was injured, was he actually cultivating instead? His soul was injured? Does anyone here still believe that Lin Ming's soul was injured? How ridiculous! Just think about it. If Lin Ming was truly in a deep sleep because his soul was injured, how could his strength rise so quickly? It wasn't known which old man said this, but everyone couldn't help but gulp. If Lin Ming's soul wasn't injured for this last year and a half, then just what was he doing during his sleep for all that time? Chapter 13:26, Eternal Darkness. Chapter 13:26, Eternal Darkness. When Lin Ming fought Hang Chi, not only was his soul not injured, but when facing the wheel of samsara, he made a breakthrough and gained new comprehensions. During his sleep in the time enchantment, he was digesting all of these new understands. This was only the old man's guess, but it was very close to the truth. However, the martial artist present found that hard to believe. What you're saying is impossible. What sort of comprehensions could Lin Ming have gained that allowed his strength to reach this degree in just a year and a half? This is just far too exaggerated. Moreover, in a time enchantment, you can only increase your cultivation, not your understanding of laws. Lin Ming's current cultivation has only risen by an extremely small amount, and he's still at the Middle Divine Sea, but his laws and techniques are completely different. Another old man said, unable to accept the previous point. But the first old man said, what you're saying is reasonable. But if Lin Ming entered sudden enlightenment, the truth is that it's possible for his strength to have rapidly risen in the time enchantment. Everyone was shocked by this old man's astonishing words. Sudden enlightenment. The state of sudden enlightenment was something that could only be discovered through a stroke of serendipity. But even so, geniuses with decent martial talent would experience this state several times in their long lives. So entering into sudden enlightenment wasn't strange at all. However, when one entered into sudden enlightenment, that was usually for several quarter hours or several hours at most. To enter into sudden enlightenment for a year and a half was simply unheard of. All of these young elites had complex feelings as they heard this. Because of Lin Ming's injuries, many of them had been gloating over his misfortune. There were even many of them that thought their disparity with Lin Ming wasn't too great. Only now did they realize that all their previous assumptions were simply laughable jokes. Under the arena stage, Hang Chi was watching Lin Ming and Frost Dreams fight. His palms were pressed together as he recited Buddhist chants. Hang Chi originally thought that something strange had occurred in his battle with Lin Ming. He felt that Lin Ming shouldn't have been severely wounded by him. Only now did he realize that not only was Lin Ming's soul not injured, but he had instead been cultivating during this deep sleep of a year and a half. He was biding his strength like a divine spear waiting for the right time to appear. On the arena stage, Frost Dream looked at the scattered light of wills in the skies, a strange color flashing in her bright eyes. She used a true essence sound transmission to say to Lin Ming, "Before I came on stage, Honorable Master already warned me that I must pay attention to this battle because this battle will temper my will. I had thought otherwise, but now I know that what my master said is true. I have indeed underestimated you. That mysterious cultivation method you showed is in no way inferior to my divine dream law." The divine dream law was the transcendent, divine might of divine dream heavenly palace. But what Frost Dream didn't know was that the divine seal art that Lin Ming used was in fact incomplete. This was because the divine seal altar that Lin Ming mounted was only a replica created by Empyrean Vast Universe. Empyrean Vast Universe had obtained a fragment of the ancient divine seal altar in the past, and not the complete inheritance of Empyrean divine seal. After Lin Ming climbed up the 33rd step of the divine seal altar, he had obtained a tiny fragment of Empyrean divine seal soul. The divine seal art was also incomplete because of this. If it were the complete divine seal art, then the level of it would surpass the boundaries of an Empyrean cultivation method. After Frost Dream spoke these words, she quietly took out an ice blue zither from her spatial ring. The shimmering, translucent zither seemed as if it were carved from the purest crystal. 18 strings were tightened on the zither, gleaming with a cold light. This zither exuded a mysterious and unspeakable aura, as if the soul of a sleeping goddess were hidden within it. My zither is called Dream Soul, and this song is called the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Frost Dream's words were clear and calm, but as the audience heard this, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Frost Dream was finally going to use the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Hurry, hurry, and inform Senior Master and the others. This is a peak battle that has to be seen. Hurry and tell them to return as soon as possible. Hurry up and pass a message to High Master. If they miss this match, then that will be too unfortunate. Only a quarter of the entire martial field was seated. Most of them were youths that were Frost Dreams fans. As for the others, they thought that this match would finish almost immediately. Thus, they weren't excited to see it. Since there was no value in watching this match, they simply didn't come. At this time, on board a spirit ship, a middle-aged man was looking at a flame that lit up in front of him. This was the light of a sound transmitting talisman. Frost Dream's match against Lin Ming has reached a white-hot stage, and there isn't a sure winner or loser. And Frost Dream has taken out her dream soul zither? After obtaining this news, the middle-aged man was amazed. What did you say? Other people on the ship were shocked. If the person delivering this message wasn't one of their juniors who had no reason to trick them, then they simply wouldn't believe that the message of this sound transmitting talisman was real. No matter what happened, let's go back and take a look. According to the sound transmitting talisman, Lin Ming wasn't injured at all. Instead, his deep sleep was a state of sudden enlightenment, and this state also continued for a very long time. Previously, news had come from vast universe heavenly palace that Lin Ming had entered a 1:100 time flow time enchantment. If Lin Ming had really been in a state of sudden enlightenment for this entire time, then that was far too terrifying. As more and more people received this message, the skies above the Marshall Field were filled with countless masters flying back at a breakneck speed. From dozens of miles away, these hundreds of thousands and millions of martial artists looked like a mass of spots against the sun, just like a rapidly approaching swarm of locusts. The seats were rapidly being filled. For 100 miles around the massive arena stage, 1 million people could seat themselves in just a single breath of time. There were also many people who had already left on their spirit ships that turned around, quickly trying to return. As for whether or not they could return in time, that was still uncertain. On the Marshall Field, a melodious song reverberated through the air. The Dream Soul Immortal melody was being played. All around Frost Dream, a picturesque landscape had appeared, just like the most beautiful drawing. This was the Immortal Melody Pure Lands. Meanwhile, the divine dream space came shrouding down once more, directly enveloping Lin Ming. As Frost Dream displayed the Immortal Melody Pure Lands, she also used the divine dream space. At this moment, the Immortal Melody Pure Lands and the divine dream space fused together as one. From above the arena, one could only see an unending number of flower petals sprinkling down. A fresh fragrance greeted the senses. As for Frost Dream, within this domain, she sat cross-legged high in the skies. Her light blue clothes fluttered in the wind as the dream soul zither lay across her legs. At this time, she was like an immortal goddess from the highest heavens exiled to the mortal world. Her zither tunes were pleasing and symphonious. As she parted her cherry red lips, the sound of a long-desired wish seemed to come from her mouth, echoing through the arena like the arriving ring of destiny. I wish to become an Empyrean. The day I become an Empyrean, the myriad paths of the great Tao shall be revealed before me. In the 3,000 great worlds, all living beings, my every follower, all shall seek my great power, pursuing the road of immortal perpetuity. I wish to become a true divinity. The day I become a true divinity, the heavenly Tao laws shall be grasped in my hands. Underneath the 33 heavens, all spirits and all existences shall speak my name. All shall realize their dreams. All shall break apart the shackles of their destiny and tear free from the cycle of samsara. As Frost Dream's voice echoed in the arena, in her words she wanted to become an Empyrean. She wanted to become a true divinity. For her to become an Empyrean, no one doubted that. Frost Dream was destined to become an Empyrean, and an outstanding one at that. As for becoming a true divinity, that was something that had not happened for billions of years. But now that these words came from Frost Dream's lips, they seemed to be filled with an unquestionable momentum, as if this were not a long-cherished wish she desired, but her future fate. Her zither tune turned, and a Buddha-killing melody filled the air, causing the void to tremble, filling the world with a thick killing intent. Those songs from the Dream Soul Zither were not normal sounds, but the true sound of the great Tao. If a normal martial artist were to hear these sounds, their hearts would shatter and all of their life's cultivation would be destroyed. The everlasting sound of the Tao plunged towards Lin Ming like a surging tide. Lin Ming closed his eyes, energy erupting from his body. His long hair recklessly flew in the wind as his clothes flapped about him. In that instant, a black crystal floated out from within his body. This crystal was only the size of a bean, but when it appeared from that point in the void, the space around it was directly torn apart. This was truly tearing apart the void, tearing apart the space of the divine realm. This was no longer twisting or shaking. This was truly ripping it asunder. As the audience saw this, all of them were shocked, speechless. It had to be known that the divine realm space was stable. Many geniuses could cause space to shake and leak out power with space distortions. This wasn't strange at all. But to truly tear open the void of the divine realm, that was incredible. And Lin Ming had managed to do so at the divine sea realm. What is that black crystal? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. The black crystal Lin Ming summoned forth was the black hole seed that he had created through his torturous cultivation. Empyrean divine seal was someone that had existed 6 billion years ago. The divine seal art was also an ultimate martial art long lost to time, disregarding holy lords and world kings, as well as even Empyrean level masters, such as the richly experienced Old Sword or 3 Lives Old Man. None of them knew about the divine seal art. This is deep within vast universe heavenly palace, the normally calm and indifferent Empyrean divine dream's complexion slightly changed. Even she didn't know just what sort of cultivation method Lin Ming was using. As the black hole seed appeared, in that instant, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy in the world flew towards it at a dizzying speed. The energy within the divine dream space was no exception, and even the immortal melody Pure Lands was swept up by this maniacal strength. Flower petals withered and waned as the Pure Lands began to collapse, the earth disintegrating. If you wish to become a true divinity, then I shall seal away your divinity. Swallow all power, swallow all matter, fall into an infinite abyss of time. Within this cage of space you shall never emerge, sink forever, perish through the sands of history. Divine seal art, swallow all of existence. Eternal darkness. To use the black hole seed to simulate a true black hole of the universe, this was truly swallowing everything. Even the sound of the great Tao was swallowed up by Lin Ming's black hole seed. However, using this move placed a tremendous burden on his body. His blood vessels stuck out, and blue veins popped up all over him, as if they would erupt at any moment. With Lin Ming's cultivation, he was just barely able to display the divine seal art's god forbidding seal. But using eternal darkness actually surpassed his limits. Ka, 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 ka. The immortal melody Pure Lands were constantly torn apart. The sounds of the dream soul's zither struggled to free themselves from this swallowing force. Frost Dream's dream soul immortal melody would soon be broken. It's breaking. Can Lin Ming actually break the dream soul immortal melody? I can't believe this. Is Lin Ming going to win? To win against Frost Dream? She is known as being an unrivaled character amongst all juniors. This cultivation method, Frost Dream looked at Lin Ming's black hole seed and was unable to maintain her previous calm and indifferent expression. Your techniques have surpassed my imagination. Then, all I can do is play the final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Let me warn you, I cannot control the strength of this final chapter. Even I am unable to fully grasp its might. Chapter 1327. Final chapter of the Dream Soul. Chapter 1327. Final chapter of the Dream Soul. The final chapter of the Dream Soul, Immortal Melody. After hearing Frost Dream's words, all of the heroic young elites present held their breaths. When Frost Dream fought with Hang Chi, she had said that once she completed the Dream Soul Immortal Melody, he would lose without a doubt. That meant that the final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody must contain some indescribably powerful force. The final chapter of the Dream Soul can eliminate all laws of this world and wash away even the great Tao. Try your best to withstand this. Frost Dream was unable to fully grasp the might of the Dream Soul's final chapter. Lin Ming might be able to defend against this move, but he might even be severely wounded. Perhaps he could even die here. With the fighting having reached this stage, it was impossible for Frost Dream to tell Lin Ming to give up. They could only fight this out. At this time, deep within vast universe heavenly palace, Empyrean divine Dream's expression stirred. She seemed as if she wanted to stop Frost Dream, but after hesitating for several breaths of time, she finally shook her head. No matter how Frost Dream and Lin Ming's battle went, she believed that Lin Ming's destiny was so great and dreadful that he wouldn't die here in such a simple manner. And as her reincarnation, Frost Dream was also the same. The zither melody changed once more. That Buddha-killing harmony with its profound killing intent once more returned to a peaceful tune. No one imagined that the final chapter of the Dream Soul, with its vast and boundless momentum that seemed to look down at the world with disdain, would actually return to such a gentle quietness. For a time, within the immortal melody Pure Lands, countless crystal-clear flower petals fell from the air, lightly landing on Frost Dream's long hair, shoulders, and even her icy blue dress. As she sat down in the immortal melody Pure Lands, her image seemed carved into eternity. At this time, a mysterious black crystal began to emerge behind Frost Dream, becoming larger and larger. Within the Dream Soul Immortal Melody's final chapter, a black crystal finally gathered. This black crystal was shaped like a cube with 6 even sides. It looked common and even slightly plain, but as Lin Ming saw it, his mind violently shook. This was the magic cube. In this final moment, Frost Dream had summoned the phantom of the magic cube. On this black cube was carved countless dark inscriptions. Lin Ming had seen these markings before. He had a profound impression of them. In the past, when he first obtained the magic cube had these black traces carved on it, each one different and unique. Even now, Lin Ming still didn't know what they meant. Lin Ming never thought that in Frost Dream's final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody, she would actually use her own energy to condense a phantom of the magic cube. Is the magic cube not in my body? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His thoughts immediately touched upon the magic cube space within his body. He found that Mo Evers now and Fishy were both safely dwelling there. The magic cube was still in his body. He could not be wrong about this. I understand. Frost Dream's magic cube phantom has the aura of the magic cube, but it is still far from being able to compare to the true magic cube. The magic cube was a divine tool of the soul. It complemented divine dream, Heavenly Palace's divine dream law perfectly. If so, then divine dream Heavenly Palace must have some inheritance related to the magic cube. Could they possess a replica of the magic cube? This thought immediately flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Although the magic cube phantom that Frost Dream summoned had a completely similar appearance to the true magic cube, its aura was far lacking. If it was said that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace had a replica of the magic cube, that was highly possible. For a time, Lin Ming felt the magic cube within his body restlessly stirring, as if it wanted to swallow the black cube above Frost Dream. Lin Ming wasn't able to summon the magic cube on his own initiative yet, but if the magic cube began to move by itself, Lin Ming could use his own energy to move it and have it launch an attack. If this happened, then the magic cube would undoubtedly attack Frost Dream. Once the magic cube attacked her, that would be the true magic cube against the phantom magic cube formed by Frost Dream's own energy. The result of that matchup could be imagined. The magic cube was a divine tool, or, to better put it, it was a supreme spiritual object that surpassed the limits of a divine tool. From the universe's essence, energy, and divine, this was a spiritual object produced by the divine of the universe. The magic cube was deeply sleeping within Lin Ming, and no one was able to discover its existence. Even when Lin Ming traveled deep underneath immemorial Imperial City and met the artifact spirit of the ancient Elysium Seal with its 6 billion years of experience, even that artifact spirit didn't know of the magic cube's existence. Only when Lin Ming summoned it did it find out. As long as the magic cube was within Lin Ming's body, then he would be safe. But once he took out the magic cube to launch an attack, its existence would be revealed to the hundreds of millions of people present. Most people didn't know what the magic cube was, but it was impossible for Empyrean Divine Dream to not know. Moreover, the hidden Tian Mingzi would inevitably recognize the magic cube. If he were to reveal the existence of the magic cube, then he would be locked down and hunted by Tian Mingzi. This was something that Lin Ming couldn't help but consider. Even if it was Empyrean Divine Dream, Lin Ming still didn't fully trust her. Empyrean Divine Dream was someone that dual cultivated energy and soul. She also possessed a replica of the magic cube. If he exposed Empyrean Primordius's inheritance in front of her, then she wouldn't care. Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Primordius were both characters at similar levels. There was no way she would give up her own laws to inherit Empyrean Primordius's legacy. But the magic cube was different. It was an extremely precious treasure, especially to someone like Empyrean Divine Dream. The ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit was not a human. It also had a mission to fulfill, and its eventual death was arriving soon. If it obtained the magic cube, then it wouldn't find it of much use. But Empyrean Divine Dream was different. If she obtained the magic cube, she might even have methods to use it to directly become a true divinity. Lin Ming didn't dare to risk such a danger. At the very least, using the magic cube to attack Frost Dream wasn't his own true strength. Frost Dream had played the Dream Cell's final chapter and condensed the magic cube replica phantom with her own energy, displaying the absolute limits of her strength. But if Lin Ming were to counterattack with the magic cube, this simply wouldn't be meaningful to him. June Blue Moon was also in a similar situation with the Yin Yang Soul Sword. When June Blue Moon fought Lin Ming, because he had used the power of the Yin Yang Soul Sword instead of his own, he had admitted defeat on his own initiative. Otherwise, both Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin wouldn't have been his match. June Blue Moon didn't do so, and Lin Ming also made the same choice. Lin Ming took a deep breath and poured all of his energy into the black hole seed. By exceeding the limits of his body to revolve the divine seal art to the limit, the blood vessels on Lin Ming's arms seemed ready to burst open. Lin Ming was well aware of just how strong Frost Dream's final attack was. Even after he used Eternal Darkness, she had still begun playing the final chapter of the Dream Soul. This proved that Frost Dream was confident she could break through the Eternal Darkness. Heretical God Tree. Lin Ming shouted out loud. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical god Tree appeared. In that instant, the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation contained within the heretical god Tree completely erupted forth, weaving together into a sea of red and purple energy around Lin Ming. Heavenly Tao Judgment. Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his spear. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation gathered together, wrapping around the black whole seed in a nebula as it hurtled towards Frost Dream. Puff, puff, puff. The blood vessels on Lin Ming's arms exploded, spilling forth blood. Many of his meridians tore apart, and even his organs broke in multiple places. This was Lin Ming's strongest attack, and also an attack that exceeded the bearing capacity of his body. With this strike, Lin Ming's attack violently collided with the magic cube phantom produced by Dream Cell's final chapter. In that instant, the space within an area of several miles of the divine realm was completely torn apart. This was no longer shaking, but true tearing. A blinding divine brilliance flooded the entire arena, causing everyone to shield their eyes. A brutal and terrifying energy wildly surged outwards. Vast Cosmos personally took action and used his own domain to melt away the violent fluctuations of energy and avoid disaster in the spectator stands. Otherwise, those young elites with weaker cultivations simply wouldn't be able to withstand this. This is too terrifying. It's unimaginable. I can't believe Lin Ming is powerful to such a degree. Just who won in the end? Everyone peered towards the center of the martial stage. But above the arena, the eruption of the dark black hole had formed a special dark void area that isolated everyone's sight. It was impossible to know what the situation was like. Within that void of darkness, Lin Ming knelt on the ground, supporting himself with the Phoenix blood spear. His clothes were already dyed red with blood, and blood was dripping down both of his arms. His meridians and organs were broken in several places, and he had lost nearly all of his combat strength. And in front of Lin Ming, Frost Dream had already lost support of her body. Although she was still floating in the air and hadn't yet fallen down, she was also severely wounded. From the start of the first martial meeting until now, this was Frost Dream's first injury, and it was a heavy one too. Because of her severe injuries, the mist that concealed her expression had dispersed, revealing an unrivaled appearance as beautiful as the moon. Her snow-white skin seemed like perfection formed by the heavens, like a newly budded ice lotus on top of a snow-capped mountain, without the slightest hint of the mortal world. But now, her enchanting complexion was slightly pale, and her icy blue hair was also scattered down about her. Blood spilled out from the corners of her lips, giving her a point of pity and tenderness that moved the heart. Frost Dream wanted to use an illusion technique to conceal her appearance once more, but because the backlash from the Dream Cell's final chapter was too great, the energy movement within her caused her injuries to erupt again, and the blood dripping from her lips to be an even deeper red. Changing methods, Frost Dream covered up her face with a sheet of fine gauze. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Her beauty was lovely and moving, even during her weakness. Chapter 1328, the final result. Chapter 1328, the final result. The enchantment of darkness created by the black hole seed lasted for a long time. In truth, the reason light was isolated outside was because of the chaotic space and time distortions. It was only after several dozen breaths of time that people were able to clearly see what was happening on the arena stage. Lin Ming was propping himself up with the Phoenix blood spear. His body was wet with blood. It was clear that he was heavily injured. But in front of Lin Ming, Frost Dream had a veil of gauze covering her face, her long hair wildly dashed about. Her breathing was also weak. It was clear that she too had been injured. Frost Dream was injured by Lin Ming. From the start until now, this is the first time that Frost Dream has been injured. Whether it was the Dream Cell's final chapter that Frost Dream played, or Lin Ming's eternal darkness, both were moves that overdrew their strength by summoning the limits of their energy. Even so, the collision between the two had been evenly matched, and both of them had suffered a deep backlash. Their true essence was in chaos, and their meridians were torn in several places. It would be difficult for them to continue fighting. If this were a true life or death battle, then this would not be the end. They would be able to sacrifice the very foundation of their bodies as the price to continue fighting. But this was just a martial arts tournament. There was no need to harm their own cultivation and fires of life just to obtain victory. I cannot defeat you. Frost Dream gently shook her head, putting away her dream soul zither. Same here. In fact, my wounds are heavier than yours. Lin Ming's injuries were indeed heavier than Frost's dreams. One could see this from the amount of blood that covered his body. Lin Ming's bones were broken all throughout his body, and his organs were torn in many places. In truth, Lin Ming's defensive abilities were much stronger, but his wounds were heavier than Frost's dreams. This meant that in that final collision, Lin Ming's moves were faintly suppressed by the Dream Cell's final chapter. Although that was so, being suppressed was one matter, and obtaining final victory was another. This was because Lin Ming's endurance and ability to resist attacks were far greater than Frost's dreams. If he received this level of injuries, he could still withstand it, but if Frost's dream were to suffer his injuries, she would collapse. You have opened the gate of life. If this were a true life or death slaughter, then perhaps you would be the one to persist until the end. Let us end this match. I also have this intent. Lin Ming had fused together Heavenly Tao Judgment and Eternal Darkness to release the strongest attack possible to him. Even so, he had been faintly suppressed by the Dream Cell's final chapter. Lin Ming knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Frost's dream if his strongest attack didn't work. Although he still hadn't burnt his blood essence with the Gate of Life, he had already exhausted everything else available to him. If he were to burn the Gate of Life's blood essence in this situation, then he feared his body would collapse. His strongest strike couldn't obtain victory, and he had also suffered tremendous injuries. Fighting was no longer necessary. As the audience saw that Frost's dream and Lin Ming no longer planned to continue fighting, they all looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. This is the draw. The last match of the first martial meeting, the Ultimate Peak Showdown, actually resulted in a draw. At this time, many sect elders and Holy Lord level characters finally returned from their spirit ships. As they flew back to the arena stage and saw the result of the match, all of them were surprised. What? It's over? The fight is over? Is this a joke? I just came back. Ooh. Many Holy Lord level characters were incomparably sad and depressed. These people were characters with fame and glory in their own domains, and some were even overlords of their own worlds. But after obtaining the news of what was happening in the match and hurrying back as soon as possible, they still missed out on all the action. There were even many others who had ridden spirit ships and left the main continent of vast universe world. Even if they were able to tear through space and used void, shuttling, they still wouldn't be able to return in time. A draw? It's actually a draw. Lin Ming was able to fight Frost's dream to a draw. As these holy lords heard that the result was a draw, all of them drowned in regret. If the battle had been a draw, that definitely meant it would have been impossibly intense and fierce. Both sides were geniuses that rarely appeared even in hundreds of millions of years, and yet two of them were fighting here in the same era. Moreover, to see them battle on the same stage was something that one could only come across with luck. To be able to watch this match was an eternally great honor and joy. And yet, these people had managed to miss this battle that happened just underneath their noses. It was unlikely that they would ever have the opportunity to see such a battle in the future. Wasn't this just a pity? As these great figures realized this point, all of them had increasingly ugly complexions. And what was worse was that they had to listen to everyone else in the arena fervently discuss Frost's dream and Lin Ming's match. This really left them all sad and down in the dumps. Someone tell me just what the hell happened. How can Lin Ming suddenly be so fierce? If I knew this earlier, I would have just waited in the arena. Who would have thought that after sleeping for a year and a half, Lin Ming's strength could actually increase by such ridiculous proportions? Even in his battle with Frost's dream, there was no clear distinction of who was stronger or weaker. Battle array discs. Are there battle array discs that recorded the match? Take them out so we can see. The first martial meeting tournament had every match recorded with battle array discs, but It was impossible for the battle array disc recordings to perfectly capture and reproduce the fluctuations of laws. Looking through these battle array discs didn't feel as good as watching the match in person, but it was still better than nothing. It's over. Vast Cosmos stepped on the arena stage. As he looked at Lin Ming, his heart was filled with an endless complication of emotions. This young man's future was incalculable. Without a doubt, Lin Ming would surpass him and even surpass his master. Lin Ming, my master has bid you to enter vast universe heavenly palace. 2 hours from now, you may go. Lin Ming wasn't surprised to be summoned by an Empyrean. When the first martial meeting started, it was stated that the top 3 of the Earth Proclamation would be able to enter vast universe heavenly palace and obtain the guidance of vast cosmos. But now, it was clear that vast cosmos was lacking in qualifications. The most he could do was offer direction to geniuses of some great world king, holy lands. The first martial meeting had thus thoroughly ended. Even so, the audience was still bubbling with excitement and didn't leave. Rather, they stayed in the arena, fiercely discussing the match. There were almost 300 million people still milling about the arena. Those that had been waiting since the beginning were rejoicing from their hearts. As for those that appeared during the middle of the battle, they didn't regret too much. It was only those that arrived after the match had ended that were wallowing in sadness. The last round of gambling bets was declared null. All bets for that match were returned. 1 hour later, the final rankings of the first martial meeting came out. 10th, Ram Saber. This person had reached first place in the second tier and defeated Hua Xian, who only managed to enter into the first tier due to luck. By defeating Hua Xian, he successfully entered the top 10. 9th, Shirku. He narrowly defeated Ram Saber, saving his spot in 9th place. 8th, White King, the Monster Prince. 7th, White King lost to the Monster Prince in battle. Although White King was defeated, this was well within the expectations of everyone else. As for the Monster Prince, he wasn't weak, but the people in front of him were simply too strong. In this first martial meeting, he could only rank 7th. 6th, Dragon Fong. 5th, June Blue Moon. The two of them were similar in strength. As for who emerged victorious during their battle, luck had been a major factor. 4th, Xiao Moxian. For a young girl with a skeletal age of 26 to stand at this position, in terms of talent, only Xiao Moxian was high enough to look down at the world with disdain. There were no problems in sorting 4th to 10th place. It was only in the top 3 that some questions appeared. If this were according to the rules of the tournament, then Hang Qi, who lost 1 match and won all others, would have been placed 2nd. As for Lin Ming, he lost 1 match and tied in another, thus he should have been placed 3rd. However, if Hang Qi was truly ranked in front of Lin Ming because of the tournament rules, that couldn't be justified at all. Hang Qi wasn't willing to accept this either. He was well aware that his victory over Lin Ming in truth shouldn't have counted. Hang Qi's strength had indeed surpassed Lin Ming's before his deep sleep. But against Lin Ming after his deep sleep, it was clear who was weaker and who was stronger. Thus, Hang Qi was ranked 3rd. As for Frost Dream and Lin Ming, both were similar in strength. In the last match, it was impossible to determine victory and defeat. Thus, the results deferred to the tournament rules. Since Frost Dream had 1 more victory than Lin Ming, she took first place. As for Lin Ming, he took 2nd. Patriarch Lin Ming's ranking has been passed down. He is 2nd place. The ancient Phoenix clan had specifically been given battle array discs that recorded all of Lin Ming's battles, as well as a jade slip with all of his results. To reach 2nd place in the first martial meeting was simply a myth, especially in this first martial meeting where powerful rivals rose from all over. This first martial meeting had far surpassed all previous versions. Upon hearing about such an exaggerated result, even Hua Violent Stone, who was known for being loud and boisterous, wasn't able to laugh. He held a jade slip in his hands, unable to regain his composure. It was like everything that happened so far was a dream. This was the Divine Realm first martial meeting, a tournament that gathered all geniuses of the Divine Realm. In the past, the ancient Phoenix clan had participated in this event countless times, but let alone second place, they didn't even dare to have such wild hopes like entering the finals. The best result of the ancient Phoenix clan had been around rank 8,000. Even for geniuses like Yen Little Moon and the others, he had only asked them to try their best to enter the top 100,000 rankings. But compared to second place, that difference was greater than the heavens and earth. In truth, before the preliminaries started, let alone Violent Stone, even M.O. Eversnow, who had an extremely profound understanding into Lin Ming's strength, still didn't think he could reach this step. At that time, Lin Ming indeed didn't have the capital to stand on the stage of the finals. When the first martial meeting began, Lin Ming had only been at the early Divine Sea realm, and he had only reached perfection of the 4th level fire laws. He didn't train in the soul forging system, and he certainly didn't know how to fuse together his essence, energy, and divine. In this situation, even if Lin Ming were to attend the finals, it would be far too difficult for him to enter the top 10. However, as he went through the preliminaries, semifinals, and even the finals, Lin Ming made breakthroughs during every stage of the tournament, his strength constantly increasing. Finally, after deeply sleeping for 500 days, he managed to fight Frost Dream to a draw. Soon, Lin Ming and Frost Dream's battle was spread out and glorified by the hundreds of millions of people and countless attending influences. In just several days, descriptions of their battle filled the entire Divine Realm. Now, unless one lived on a desolate planet where there weren't even any divine transformation powerhouses, then even if they were in a small dimension or world, they would still know of Lin Ming's name. The battle array's disc, containing Lin Ming and Frost Dream's battle, were also reproduced billions upon billions of times over. If one was a reasonably large influence, they could purchase their own copy. And in the arena of the first martial meeting, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace replayed Lin Ming and Frost Dream's match again. For many people present, this was not their first time watching this replay. And for those that had missed the match, they could only watch these reproductions. Of course, all of these were events that happened later. At this time, deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming was guided by vast cosmos until they reached Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe. Facing a junior like Lin Ming, the two Empyreans restrained their pressure. Even so, Lin Ming could feel a terrifying aura from them that caused his heart to race. Lin Ming, do you have any questions you wish to ask me? The first to speak was a white-clothed woman. Lin Ming didn't doubt that she was Empyrean Divine Dream. There were certainly many questions he wanted to ask. He wanted to ask if he could enter Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to study their transcendent divine might. He wanted to ask what the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago was, and he also wanted to ask what happened 100,000 years ago, why Empyrean Primordius would be at the Sky Spill Planet, and why he would wage war with Empyrean Thunder Punishment, and finally fall from the skies. Chapter 1329, Secret of the Great Calamity. Chapter 1329, Secret of the Great Calamity. Junior Lin Ming greets Senior Empyrean Divine Dream and Senior Empyrean Vast Universe. Lin Ming first respectfully bowed. Then he said, if seniors allow, this junior has some matters that he hopes two seniors can provide guidance with. Speak. Divine Dream casually waved her hand, and the surroundings rapidly changed. The three of them immediately arrived in a charming spring prairie, with fragrant flowers and trees all about. Springs trickle beautiful to the eyes. This was an enchantment that Empyrean Divine Dream laid down. Within this enchantment, it was impossible for anyone else to spy on their conversation. Seniors, this junior would like to ask about a previous matter first. As long as this junior has been able to enter the top 3 of the Earth Proclamation, then I should have gained the rights to enter an Empyrean heavenly palace and study a transcendent divine might. This junior would like to inquire whether or not I have the option to choose. Oh, Empyrean divine dream faintly smiled. What do you want to choose? What this junior wishes to choose is the divine dream law created by senior. Empyrean divine dream was not surprised by Lin Ming's honest words, but Empyrean vast universe smiled. He heartily laughed. Young man, it seems that you don't have a liking for my vast universe heavenly palace's transcendent divine might. Senior, this junior certainly does not mean that. The transcendent divine might that senior vast universe established is wonderful, able to open multiple inner worlds and allow a martial artist to have an amount of true essence far surpassing all others of their level. This junior also wishes to study it, but it's only that, relatively speaking, the divine dream law is more useful to this junior. According to what I can see, you have quite a few transcendent divine mights on you. Empyrean vast universe suddenly said, ignoring the elementary transcendent divine might that Lin Ming had created, as well as the tiny bit of the divine dream law that he had comprehended earlier. He had 3 different sets of transcendent divine mights. He possessed the heretical god force, primordius martial intent, and also the extremely high level but very incomplete divine seal art. Lin Ming replied, this junior's luck has been good. Thus I have been able to acquire the inheritances of some seniors thanks to some accidental opportunities. You have a good number of transcendent divine mights. If you study too many, then you won't be able to bring them to a high enough level. Choosing to develop 1 or 2 of them is the wisest choice. Every transcendent divine might was enough for a genius to cultivate all the way to the Empyrean realm. If one studied too many, although one could comprehend more laws and enhance their strength, they might lack too much time and energy. For instance, Heng Qi had in fact only learnt a single transcendent divine might. From the time he stepped onto the road of martial arts, he had been thoroughly studying the wheel of samsara all the way until now. Although Lin Ming knew this, he would still walk the path he had chosen. This was just like how he chose to dual cultivate in body and energy, and then chose to triple cultivate in essence, energy, and divine. The divine dream law, you may learn it, but I shall not accept you as a disciple. As Empyrean divine dream spoke, Empyrean vast universe was a bit surprised on the side. Lin Ming was such a good apprentice, and he also delivered himself to their gates. So why wouldn't she accept him? Divine dream, are you not accepting Lin Ming because it is the custom of your divine dream heavenly palace to not accept male disciples? I don't know when you decided on these rules, but isn't Lin Ming worth breaking them for? At least once? Empyrean vast universe directly said. In his opinion, Lin Ming's potential future achievements were limitless. If he joined Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, then with Frost Dream also there, who could still hope to compete with them? The only thing worth considering would be the fact that Lin Ming and Frost Dream were 2 absolutely proud geniuses of heaven. If they were to stay together for a long time, then they might form feelings between each other that would multiply. The resulting consequences might violate Divine Dream's ultimate taboo. The truth was that Empyrean vast universe also had a faint guess regarding Frost Dream's status. If Frost Dream was truly the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's primordial spirit, then the previous matter would truly be a grave issue. Of course, he couldn't directly speak about this. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head, saying, I have a different reason for not accepting Lin Ming as my disciple. In addition, there is another matter that I will be honest about. Lin Ming, you are not suited to study the divine dream law because you do not possess spirit source. Think about your decision carefully. Spirit source? Lin Ming was startled. He had also heard this term before, but as for what spirit source truly was, he still wasn't sure. Empyrean Divine Dream said, a human has essence, energy, and divine, and the universe also possesses essence, energy, and divine. The essence of the universe is all the matter that exists. The energy of the universe is all the myriad energies that exist, and the divine is represented by the heavenly Tao laws. All three of these aspects have a source which represents their very beginning. Do you know of Grand Mist Energy? Lin Ming nodded. He was familiar with Grand Mist Energy. It was the foundation of his Grand Mist space. Yes, a great part of the reason that Empyrean Primordius was able to wield the Grand Mist laws was because he possessed a tremendous amount of Grand Mist Energy. Grand Mist Energy is the source of all matter. Besides Grand Mist Energy, there are also two other kinds of sources in this world. They are Genesis Energy and Spirit Source. The two of them correspond to energy and divine, respectively. The reason that I could create the Divine Dream Law was by relying on Spirit Source. My Divine Dream Heavenly Palace has a very small number of people, only several hundred disciples. As for the disciples I have personally accepted for all these millions of years, there have only been 10. The reason is because of a limitation in my requirements. All of my disciples must possess Spirit Source. However, you do not. Thus you are destined to make no progress in the Divine Dream Law. As Empyrean Divine Dream explained this, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. No wonder there were so few people in Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace, Grand Mist Energy, Genesis Energy, Spirit Source. These were the three foundations that represented the essence, energy, and divine of the universe. This was the first time Lin Ming had heard of this. Now, are you still determined to study the Divine Dream Law? Empyrean Divine Dream slowly said, as she looked at Lin Ming. I am, Lin Ming replied without hesitation. The triple cultivation of essence, energy, and divine was related to the laws of the 33-layered heavens. He certainly couldn't give up on it. Very well, Empyrean Divine Dream, no longer opposed. Since you insist, I will not refuse you. I only hope that you do not waste your time. As the one who founded the Divine Dream Law, Empyrean Divine Dream could confirm that it was impossible to cultivate it without Spirit Source. However, she also didn't wish to meddle in Lin Ming's growth. She believed that Lin Ming had his own wonderful destiny to follow, and if he were subject to the intervention of others, he would never have reached this step. I thank Senior Divine Dream for the help, Lin Ming happily said. He only wished to learn the Divine Dream Law. He didn't care whether or not he formed any good relations with Divine Dream's disciples. Senior Divine Dream, this junior has a question concerning the Great Calamity 3, 6 billion years ago. This junior would like to ask, just what is the Great Calamity? On the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming had seen some remnant scenes of the Great Calamity. Empyrean Divine Seal had stood atop the Divine Seal altar, with Empyreans as generals and holy lords as soldiers. The god beasts that soar through the universe had blocked out the heavens like massive celestial bodies. This scene had left a tremendous impact on him. The Great Calamity. Upon mentioning this term, there was an ethereal tone to Empyrean Divine Dream's tone. Countless years have passed since the birth of the universe. No one knows just how old this world is. It could be 1 trillion years or even 1 quadrillion years or more. And during this time, martial arts civilization has been destroyed many, many times, with countless worlds being destroyed and reborn. If this universe was truly destroyed, then even a true divinity would not be able to escape. If one looks back through the 1 trillion-plus years of the universe's history, there have been many instances of this so-called Great Calamity. Facing the vast universe, even Empyreans are nothing more than ants. Empyrean Divine Dream suddenly emitted a deep feeling. Lin Ming was silent, respectfully listening to her. Now, the Great Calamity of 3, 6 billion years ago should be referring to the fading of the barriers of the 33-layered heavens. Empyrean divine dream softly said. But as Lin Ming heard this, he felt a chill run up his spine. Barriers of the 33-layered heavens? What is that? The concept of the 33-layered heavens was part of the laws that Lin Ming cultivated. But as to what the 33-layered heavens truly were, he had no idea even now. Empyrean divine dreams said, "You should know that there are countless divergent mystic realms in the divine realm, right?" Lin Ming nodded. He had gone to 2 divergent mystic realms before. One was the God-Beast mystic realm governed by the 4 God-Beast clans, and the other was the Red Desolate mystic realm governed by Carefree Island. In these 2 mystic realms, Lin Ming had harvested a supreme dragon bone one time and obtained a massive wealth the second time. The barriers that Senior refers to, are these the barriers that separate the divergent mystic realms? Lin Ming suddenly asked as he recalled something. Within the divine realm, there were countless divergent mystic realms, each with tremendous amounts of wealth. However, wanting to enter them was difficult. This was because there existed barriers between the divine realm and these divergent mystic realms. In order to pass through this barrier, one had to go through specialized transmission arrays and also consume a massive amount of violet sunstones. Also, the person transmitted couldn't have too high a cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the more energy was required to transmit that person. It was also because of this reason that no matter if it were the 4 God-Beast clans entering the God-Beast mystic realm or Carefree Island entering the Red Desolate mystic realm, they had to consume a considerable amount of resources each time. Yes, the barriers of these divergent mystic realms are in truth the barriers that divide the 33-layered heavens. The divine realm's endless divergent mystic realms are in truth the gaps between the divine realm and these other realms. There are 33-layered heavens, and the divine realm is only one of them. Its name is the divine shifting heavens. Empyrean divine dreams' words were slow and calm, but when she spoke them they struck Lin Ming's mind like a titanic steel ball. The heavens had 33 layers, and the divine realm was only one of them. Lin Ming was completely mind-boggled. He had already felt that the divine realm was vast to the point of being incomparably terrifying, but now he learned that the divine realm was only one realm of these 33 realms. He never knew just what the legends of the 33-layered heavens meant, but now he knew just what the 33-layered heavens were. The heavens meant other realms altogether, not the skies above. Empyrean divine dream continued. There are barrier walls that separate the 33-layered heavens. These barrier walls can separate all existences. The more powerful an existence is, the more difficult it is to cross. However, periodically, like the tide, these barrier walls will weaken to the point that they vanish altogether. The great calamity of 6 billion years ago was also because these barrier walls vanished. Beyond the divine realm, there are alien races that are the mortal enemies of humanity. Moreover, they covet the resources of the divine realm beyond all reasoning. This leads to great wars between the different races. In the past, a bloody war swept through the entire divine realm, and nearly all martial arts masters died because of it. The leader of the martial arts world at that time, Empyrean Divine Seal, also perished because of this. As Empyrean Divine Dream spoke, Lin Ming could feel various emotions surging within him. Alien races. Yes, these alien races possess different laws and cultivation methods from humanity. In truth, the concept of the 33-layered heavens that you practice is said to be amongst the highest of concepts because it is suitable for all worlds within the 33-layered heavens. This means that it is also suitable for the alien races. Empyrean Divine Dream's words were astonishing. As Lin Ming heard this, he was incomparably shocked. So that's how it was. This was the true face of the 33-layered heavens laws, and what Empyrean divine seal cultivated in the past were these 33-layered heavens laws. Chapter 1330, The Mysteries of Empyrean Primordius. Chapter 1330, The Mysteries of Empyrean Primordius. Senior Divine Dream. When this junior participated in the first martial meeting preliminaries, I once killed a red-furred monster and saw some of the images in its mind. It seemed to have come from its soul world within the divine dream world. Lin Ming had killed a red-furred monster and absorbed the elementary spirit source in its body. Along with this spirit source, he had also absorbed some of the red-furred monster's memories and knew that it was a soul life form imprisoned by divine dream. At that time, Lin Ming had felt that all of this was strange. The soul world didn't seem like a part of the divine realm at all. Yes, the soul world is one of the 33-layered heavens. As for that nightmare beast, it belongs to the Spiritas, the soul race. Within the 33-layered heavens, the three races with the most individuals are the human race, saint race, and soul race. Among them, humanity primarily cultivates the essence gathering system, the saints primarily cultivate the body transformation system, and the Spiritas primarily cultivate the soul forging system. These three races have existed for a long time. In the endless years of the past, each race has had their own golden era, where they shine the brightest. The human race also prospered once, flourishing in brilliant splendor, and even occupying half the territories within the 33-layered heavens. However, for the last 10 billion years, humanity has been growing increasingly weak, and our domains have been constantly encroached upon by the other two races. Now, several heaven domains that belong to humanity have been occupied. Our fellow humans that live there have been slaughtered or turned into slaves. It's even possible that the only heaven domain still belonging to humanity is our current divine realm. Thus, the Great War of Three, 6 billion years ago, concerned the survival of humanity itself. Even though there are differences between the various Empyreans, they are all able to lay down their prejudices and conflicts at the critical moment when their race is in danger and unite together against an external threat. Divine Dream calmly stated the history of three, 6 billion years ago. As Lin Ming listened, he felt emotion surge in his heart. He found it hard to imagine just how tragic that great war was. And as the leader of humanity, just what strange experiences did Empyrean Divine Seal go through? Senior Divine Dream. This junior also has one more question concerning Empyrean Primordius. This junior would like to know just what happened 100,000 years ago. Why would he go to the Sky Spill planet? If it was said that Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Thunder Punishment's brutal war was waged because of the demon bead, Lin Ming could understand that. But what he couldn't understand was why they chose to fight on the Sky Spill continent. In the divine realm, that was nothing but a world of the lower realms unworthy of mentioning. Empyrean Divine Dream said, the reason that Primordius chose the Sky Spill continent is because he himself was a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms. As for the Sky Spill planet, that was his home, the world he originated from. What? Lin Ming was shocked, speechless. Empyrean Primordius was actually a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms, and he even came from the Sky Spill planet. I am not too clear as to what Primordius' situation was like. What I know is that 8 million years ago, he ascended from the lower realms and rose like a comet. His growth was incredibly fast, and he became an Empyrean soon after, even becoming one of the several strongest peak Empyreans of the divine realm. After that, he returned to the Sky Spill planet to establish his own samsara path. Primordius controlled grand mist energy, and by practicing it to the peak, he was able to directly draw upon the strength of the celestial bodies in the universe. As for the Sky Spill planet, it was Primordius' homeland, and he held a marvelous connection to that planet. By using the Sky Spill planet, Primordius was able to fuse his aura with it and greatly increase his own combat strength. So that's how it was, Lin Ming said, suddenly aware. Grand mist energy was the source of all matter from before the formation of the universe. All of the celestial bodies in the universe, whether it was a fire star, planet, meteor, nebula, or anything else, all of it was evolved from grand mist energy. Since Empyrean Primordius had cultivated the grand mist laws to the extreme, it was well within reason that he was able to borrow the power of celestial bodies to fight. Lin Ming guessed that the reason Empyrean Primordius' strength rose so rapidly was likely due to the demon bead. After that, the reason that the magic cube passed through a space-time storm and landed on the Sky Spill continent was likely because there was some unknown attraction between the demon bead and magic cube. Thus, this was the reason why Lin Ming was able to obtain the magic cube, the reason why he met Mo Eversnow, and also the reason why he rose. As for Lin Ming's rise, it just happened to coincide with the upcoming calamity that was finally arriving once more after 6 billion years, allowing him the possibility of becoming one of the leading actors in this era. Although all of these events seemed like coincidences, it also seemed like the hand of fate at work somewhere. In this great era, it was destined that numerous heroes would rise up together and countless spirit treasures would be born. This also signaled that the great calamity would be arriving like a torrential storm, washing away all. After figuring out all of these things, some of the puzzles Lin Ming had in his mind ever since he was at the eternal demon abyss finally disappeared. But at the same time, Lin Ming also had new questions. Lin Ming said, "Senior Divine Dream, this junior has a point that he is confused about. In the past, Empyrean Primordius was already an extreme Empyrean. You said that with the support of the Sky Spill planet, his strength was even greater. In this sort of situation, who would dare to attack him? And this person seemed to be Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Was he also an extreme Empyrean?" In Lin Ming's opinion, even if everyone under the heavens knew that Empyrean Primordius possessed the demon bead, and they also knew just how valuable it was, there would still be no one that would have the courage to move against Empyrean Primordius. However, the reality was different from what Lin Ming expected. Not only were there people that fought Empyrean Primordius, but they even succeeded in their mission. Lin Ming didn't know whether or not Empyrean Primordius had truly perished, but even if he hadn't, he would have surely paid a deep price for his loss, such as falling into an eternally deep sleep. Divine Dream said, "I am not too sure about those events in the past. There are still many mysteries surrounding the disappearance of Empyrean Primordius. Thunder Punishment was indeed one of the people that attacked Empyrean Primordius in the past, but he was only one of them. In terms of strength, Thunder Punishment was naturally inferior to Primordius. However, what happened had gone beyond my expectations. I suspect that in that great war, there were some dark powers participating from the shadows and manipulating events. For instance, alien races of the 33 heavens." Lin Ming was stunned. Alien races of the 33 heavens? If the barrier walls that separate the heavens haven't been broken, do they still have the ability to enter the divine realm? This is only my speculation. But even if they did possess the ability to do so, they would surely have to pay a deep price for it. This is proof that Empyrean Primordius had something on his body worth them paying such a grievous price. I understand. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his mood somewhat heavy and gloomy. Although there were many details still unclear about this matter, he had his own guesses. If he wasn't wrong, then the reason the alien races did all of this was because of the demon bead. Even an extremely powerful supreme elder like Empyrean Primordius had drawn a fatal disaster upon himself because of the demon bead. Then, if someone like Lin Ming, who was nothing but an ant in front of an Empyrean, was to expose the secret of the magic cube, then the results would be disastrous. Lin Ming was increasingly happy that he had suppressed the movements of the magic cube during his fight with Frost Dream. Otherwise, Lin Ming could only have passed the magic cube to Divine Dream. He simply wouldn't have been able to handle the consequences of possessing it. Lin Ming, if you have truly made the decision to return with me to Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace, then I will not be able to guide you during your stay there. After I return, Frost Dream will break into the divine transformation realm, and I must close up with her. Frost Dream was the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's primordial spirit. Each time she made a breakthrough was extremely important to Divine Dream because it concerned whether or not she could become a true divinity in the future. For Frost Dream, Divine Dream would certainly go all out. Yes, this junior does not require Senior Divine Dream's personal guidance. Having a copy of the Divine Dream Law Jade Slip is more than enough. You wish to study on your own? Studying the Divine Dream Law by yourself is very difficult. Moreover, you do not possess your own spirit source, so it will be even more difficult for you. I hope that you won't make too many detours on your path. Let me ask you one last time. Is this your final decision? Yes, Lin Ming said without hesitation. Divine Dream lightly sighed and said, If you insist, then let it be so. I shall give you 3 days to bid farewell to your family and friends. Afterwards, you will return to Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace with me. Like this, the first martial meeting had ended. Within vast universe Heavenly Palace, there were still many spectators that didn't seem ready to depart just yet. In the contestant area, June Blue Moon was holding a little white bunny and softly stroking it. He whispered, What a pity. It's about time for us to go. The road of martial arts was an endless journey. He still had a long path laid out before him. Benefactor June, please wait. Just as June Blue Moon was about to leave, Hang Chi called out to him. Hang Chi was dressed in loose white burlap robes, his palms pressed together in prayer. May I inquire as to what plans Benefactor June has for the future? I will wander the endless world, seeking my road of martial arts. Benefactor June is indeed suited for living such a dashing and carefree life. However, walking alone, the resources you can obtain will always be limited. I wonder if Benefactor June has any interest in coming to Mount Patala and becoming a layman disciple of my Mount Patala? Enter a Buddhist sect. June Blue Moon's heart moved as he heard Hang Chi's words. He had lived an extraordinary life filled with wonders, but his life had also been filled with absolute sadness and tragedy. The dark events that shaped his life had made him give up all earthly desires and wishes, and even formed his current silent and melancholic personality. Perhaps the Buddhist faith was a good destination for him to go to. Let me consider it. Of course, the great gates of Mount Patala will remain wide open for Benefactor June. Hang Chi bowed with a smile. In the top 6 individuals of the first martial meeting, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong did not suit Mount Patala. Only someone like June Blue Moon with his personality was perfectly suited for the Buddhist faith. Thus, the Buddha of Mount Patala had thoughts of receiving him as a disciple. After June Blue Moon left, Dragon Fong also departed vast universe Heavenly Palace. He carried the Dragon Fong blade on his back, the setting sun sprinkling the last dying rays of light on his back, casting a long shadow behind him. At this time, Dragon Fong's back seemed incomparably desolate and lonely. He refused the invitations of all Empyrean influences. He was like a lone wolf, embarking on his path by himself. A lonely road, wandering the galaxies seeking greater battles. That was his everything. Have you made your decision? An old voice resounded in Dragon Fong's ears. This voice came from 3 lives old man. Dragon Fong's master was 3 lives old man. In terms of inheritances and resources, Dragon Fong was no worse than any other Empyrean descendant. Dragon Fong said, I have. My strength is far from enough. If I do not risk everything I have, then it is impossible for me to stand tall in these chaotic times. The old man sighed. To step onto the Azure Road is to die 9 times and live once. It is a place that does not belong to the divine realm. I can deliver you there, but I cannot bring you back. There are many alien races there that will kill humans if they see them. There are also other alien races that are hundreds of times more powerful than you. If you wish to survive, you need not only strength, but also luck and destiny. Are you sure you won't change your decision? Yes. Good. Since that is the case, I will not stop you. In the last 300 million years, you are the only disciple that I have accepted. I do not believe that my legacy will end with you. Try your best to live. Chapter 1331. Holy Land of Women. Chapter 1331. Holy Land of Women. A divine dream gave Lin Ming 3 days to reunite with his family and friends. During these days, the ancient Phoenix clan lived in vast universe heavenly palace. In front of their palace, countless visitors came each day. Spirit boats, spirit ships, all of them hovered in the skies above, blocking out the sun. Without a doubt, they were all here to see Lin Ming. In the inner courtyard of the palace, Lin Ming was together with Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. He was about to leave soon, and this time he simply didn't know how long he would be gone for. He naturally wouldn't waste his time entertaining those people outside who he didn't know. Of course, these people also knew that if Lin Ming didn't perish in the future, he would certainly become an Empyrean. Treating them a bit coldly was normal. They didn't need to see Lin Ming in person. Rather, greeting the high-level figures of the ancient Phoenix clan and leaving behind some congratulatory gifts was more than enough. During this period, the bank president of True Marshall Great World Starbind Bank also came to visit. He directly waived Lin Ming's debt of 7 trillion violet sunstones and even returned the dragon bone relics that he had pawned. This person was the only one Lin Ming received. After all, when Lin Ming had borrowed violet sunstone crystals from Starbind Bank that had allowed him to buy the Boundless World pill, in turn, that had saved Lin Ming a great deal of trouble. Seeing the bank president was also a sign of thanks. In truth, Lin Ming wasn't short of money anymore. With dozens of 9 sun jades in his hands, buying another Boundless World pill wasn't anything at all. These 3 days rapidly passed. Lin Ming soon bid his farewells to everyone and left vast universe heavenly palace by himself, going to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace with Empyrean Divine Dream. But although Lin Ming had seen many stunning immortal paradises during his years in the divine realm, he was still shocked upon seeing Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Between the boundless sea of clouds floated countless celestial mountains. These celestial mountains were covered with all sorts of beautiful spirit trees and spirit flowers, each one of them treasures of the heavens and earth. Innumerable springs gushed out from these floating celestial mountains, sprinkling between the clouds like endless threads of infinitely long white silk. The elusive divine dream heavenly palace was located within these celestial mountains. It was like a mirage, a sight so beautiful and tempting that it could be a dream. Entering into divine dream heavenly palace was like stepping into a different world. Here, rays of shimmering light flowed about, illuminating countless heavenly materials. These mountain streams were not water, but immortal spring nectar. A single drop could prolong the life of a mortal for hundreds of years. Even the soil here was perfect for breeding treasures. If weeds of the mortal world were planted in just a handful of this soil, they could eventually grow into wonderful materials to refine pills from. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace didn't seem too large from the outside, but the truth was that the size within was no smaller than a greater dimension. Every disciple of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace possessed their own area that was thousands of miles wide, as large as a mortal nation. As for direct disciples and heavenly palace elders, the areas they occupied were even larger. These independent worlds were all rich with flowers, with spiritual plants growing everywhere. The heaven and earth origin energy here formed a fog that eventually turned into clouds that ended up raining down over the world. Eventually, it formed the lakes and rivers of these worlds, each filled with its own spiritual energy. Every separate world had its own palace. These were the palaces of the disciples from divine, dream, heavenly palace. The style and design of these palaces were all arranged according to the preferences of the disciples. They were luxurious and carved from the purest jade, each one of them dozens and hundreds of times greater than mortal imperial palaces. Countless pavilions dotted the palaces with winding rock gardens all around. Those that preferred simpler settings could have a few small bamboo houses, each one of them fragrant and infinitely fresh. This was divine dream heavenly palace, a true immortal paradise. Although there were only several hundred disciples, each one of them was an extraordinary being able to compare to normal Empyrean descendants. Correspondingly, each disciple of divine dream heavenly palace was able to use a quantity and quality of resources that would leave others dumbfounded. These resources were dozens or hundreds of times greater than what a genius from a world king, Holy Land, could ever hope to afford. Ha ha! Junior apprentice Brother Lin, you are the only male to enter divine dream heavenly palace in the last several tens of thousands of years. The senior apprentice sister leading Lin Ming was named Frost Dew. She was several years older than Lin Ming, but still retained a fresh and beautiful aura. Her milky white bosoms were full and plentiful, and her round buttocks were thick and upturned, just like a ripe peach. Divine dream heavenly palace could be called a holy land of women. Although there were only several hundred true disciples and elders, there were also several thousands of maids that took care of these disciples. Moreover, within divine dream heavenly palace, there were some spirit flowers, immortal plants, or spirit birds that could take on human form, all of them women. This caused there to be even more women in divine dream heavenly palace. It was said that a person was raised by the soil and water. In exquisite locales of the mortal world, there would be beautiful women born, much less an immortal paradise like divine dream heavenly palace. The women here breathed the purest heaven and earth origin energy, drank immortal nectar and spirit spring water, and ate precious plants. All of this gradually and naturally removed all impurities from their bodies, causing their skin to be pure and flawless. Their appearances were enchanting, and each woman here also had a wonderful degree of talent. They were able to practice all sorts of cultivation methods. Each woman here had an otherworldly temperament, just like a goddess descended from the heavens. This holy land of women rarely had a man enter every tens of thousands of years. Now that Lin Ming suddenly arrived, it naturally attracted the curious gazes of many young women. As Lin Ming was walking past an immortal fairy pond, two beautiful little red fish suddenly leapt out of the water, turning into two attractive young girls with the appearances of 16 to 17-year-olds. Their bodies were wrapped in a layer of fine gauze that seemed formed from flowing moonlight. Underneath this gauze was revealed perfectly round and slender pale thighs. Because of the thin gauze, the breasts of these two mischievous and cute girls loomed right in the eyes. These two girls were part of the monster race. In their lives, they had never seen a man before. They usually wore this type of clothing in divine, dream, heavenly palace, as they played with each other. This thin gauze was often lifted by the wind, or even pulled down by their naughty friends, revealing a beautiful spring scene. They were as innocent as the clearest crystal. They simply didn't know that it was a loss to be seen by a man like this. The two young girls looked at Lin Ming with curiosity. Their dark eyes shined with a bright light, blinking like a newborn baby. This simply confused Lin Ming to the point of being embarrassed. He didn't know where to direct his eyes. He never thought that after Empyrean Divine Dream ordered senior apprentice Sister Frost due to guide him to choose a dwelling place, he would encounter such a scene. Aya, Ling Hong, Ling you too must want to die. Frost Dew didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. She was responsible for some of the internal affairs of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. It had to be known that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace had their own industries, and a great number of them at that. These were sources of wealth that Empyrean influences had to manage. Otherwise, there simply wouldn't be anything to eat. Thus, Frost Dew often left Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to go outside and deal with mundane business matters. With her experience, she wasn't like these two monster race girls that were purer than white paper who didn't even know of the matters between men and women. The two young girls still stared at Lin Ming with their large, bright eyes. As they looked over Lin Ming, they tittered, just like extremely excited little children seeing something new and strange. To them, a young man was truly far too strange in existence. You two, I just have no idea what to say to you. Frost Dew simply didn't know what to say, instead quickly shooing the two young girls away. However, the two young girls naturally didn't feel as if they had suffered a loss by being seen in this way by Lin Ming. Instead, Ling Yu chuckled and said to Lin Ming with a smile, "My name is Ling Yu, and this is my big sister Ling Hong. Our family lives in this pond. If you have any free time, come and play with us." After saying this, the two young girls were forced back into fish form by Frost Dew, returning to the water. They naughtily jumped in the clear spring water, slapping their tails on the surface and splashing silver beads of water in the air. These water drops even splashed on Lin Ming, as if they wanted to play with him. I'm really embarrassed by this. These young children have never gone outside, thus they have never seen a man before. As Frost Dew said this, his complexion became increasingly awkward. He traced his nose and said, "The one who should be embarrassed is me. I presumptuously entered into the residences of two fairy maidens and caused offense to them." Seeing Lin Ming have such a reaction, Frost Dew smiled and said, "The truth is that they probably thought you were new and fun. I'm sure they didn't mind at all. What I meant to say just now was that there hasn't been a man entering Divine Dream Heavenly Palace for the last several tens of thousands of years. Even then, they would only go to the main hall to greet Honorable Master or an elder before leaving. There has never been a man who was permitted to live in an inner palace of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. There was once a young man with outstanding talent who wished to do obeisance to Honorable Master and take her as his master. But Honorable Master did not accept him as a disciple. From this alone, one can see that Junior Apprentice Brother Lin is truly an exception amongst exceptions. It is clear that Honorable Master sees you in a different light. Frost Dew said with some envy, to be treated like such by Empyrean Divine Dream was truly a stroke of good fortune. The truth was that in Empyrean Divine Dream's eyes, Lin Ming would likely become one of the leading characters in the upcoming Great Calamity. He might even be an important figure concerning the survival of the human race. Divine Dream would naturally treat such a character with special care and satisfy his requests as much as possible. She would want Lin Ming to grow as much as he could, so that he could raise his strength as high as possible. Compared to the great calamity of 6 billion years ago and the survival of humanity, Lin Ming entering Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and seeing the naked spring scenes of all these young girls was truly a minor matter not worth mentioning. In fact, when Divine Dream allowed Lin Ming to enter Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, she hadn't even warned him to not form relationships with any of the disciples here. In a sense, this was Empyrean Divine Dream's way of tacitly consenting for Lin Ming to develop emotions for the young disciples here. At the very least, she wasn't too opposed to this matter. As Lin Ming thought of this, he felt somewhat helpless. In truth, if a normal hot-blooded male were placed in such a holy land of women, surrounded by so many young girls, all of them beautiful and incomparably pure, and also having no emotional or physical guards. That was truly a titanic test of one's self-control. Senior Apprentice Sister Frost Dew, I heard that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace does not allow their disciples to become married, and they must maintain their purity for their entire lives. Is there such a matter? Lin Ming suddenly asked. In truth, he felt that this rule was a bit too harsh. Although it wasn't ruinous to these women, it definitely wasn't the most humane stipulation. He didn't understood just why Empyrean Divine Dream would have such rules. There were probably young women born in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace who had never seen a man before. As he imagined it, if a boy was born in a world of man and reached old age without ever seeing a woman, that would truly be a tragedy. Chapter 1332, Lin Ming's Decision. Chapter 1332, Lin Ming's Decision. The rule that the disciples of Divine Dream Palace are unable to marry, in fact, has an extremely long history. As Frost Dew spoke of this rule, she had an indifferent expression, as if she didn't mind at all. In the past, Honorable Master Divine Dream came from a great world king-level influence, Illusion Palace, where they studied illusion techniques. The disciples of Illusion Palace were also mostly women. At that time, the rules were that core disciples could not marry. If an outer court disciple were to form a relationship with a core female disciple, then the consequences would be serious. Afterward, Honorable Master Divine Dream surpassed all others, evolving the illusion arts to the limit. At the same time, she also established the Divine Dream Law, and by using that as a foundation, she became an Empyrean. With the original Illusion Palace as the basis, she founded Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. But the rule that core disciples could not marry continued onwards. This was because for studying the Divine Dream Law, maintaining one's primordial yin allows for the best cultivation state. At the same time, since the disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace had some degree of spirit source, if they were to have sex with a man, then their spirit source would be drained away along with their primordial yin, even causing their cultivation to suffer. This is the reason that the rule has continued. If a disciple truly insists on marrying, then that isn't impossible. But they must leave Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. So it's like that. Lin Ming nodded. There were many cultivation methods that required one to maintain their primordial yin or primordial yang. In the martial world, there were those who never touched upon the relations between men and women because they pursued the road of martial arts with their everything. Although it sounded inhumane for a woman to never be married or experience romance with men, there were many sects in the divine realm that were similar. For instance, Mount Patala only accepted male disciples, and they were also disallowed from touching women. They had to maintain their pure virgin bodies. As Lin Ming was led through by Frost Dew, he ran into several thinly clad girls. All of them looked at Lin Ming with blatant curiosity, making him feel a bit awkward. At this time, an old voice sounded out, "All of you, how can you be so improper in front of an outsider?" With this loud voice, several young girls were scared silly. It was clear that they feared this voice. Lin Ming turned around to see an old woman with a walking stick slowly walking towards him. She was thin, and her steps were steady. Her entire body exuded a strangely angry momentum, making anyone feel weaker when facing her. As for all those young girls that were happily talking to Lin Ming just now, all of them hid their bright smiles, each one of them remaining silent. You are all young, and this is exactly the best time for you to cultivate. Stop diverting your attention to some nonsensical matters. All of you return to your training areas and close up for a year. As the old woman said this, all of the young girls looked like smashed eggplants. Several of the young girls also had extremely heavy hearts upon hearing this. To go into seclusion for a whole year and not be able to play, that was truly a sad and lonely life. Are you Lin Ming? The skinny old woman asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission as she coldly looked him up and down. Beside him, Frost Dew hastily explained, "This is Granny Mirage. In the past, she was the great world king of Illusion Palace, but now she has reached a half-step Empyrean cultivation and is a highest elder of divine Dream Heavenly Palace." In order to prevent Lin Ming from offending this person, Frost Dew immediately informed him of the old woman's identity. If this old granny was the past great world king of Illusion Palace, then she was likely over 10 million years old. She probably didn't have much longer to live. As for breaking through into the Empyrean realm, that was obviously impossible for her. When a martial artist reached the fading years of their lives and were unable to make breakthroughs, with their lifespan also reaching its limit, they often developed strange personalities and were subject to rapidly shifting moods. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't go out of his way to offend such a person. He bowed and said, "Junior Lin Ming greets High Master come with me. Frost Dew, draw back." As the old woman spoke, she waved her sleeves. In the next moment, she and Lin Ming had arrived in a separate space. This space didn't replicate other independent realms with wonderful world treasures everywhere, but was rather a bit desolate and bleak. Granny Mirage turned around, her old and gray eyes shining as she stared at Lin Ming. "You don't seem to possess spirit source?" "Yes." Granny Mirage faintly frowned. "You do not possess spirit source, and you still wish to study the divine dream law." In her opinion, Lin Ming was doomed to be unable to study the divine dream law. Thus, if he had come to divine dream Heavenly Palace, his motivations for doing so naturally had to be impure. For instance, there were many men who regarded divine dream Heavenly Palace as a paradise with beautiful women floating about like clouds. Moreover, taking the primordial yin of a disciple here could also assist in the growth of a man's cultivation. It was a tremendous benefit. Granny Mirage hated men like this. If she saw one, she would kill one. Of course, Lin Ming was different. Even if he came here for such reasons, there was nothing she could do to him because he was someone that had the support of Empyrean Divine Dream. In fact, Granny Mirage herself had no desire nor need to flatter Lin Ming. She didn't have many years to live remaining, and it was also impossible for her to break through to the next boundary. By the time Lin Ming became an Empyrean, she would have long been buried. Lin Ming crossed his eyebrows as he saw the open hostility in Granny Mirage's eyes. What he relied on to study the divine dream art was not spirit source but the magic cube. It wasn't a problem for him to study it. This junior has already been given permission by Senior Divine Dream to study the divine dream law. Lin Ming didn't want this old woman to create any obstacles for him, so he directly invoked Empyrean Divine Dream's name. "Humph, you don't need to take out Divine Dream's name to pressure me. I don't know why she agreed to your request, and even allowed you to enter Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, which is supposed to forbid all men, but since she agreed to this, there is nothing else for me to say. Starting today, you will practice in this independent world. I will give you the first level jade slip of the divine dream law to study. Moreover, I must also remind you that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace is filled with women. So, besides the main hall and Marshall Field, don't randomly burst into other places. If you wish to go to the library pavilion, then you may inform me, and I will have a disciple deliver to you any text that you need. Also, you should be aware of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's rules. 10 million years ago, when Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was still known as Illusion Palace, there was once a male disciple and core female disciple who developed feelings for each other. If the punishment is light, then that is expulsion from the sect. If the punishment is heavy, then your cultivation will be destroyed. If there was sex involved, then there is only one fate awaiting you, and that is castration. Of course, these rules have been loosened a great deal over time. And since you aren't a disciple of my divine dream, heavenly palace, I naturally cannot punish you as I please. Even so, I hope that you take care of yourself and mind these rules." Granny Mirage's words were filled with the meaning of warning. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up as he heard this. Although he wasn't like some high Buddhist monk that was pure in heart and body, he could still maintain restraint when faced with women. Even here in divine, dream heavenly palace where beautiful women were like clouds, he could still retain his sanity. "Granny Mirage, I do not intend to stay at divine dream heavenly palace and train. As long as I can remember the full contents of the divine dream law jade slip, then I can leave and practice on my own." What Lin Ming said was also a decision he had been thinking over for the last several days. He had one matter that he wanted to attend to now, and that was returning to the Sky Spill planet and entering the eternal demon abyss. As for cultivating the divine dream law, Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. He could take his time in doing so. Moreover, with divine dream closed up together with frost dream, she naturally couldn't guide him. If so, then staying at divine dream heavenly palace wasn't too important to him. Moreover, Lin Ming also had the magic cube in his possession. If he stayed at divine dream heavenly palace, then there might be some clues that appeared about it. He didn't want to take this unnecessary risk. Because of all these reasons, Lin Ming decided to memorize the entire divine dream law and then leave divine dream heavenly palace to go to the eternal demon abyss. Granny Mirage looked at Lin Ming with some surprise. "You don't have any spirit source, and you still wish to train on your own. Do you think that the divine dream law is so easy to cultivate? Moreover, to cultivate a transcendent divine might without the jade slip in hand is making difficult matters even more difficult." Facing Granny Mirage's suspicions yet again, Lin Ming started to become a tad annoyed. "All I need is Empyrean Divine Dream's divine dream law jade slip. After I memorize the contents, I will naturally leave of my own volition." "Then do as you like." Granny Mirage sneered. 3 days from now, I will have someone come to you with the divine dream law jade slip. You will have 100 days to remember it." As Granny Mirage finished, she turned around and left in a huff. Still, she was true to her word. 3 days later, a direct disciple of divine dream delivered the divine dream law jade slip to Lin Ming. The complete set of the divine dream law jade slip actually consisted of 3 separate jade slips. These 3 jade slips were placed in a jade chest, seeming as if they were locked away in a different space-time. Layers of law runes shimmered on the jade slips. These were the divine dream law jade slips. They were personally recorded by Empyrean Divine Dream in the past. These jade slips were forged with all sorts of rare materials and were also supported and bound together by the laws. Even a World King powerhouse would find it impossibly difficult to destroy them. These jade slips possessed the complete accumulated knowledge and experience of Empyrean Divine Dream's laws. Lin Ming, since you plan to leave Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, do you intend to go back to the Sky Spill planet? Lin Ming nodded. The enchantment that Empyrean Primordius left behind in the past is able to lock out all martial artists above the Divine Sea Realm. If so, then perhaps entering the Eternal Demon Abyss at the Divine Sea Realm is my best chance to do so. If I go in now, my abilities should be enough. After all, whether it is Empyrean Primordius inheritance or the riddle of the demon bead, both are amazingly significant to me. Lin Ming sank his thoughts into the divine dream jade slip. He felt a slight aching pain in his spiritual sea as if he were being stabbed by needles. This feeling was because the thoughts contained within the divine dream jade slip were far too fierce. Lin Ming didn't doubt that even if one didn't cultivate the divine dream law, just reading through this divine dream jade slip would be greatly beneficial exercise to the divine soul. The energy within the divine dream jade slip was similar to a tiny shock that prodded the growth of one's soul. If one read over this jade slip for a long time, it would help boost one's soul, and will. The divine dream jade slip was divided into many sections. The first section was mostly related to illusions arts. These illusions ranged from attacks to concealment skills to even illusory magic arrays. It included all topics. Among them was a concealment skill called the bodily rebirth technique. If a divine lord realm martial artist were to use this ability, not even a great world king would be able to recognize him. In fact, this was no longer solely an illusion. Rather, it was combined with all sorts of changes of the body and soul. This appearance-changing technique didn't have any striking power, but it was still very practical. Then, there was the ruling spirit art, divine dream space, dream soul, immortal melody, dream interpretation, and all sorts of other top cultivation methods that Frost Dream had displayed during the first martial meeting. All of them were recorded in clear detail on the divine dream jade slip. It could be said that this jade slip was a compilation of the top core inheritances of divine, dream, heavenly palace. In this aspect, even if Granny Mirage didn't do anything, she still didn't plan on hiding anything from Lin Ming. This was because Granny Mirage knew that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to learn much, if anything at all, during the 100 days he was given. The divine dream jade slip was comprehensive, involving all sorts of incomparably complex laws and runes. If one didn't have a certain level of understanding already, it would be extremely difficult to remember all of this. Even a divine sea realm martial artist with photographic memory wouldn't be able to do so. This was just like a mortal chess master being able to clearly note and remember every move he made. He would be able to recall every movement and location of the chess pieces, reproducing them all in his mind. But someone who didn't understand chess would find this impossible. Even if they were to see it over 10,000 times, they would still find it impossible to recall. This divine dream jade slip is truly profound and all-encompassing. Although I can remember the contents in 100 days, I will be destined to have many things that I am confused about. Lin Ming was very grateful to Empyrean Divine Dream. She didn't mind allowing Lin Ming to read through the complete core inheritance she had passed down. This was not a small favor. Perceiving the laws was a very boring process. However, Lin Ming wholeheartedly sank his mind into the process, rapidly enlightening himself on the laws. In terms of diligence in torturous cultivation, Lin Ming was no worse than Hang Chi. A true martial artist needed an essential morality and ability to resist loneliness. After all, even a mortal couldn't withstand going into seclusion for several years, or even dozens of years. Like this, Lin Ming sat down and pondered. From time to time he would wander back and forth, and sometimes he would even draw imagines in the air. Slowly, the divine dream law in Lin Ming's mind became increasingly clear. I see, so the divine dream space is an enchantment created by a martial artist flooded with divine dream energy, and then controlled with spirit source. Lin Ming touched the soul marks in his spiritual sea. He could sense the dreamland energy he absorbed from within the divine dream space come scattering outwards. Underneath Lin Ming's control, all sorts of changes occurred. Because of the existence of the magic cube, Lin Ming could clearly see the circulation path of divine dream energy. In fact, his sight was even clearer than that of the disciples of divine dream heavenly palace. The magic cube itself was a world treasure of the highest level, condensed from the divine of the universe's essence, energy, and divine. If one had the ability to truly move the magic cube to kill others, then even an Empyrean might be instantly killed. But as he was, Lin Ming could only use a small portion of its strength. Even so, using it to train was greatly beneficial to one's divine soul. Unconsciously, a layer of enchantment began to appear around Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming, he fell into a deep trance, ignoring all, thoroughly entering into a sea of the divine dream law. He was like a dry seabed, greedily absorbing the rain. Time passed. Training had no time or rhythm. When Lin Ming forgot time, 100 days was far too short. It's been 100 days. As Lin Ming was deep in contemplation, the voice of an old woman suddenly resounded in his ears. This voice was a bit crude, as well as a bit overbearing. Lin Ming opened his eyes. In front of him, streams of light gathered together, eventually forming into an old woman drowning in voluminous robes. Her skinny figure was completely mismatched with the clothes that draped all over her. She was Granny Mirage. "Have you finishing looking through it?" Granny Mirage said with a ridiculing smile. She didn't think that Lin Ming could have truly seen through and remembered the contents of the divine dream jade slip in this time. The reasons were twofold. First, Lin Ming didn't possess spirit source, and second, he didn't have a teacher to guide him. In this situation, if Lin Ming was able to learn the divine dream law, then he truly was bizarre. Let alone learning it, it would be impossible for him to remember the contents of the divine dream jade slip. This was because the things inside were simply far too complex. If one didn't under the laws governing it, how could they possibly remember all of these extremely complex law runes? Lin Ming shook his head, honestly saying, "I haven't." 100 days was enough for Lin Ming to glance over the entirety of the divine dream jade slip, but to unconsciously comprehend the laws within and deduce them to perfect levels in his mind. 100 days was far from sufficient. Hee. Granny Mirage sneered loudly, with an expression on her face saying that she already expected this. Granny Mirage believed that Lin Ming had nefarious reasons for coming to Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace. She believed that he wanted to capture the young women here. After all, every girl here was an outstanding individual. If he could take their primordialine, that would be greatly beneficial to him. If this wasn't what he was doing here, then why would he choose to study the divine dream law, something he couldn't possibly hope to understand? She couldn't figure out just why Divine Dream had agreed to this young boy's request. But since Divine Dream had agreed, she couldn't oppose her decision. After all, Divine Dream was the true master of Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace. Good. Then I shall give you 100 more days. This is also the final 100 days. The Divine Dream Jade Slips are extremely limited in Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace. There are 3 sets, 2 of them copies, and 1 of them the original. It is impossible for me to let you hold on to it forever. This point was not Granny Mirage trying to make things difficult for Lin Ming. The situation was the same in any sect. The inheritances of transcendent divine mites were extremely precious, and every disciple was given a very limited time to study them. Lin Ming was disinclined to bother with Granny Mirage's rude attitude. He said, "I'm not in a hurry to perceive the divine dream jade slip. I have many areas I am still confused about. For the next 100 days, I would like to borrow the texts in Library Pavilion." Before, Granny Mirage had said that if Lin Ming wished to read something from Library Pavilion, he could send for someone to deliver the books to him. However, only he knew what he truly wanted to read. Thus it was more convenient for him to go himself. Granny Mirage frowned. She originally wanted to refuse this, but upon thinking of something, she mockingly said, "If you wish to go to Library Pavilion, you may." Chapter 1334, Soul Shifting Art. Chapter 1334, Soul Shifting Art. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's Library Pavilion was located in a separate world within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. There was a giant signboard written with the 2 words of Library Pavilion in the language of the ancient divine realm. This signboard exuded the charm of long-lost years. After Lin Ming arrived at Library Pavilion, he felt a faint divine sense washing over him. If it weren't for the senses of his divine soul becoming increasingly sharp after cultivating the divine dream law, he simply wouldn't have been able to sense this. He knew that there were some people secretly spying on him. Lin Ming didn't bother with this. He walked into Library Pavilion and looked around. There were rows upon rows of bookshelves, carefully lined with countless jade slips. If any one of these jade slips were picked up, there would be a tremendous amount of information contained within. Not only did they include all the various arcane skills of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, but they also recorded the history of the entire divine realm, geography, customs, and regional situations of the 3,000 great worlds. There was also information on every influence that occupied these lands. As Lin Ming was casually looking through the jade slips, his footsteps suddenly paused. Lin Ming discovered that when he wanted to enter deeper into Library Pavilion, there was actually an invisible enchantment blocking him. This layer of enchantment was similar to Frost Dream's divine dream space, but there were also some differences. The enchantment in Library Pavilion was countless times stronger than Frost Dream's divine dream space. However, it had no killing intent or offensive capability at all. Its sole purpose was to prevent Lin Ming from continuing forwards. So that's how it is. There's something that's strange in Library Pavilion. Lin Ming recalled Granny Mirage's cunning smile and finally understood just what she felt was so amusing. This Library Pavilion was not easy to enter. If one couldn't unravel this enchantment, then it was impossible to go deeper. It wasn't strange for this type of situation to occur. In any other sect, core inheritances could not be casually taught to whoever wished to learn them. Moreover, the higher a disciple's cultivation, the greater authority they had. But to Lin Ming, this enchantment wasn't anything at all. As long as one understood the divine dream law, they could easily part this chaotic divine dream energy and walk in unimpeded. With just a thought, the divine dream energy around Lin Ming parted like a current of water around a rock. He strode deeper into Library Pavilion. He went in. Granny Mirage, who had been secretly observing Lin Ming this entire time, was surprised. If one wished to enter this enchantment, they had to rely upon their ability to utilize the divine dream law. Otherwise, if one were to use brute force to rush in, they would receive a counterattack from the enchantment. She thought that Lin Ming would rely on his deep foundation and formidable strength to hurl himself deep into Library Pavilion. If he did so, he would be ruthlessly ejected backwards by Library Pavilion's array formation. But she never imagined that Lin Ming would revolve the divine dream law and easily enter deeper into Library Pavilion. For 100 days, Lin Ming had studied the divine dream jade slip by himself, without a teacher to guide him, and without any spirit source. He was actually able to understand some of the intricate mysteries of the divine dream law. Granny Mirage felt this was unbelievable. Were there people in this world that had talent of such a degree? As Lin Ming slowly walked through, he would look at the jade slips around him. Every now and then he would stop and meditate over one for some time. Soul-shifting art? On one jade slip, Lin Ming found an arcane skill called the soul-shifting art. This technique was used to seize the bodies of others. It could help a soul that had lost its mortal shell to seize a new body. To a soul that lost its body, seizing a new body was not the best choice at all. This was because the body and soul would not fit together, and if the two were forcibly fused, both the body and soul would suffer damage. Thus, seizing the body of another was something that couldn't be casually done. And this technique was to support the seizing of a body. It could reduce the negative side effects of seizing a body to a minimum. This was an arcane skill developed by an ancient Empyrean. Although it didn't have any striking power, it didn't have any supportive effect on cultivation, and it definitely wasn't on the level of a transcendent divine might. The rank was still extremely high. In particular, to a soul that had lost its mortal body, this was a priceless treasure. Lin Ming certainly didn't need it, but he knew two soul forms that did demon shine and Mo Eversnow. Lin Ming held gratitude towards both of them. In the past, he had also promised to help them find a suitable mortal body. This soul-shifting art had simply come at the perfect time. Miss Mo, I understand. Let's both remember this cultivation method. When we return to the Sky Spill continent, you can fulfill your promise to Demon Shine about restoring him to a body. The situation with Mo Eversnow's body was not easy to solve, but Demon Shine's situation was much easier. Demon Shine's cultivation wasn't too high in the past. Lin Ming guessed that in human terms, Demon Shine had once been between the Divine Transformation and Divine Lord realms. Looking for a body for Demon Shine in the Divine realm wasn't difficult at all. Although the soul-shifting art was a very high-level ability, it wasn't complex at all. Lin Ming was able to fully understand this technique in about a dozen days. Then, Lin Ming continued walking deeper into Library Pavilion, perceiving more and more the deeper in he went. A month later, Lin Ming finally entered the middle regions of Library Pavilion. Here, the divine dream enchantment was even more formidable than the one on the outer edges. Still, with Lin Ming's understandings of the divine dream law, unraveling it wasn't difficult at all. All of this fell into Granny Mirage's eyes, making her even more surprised. She simply couldn't imagine how Lin Ming had managed to learn the divine dream law to such a degree. What the hell? This brat can actually enter the middle regions of Library Pavilion. After Lin Ming entered the outer area of Library Pavilion, Granny Mirage had been forced to admit that Lin Ming's talent was amazing. She had convinced herself that he had entered due to his ridiculous perception. Even so, she never thought that after entering the outer areas of Library Pavilion, Lin Ming would proceed to casually stroll into the middle regions. This perception was much higher than what she had assumed before. He had been able to reach this level of understanding by studying the divine dream law on his own. Was this the degree of perception that a true genius possessed? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, for months. From the outer region of Library Pavilion to the middle regions, and finally nearing the central region, Lin Ming continued to walk deeper and deeper. By reading the various jade slips in Library Pavilion that were filled with a wealth of unimaginable knowledge, and also simultaneously resisting the divine dream enchantment all around here, this was a form of tempering Lin Ming's divine soul. Lin Ming stepped into the 3rd level enchantment barrier of Library Pavilion. This was also the central region of Library Pavilion. Here, Lin Ming could feel a deep pressure on him. Even so, he only needed to adjust himself for some time before continuing onwards. In order to avoid being too exaggerated, Lin Ming deliberately faked a weakened appearance. His forehead was wet with sweat, and his breathing was also loud. Even though Lin Ming was intentionally putting on an act, as if he found this enchantment difficult to resist, Granny Mirage still found this hard to accept. At the start, Granny Mirage had been surprised, but now she was shock-numb. She could only sum all of this up to Lin Ming's monstrous talent. Even though Granny Mirage didn't like Lin Ming, she couldn't help but acknowledge his talent. Within the entire divine realm, perhaps only Xiao Moxin could compare with him. Like this, Lin Ming stayed in Library Pavilion for 150 days. With the additional 100 days of perceiving the divine dream jade slip again, nearly a year had passed in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. He began to prepare himself to leave Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and return to the lower realms. After reaching the Divine Sea Realm, making a breakthrough in his cultivation wasn't something he needed to hurry. Entering the Divine Transformation Realm at 40 wasn't too late. The most important things he needed to do now were to consolidate his foundation and understanding of laws. With that, his future cultivation would be a flat road, smooth, and unimpeded. Granny Mirage. This junior bids his farewells. I thank Granny Mirage for attending to me for the past year. As Frost Dream and Divine Dream were still closed up in seclusion, Lin Ming could only say goodbye to Granny Mirage. Granny Mirage's withered face twitched several times, her complexion not too good. Facing this monstrous genius Lin Ming, she simply didn't know what to say. Before, she had thought that Lin Ming had come to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace because he was some pervert with a dastardly plot, but only later did she realize that he really was studying the Divine Dream Law. His talent had far surpassed her level of understanding. It was simply indescribable. In truth, Granny Mirage also felt that Lin Ming had other secrets on him. But no matter how rich her imagination was, she would never have thought about the magic cube. After all, the magic cube itself was an enigma. She only guessed that Lin Ming had some special treasures on his body that increased his perception several times over. Otherwise, this was too unbelievable. Clenching her teeth, Granny Mirage removed a ring from her finger and coldly said, "This is for you, from Divine Dream." Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, and he directly took the ring. Since Empyrean Divine Dream wanted him to take this, he wouldn't be rude. As he couldn't see her, Lin Ming bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior, and please thank Empyrean Divine Dream on behalf of this junior. This junior will leave now." As he said this, Lin Ming turned into a beam of blue light and flew away. Granny Mirage was left behind in a stunned daze. It was only after a long time that her dour expression reappeared. She mumbled to herself, "The youths of this era are becoming increasingly dreadful. This Lin Ming is a devil come to life. This perception is simply unimaginable." Chapter 1335, Primordial Epic Spirit Root. Chapter 1335, Primordial Epic Spirit Root. After leaving Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming sank his thoughts into the spatial ring that Granny Mirage had given him. There was only a single jade card within. This jade card was marked with the aura of Empyrean Divine Dream. Upon further inspection, he could confirm that this was a protective talisman. Lin Ming's talent was amazingly high, and his future achievements were without limit. The only problem was that he had yet to grow. Thus, Empyrean Divine Dream had used a bit of her own aura to make a protective talisman in order to help Lin Ming defend himself in certain situations. But this sort of protective talisman could only be used once. Even so, a talisman that could get him out of a dire situation just once was more than enough. At other times, Lin Ming had to rely on himself to survive the trials and tribulations he had to pass. This was how a genius had to grow. They had to rely on themselves to slaughter their way along the bloody path that led to the peak of all martial arts. If they lost, they would perish and turn into ash. Empyrean Divine Dream is quite generous to me. Lin Ming was grateful. Empyrean Divine Dream was not his friend or family or much related to him in any other way. For her to treat him in such a manner was already an extremely high form of benevolence. Of course, Lin Ming also knew that the reason Empyrean Divine Dream had done so was because of the upcoming great calamity. Now, before Lin Ming returned to the Sky Spill Continent, he first had to look for a body for Demon Shine. This wasn't difficult for the current Lin Ming. Demon Shine was originally a demon beast of the demon race. All he needed to do was find a suitable vicious beast of the demon race, and then help fuse them together with the soul-shifting art. Missimo, where in the divine realm are there the most demon beasts, and also the strongest demon beasts? Lin Ming asked, "If you are looking for demon beasts, then that would be Demon Dawn World. That is also the world which Empyrean Demon Dawn rules over. There are the most demon races there. Ogres, imps, Goliaths, if they are added together, there are more demons than there are humans in Demon Dawn world. Even Empyrean Demon Dawn himself has some blood relationship to the demon race. Demon Dawn world isn't that the great world Tianmingzi is at. Lin Ming recalled that the Skydark Holy Lands which Tianmingzi founded was located at the Demon Dawn world. Yes, he is the great world king of Demon Dawn world. Even though M.O. Eversnow usually had an indifferent character, she found it hard to remain tranquil when speaking about Tianmingzi. She hated him to the marrow of her bones. Demon Dawn world. During these past years, Lin Ming had looked up materials on the Skydark Holy Lands. The Skydark Holy Lands had a population of around 2 trillion disciples. 2 trillion disciples sounded like an extremely high number, but the truth was that with humanity's ability to multiply, in addition to the long lifespan of martial artists, populations grew at an exponential rate. To break through 2 trillion people was easy. Among these people, those with poor talent were sent out to handle the various countless industries of the Skydark Holy Lands. Only those with superb natural talent were able to stay at the true Skydark Holy Lands. A great world king Holy Land was similar to a supermassive divine kingdom. It was unimaginably huge. Let's go to Demon Dawn world first and look for a body for Demon Shine. Lin Ming had already purchased his own spirit ship. As long as he used enough violet sunstones, he could use void shuttling. Going to Demon Dawn world would only take several months. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. He used his travel time to digest the many comprehensions he gained during his stay at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Like this, Lin Ming entered a deep ethereal state. All sorts of divine dream marks flowed around his body. With all of his concentration invested in training, Lin Ming couldn't sense the passing of time. Soon, 3 months passed. It was only when Lin Ming had a sudden feeling in his mind that his eyes flashed. It was as if certain changes were occurring in his body. Lin Ming, what is it? M.O. Eversnow asked Lin Ming, soul to soul. Miss M.O., I feel that after using the magic cube to comprehend the divine dream law for so long, there seems to be some special relation that is formed between my divine soul and the magic cube. I might be able to barely borrow the strength of the magic cube, maybe just a little bit. Before now, Lin Ming had never been able to activate the magic cube. Only M.O. Eversnow had this ability. But all that was left over of M.O. Eversnow was her divine soul. If she were to stimulate the magic cube just once, that would consume far too much of her remaining soul force. It would cause her to fall into yet another deep slumber. If the consequences were serious, she would burn through her soul and die. You can prompt the movement of the magic cube. M.O. Eversnow was shocked and then immediately overjoyed. If Lin Ming could feel a tiny bit of the magic cube strength during the Middle Divine Sea realm, then once he entered the Divine Lord or Holy Lord realm, he would be able to stimulate even more of its strength. This meant that during an all-out life or death battle, Lin Ming's killing ability would be incomparably terrifying. At that time, perhaps even a World King powerhouse could be directly torn apart by Lin Ming's magic cube with their soul shattered for all of eternity. Putting forth the magic cube to kill my enemies is impossible at this moment, but I can change some of the circulating energies within my divine soul with it. Although this was only a little progress, it was still a good start for Lin Ming. As more time passed, Lin Ming would be able to develop more and more of the magic cube strength. As M.O. Eversnow and Lin Ming were talking, the spirit ship suddenly shook. They arrived at Broad World. This was the Demon Dawn Great World. As one of the few First-Order worlds of the Divine Realm's 3,000 Great Worlds, the central continent of the Demon Dawn Great World was 10 times larger than the central continent of the true Martial Great World. In front of this massive mainland, even a planet was nothing more than a tiny speck of sand, not worthy of mentioning at all. Above this great mainland were countless martial arts sects and martial arts families. Moreover, the Empyrean-level influence, Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, was also situated here. This could truly be called a land of countless masters. The background of this land was unimaginable. Demon Dawn Great World was one of the several absolute strongest great worlds in the divine realm. It was only inferior to some worlds, such as the Buddha Glory Great World where Mount Potala was located. Of course, these countless top sects had no relation to Lin Ming. His goal for coming here was only to enter Demon Dawn Jungle. Demon Dawn Jungle was filled with countless demon beasts. Lin Ming wanted to capture a dog-type demon beast that was far more formidable than Demon Shine's original body. He also wanted the demon beast's martial talent to be much higher. This could be considered his thanks to Demon Shine for all of his help. If it weren't for Demon Shine, then Lin Ming would never have been able to pass through the ancient transmission array and go to the Holy Demon Continent. Even during his adventures at Skysplit Tower, he might have perished when facing the Polaris Tower Master's plot to plant a slave seal in him. However, wanting to find a demon beast in Demon Dawn Jungle with high martial talent that wasn't too old and was also suitable to Demon Shine wasn't easy at all. Lin Ming spent 5 days searching without any harvests at all. There were only some demon beasts of lesser quality that he didn't bother choosing. On the 6th day, Lin Ming was still searching for a dog-type demon beast. But at this moment, from not too far away, he could feel some strange, true essence fluctuations faintly coming out from some distance in the jungle. These true essence fluctuations did not come from vicious beasts, but from humans. Within Demon Dawn Jungle, there were often many martial artists that came to adventure and temper themselves. Some came to enhance their fighting ability, and some came to kill vicious beasts to use their body's materials. Lin Ming had encountered this situation many times already, but because of his excellent soul strength, he had always discovered the other party ahead of time. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 people in total, all at the Divine Sea Realm. They are separated by the thick foliage and atmosphere in this jungle, but I can still clearly feel their auras and hear their words. Lin Ming had spent over a year cultivating the Divine Dream Law. As the Divine Dream Law grew stronger, his 3 essences as one also reached new heights, and his senses had already become increasingly sharp and wide. In the future, if Lin Ming was able to train all of his cultivation systems to a similar height, then that would usher in a qualitative change in his strength. Of course, this wasn't easy at all. Empyrean Divine Dream had said that within the 33 layered heavens, there were 3 major races: humanity, the saints, and the spiritas. Among these 3 races, humans were most suited to the essence gathering system. In the divine realm, this was especially so. Those who attempted to practice the soul forging system would be beset with all sorts of difficulties. Lin Ming quietly hid himself away. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to have any contact with people from Demon Dawn Great World, lest there be complications that came up. Senior Apprentice Brother Luo, we've searched for a month, and yet we haven't found a hint of the primordial epic spirit root. I think that we are just doing nothing at all. Demon Dawn Jungle is too big. For us to look for something the size of a palm here is no different from looking for a tiny needle in the vast ocean. Don't complain. Although the chances of us finding it aren't too great, there are still many of us looking together. This is the reason why our Skydark Holy Lands sent out 1 million disciples all over Demon Dawn Jungle to carefully search for it. For those that can find it, unimaginable rewards and glorious merits await. You should know that this primordial epic spirit root contains a trace of chaos energy. Using it to temper the body is extremely beneficial. I really have no idea who this thing would be used for once it's found, but my guess is that it's for Senior Apprentice Brother Nether Limitless. As this Senior Apprentice Brother Luo spoke, his face was full of envy. He was only an inner court disciple. The difference in status between him and Nether Limitless was like the heavens and earth. I don't think that's true. The elders might have another use for it. But what I think is strange is that for the last 1,000 years, Master Ancestor has been collecting all sorts of heavenly materials, and over 90% of them have been body transformation type medicines. I wonder what they are for. Could Master Ancestor be thinking of dual cultivating body and energy? The inner court disciple blabbed. Without a doubt, the one he was speaking about was the true master of the Skydark Holy Lands, Tian Mingzi. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming felt his heart turn cold. People from the Skydark Holy Lands? It seemed that enemies truly did cross paths often. Primordial epic spirit root? Could it be the rare heaven and earth spirit root that is said to contain a hint of primal chaos energy from the forming of the universe? This sort of spirit root has unimaginable advantages to those that cultivate the body transformation technique. If I can obtain it, then perhaps I can open the gate of death in a single go. At that time, I will have opened all of the 8 inner hidden gates and can finally start walking towards the boundary of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But what I find strange are the words that Disciple just said. Tian Mingzi has been searching for body transformation medicines all this time. Could it be that he wants to switch into dual body and energy cultivation? Although Mo Eversnow hated Tian Mingzi to the bone, even she couldn't help but give him a high appraisal, whether it was his ruthlessness, his talent, or his machinations. All of it left others dreading in his wake. In the past, Mo Eversnow's grandfather, a great world king of no trifling status, had also been plotted to death by Tian Mingzi. Tian Mingzi shouldn't be dual cultivating body and energy. Mo Eversnow immediately denied this possibility. Those that choose the path of dual cultivating body and energy must start as early as possible. Otherwise, once one forms their spirit body during life destruction, wanting to start the process would be beyond difficult. Lin Ming, you have had a great deal of lucky chances, and you even started dual cultivating body and energy at a very early time during your road of martial arts, and yet you have encountered all sorts of difficulties to reach where you are now. Tian Mingzi would never do something so difficult and thankless. Then who is he searching for body transformation medicines for? Could it be Nether Limitless? That's an even greater impossibility. Mo Eversnow immediately refuted. I have an extremely deep understanding of Tian Mingzi. In his heart, there was no one more important than him. Even the lives of thousands or millions are less important than a single fingernail. If he were to waste so much time and effort to do something, it has to be for himself. Then Lin Ming frowned. He never imagined that during this trip to Demon Dawn Jungle, he would run into disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands. Moreover, he had even obtained news of the primordial epic spirit root. With such a precious, worldly, spiritual object before him, how could he miss it? Chapter 1336, 9 Stars Heaven Pill. Chapter 1336, 9 Stars Heaven Pill. Lin Ming found it strange that the Skydark Holy Lands had been searching for body transformation medicines for such a long time. Even when he joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, the number of body transformation martial artists he saw was unbelievably low. There was actually only Shirku. Shirku had a tremendous fortuitous encounter in a mystic realm and managed to eat a dragon turtle egg. This was something even superior to Lin Ming's supreme dragon bone. But by just relying on body transformation technique alone, it wasn't able to give him the ability to defy the heaven's will. He eventually lost his battle against White King. When cultivating body transformation technique, the rewards were disproportional to the amount of resources and effort required. But to Lin Ming, this wasn't a question at all. He was someone who cultivated the concept of the 33 layered heavens as well as triple essence, energy, and divine. He would have to cultivation the body transformation technique sooner or later. As Lin Ming was thinking out loud, a sound-transmitting talisman lit up in front of the several Skydark Holy Land disciples. After hearing the message, a disciple frowned. Those wandering cultivators are in trouble again. Another group was devoured by demon beasts and annihilated. Another disciple who received the message said, "This is what happens to those casual cultivators. What do you expect? Demon Dawn Jungle is too dangerous for the likes of them. But there isn't anything else that can be done. Demon Dawn Jungle is simply too big. By just relying on us alone, it is impossible to search for what we're looking for. There is no choice but to recruit some scattered cultivators to help. At the very least, they can serve as cannon fodder for us." As these people spoke, Lin Ming's thoughts moved. He had originally been thinking of quietly following these people, but now that he discovered they had hired scattered cultivators to assist them, he could mix in with them honestly and openly. Lin Ming began to quietly revolve the appearance-changing technique he learnt at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Then his appearance began to change. He became shorter, skinner, and his handsome appearance became much more ordinary. As for his cultivation, there was no need to conceal it. There was no way a middle divine sea realm cultivation could attract anyone's attention. Like this, Lin Ming began to walk towards the others. "Halt, who goes there?" The head disciple was a skinny and bald youth. After he saw Lin Ming, he directly extracted his weapon. His appearance could be considered handsome, but there was a long scar across his face, lending him a somewhat fierce appearance. Lin Ming glanced over the clothes of these disciples. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands all wore similar unified robes. Lin Ming cupped his fists together and said with a smile, "So it's the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands. I am a wandering cultivator that just happened to hear that the Skydark Holy Lands has been recently searching for wandering cultivators to search for a treasure. I was wondering if there is such a matter?" The bald youth looked over Lin Ming. Lin Ming was at the middle divine sea realm, but because he was hiding his inner world on purpose, it was impossible to tell how solid his foundation was. This was standard procedure for wandering cultivators. The bald youth's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. He took out an identification plate from his spatial ring and tossed it towards Lin Ming. "Take this identification plate. You'll receive daily missions, and you can also find the others to work with them. This identification plate will record your day's trip, and then you can go to a branch division of the Skydark Holy Lands to receive your rewards. If you discover the primordial epic spirit root, then this identification plate will automatically disintegrate and send a message to us. At that time, you'll have done a great merit, and you will be generously compensated. Don't try to play any tricks either. The primordial epic spirit root has a mind of its own. It's not something that you can control." The bald youth lazily said. Towards a wandering cultivator like Lin Ming, he didn't care too much. If this sort of person entered Demon Dawn Jungle, chances were they would die soon enough. In other words, they were cannon fodder. Search well. If you work hard enough, then perhaps you can even enter the Skydark Holy Lands and become a caretaker disciple. The bald youth put out another enticing reward. To many cultivators, this was a fatal attraction. The bald youth believed that this alone would leave Lin Ming extremely excited and energetic. Caretaker disciple. Lin Ming traced his nose. A caretaker disciple was honestly speaking a servant. This sort of person wouldn't receive any resources at all. Even if one was a caretaker disciple of the Skydark Holy Lands, what use would that be? They would simply be worked to death. At this time, M.O. Eversnow said to Lin Ming, "The Demon Dawn Great World has powerhouses like clouds. Moreover, because the majority of people here are from the various demon races, the situation is very chaotic. Even a divine transformation powerhouse wouldn't dare to openly go out in the wild. Killing someone and stealing their goods is far too common. As for those wandering cultivators and those from small sects, it is extremely difficult for them to maintain their lives. As for cultivating, that is even more difficult. To most people, they simply do not possess the wealth required to travel to different worlds. Thus, being able to join the Skydark Holy Lands is something worth celebrating. At the very least, they will have some sense of safety. And even if they are only given the lowest level inheritances of the Skydark Holy Lands, those are still incomparably precious treasures. The vast majority of people have no decent inheritances at all. I see. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. It was truly challenging for a low-level martial artist of the divine realm to cultivate. He only had to think of Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's experiences to understand a little of it. As a result, Lin Ming suddenly put on an extremely happy expression of joyful anticipation. He said to the bald youth, "Then I will have to ask senior apprentice brother to guide me." The bald youth was satisfied by Lin Ming's reaction. He beckoned with his hand. Then come with us. Consider yourself lucky today. We'll lead you for now." As Lin Ming was searching for the primordial epic spirit root in Demon Dawn Jungle, deep within the Skydark Holy Lands, in a sealed dimension realm, there was a pale-skinned man sitting on a blood-colored altar. His hair was inky black, and his looks were very delicate and pretty. He looked just over 20 years old. The blood-red altar he sat on was towering above a red sea. Angry waves surged about the altar, splashing crimson water drops into the air, as thick and heavy as blood. Within the endless sea of blood all around, there were actually countless bizarre and grotesque creatures trying to struggle free. Of these creatures, some had wings, some had curved horns, some were covered with scales, and some were patterned all over with mystical runes. They looked just like the monstrous demons of countless legends. The endless demons struggled in this sea of limitless blood, roaring about. This scene truly left one's scalp tingling with fear. As for the man sitting atop the stone altar, he was as still as a statue. After some time, the fog suddenly condensed in front of this man, forming into a man in a black robe. This man was wrapped in a black cloak, making it impossible to clearly make out his appearance. His entire body exuded a strange aura, like he wasn't a human at all. "Tian Mingzi, it's been such a long time, and yet you still haven't refined the 9-star heaven pill?" The black-cloaked man's voice was icy and heartless, as hard and grating as metal. The youthful-looking man opened his eyes, revealing blood-red dual pupils as bright as the stars. He had 2 pupils in each eye. These were the inborn dual pupils. In history, legend stated that those born with inborn dual pupils were often great figures of their time. Sometimes they were heroes, and sometimes they were villains. 9-star heaven pill. Tian Mingzi's lips curved up in a smile. From looks alone, Tian Mingzi looked like a delicate and pretty youth in his prime, not some old monster that had already lived for 100,000 years. 6 billion years ago, the 9-star heaven pill was able to help humans break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. How could such a pill be easy to refine? Even if you put forth the complete list of materials, many of them would be nearly impossible to find. There hasn't been enough time. Even so, I have prepared the primal chaos pill for you to open the gate of death. Tian Mingzi's voice was pleasant, just like a soft spring breeze. 9-star heaven pill. 6 billion years ago. That was the wondrous medicine that helped humanity break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But now, under the suppression of the divine realm's heavenly Tao laws, even with the 9-star heaven pill, it was impossibly difficult for a human to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But this was not a problem to the black-cloaked man because he wasn't a human to begin with. And the reason he wanted the 9-star heaven pill was not to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Primordial chaos pill is still insufficient to restore my strength. In order to pass through the God-lamenting wall, I had to damage my cultivation, and I must take pills on the level of the 9-star heaven pill to restore myself. Tianmingzi, do not forget that it is I who gave you all that you have today. 50,000 years ago, you failed in your mission to capture the magic cube. I hope that there will not be another accident now. The reason I failed to obtain the magic cube was not because of me. At that time, I already warned you that the time was not yet right, and yet you insisted on acting. As for your masters, they are unable to cross the God-lamenting wall. With myself as the main force, how did you expect me to defeat a great world king? Tianmingzi rose, his voice faint. Humph! Back then the existence of the magic cube had been noticed by some powerful individuals. The verdant feather world king, from the very start, had never been able to understand just how valuable the magic cube was. Thus his blockade on the news wasn't tight enough, and it began to slowly leak out. If that continued, then the magic cube would have certainly fallen into the hands of an Empyrean. At that time, it would have been even more impossible to take. There was no choice but to seize it ahead of time. This matter has already passed many years ago. There is no need to continue discussing it. The imperative matter now is to refine the 9-star heaven pill and restore my strength as soon as possible. Then you and I can join together to exterminate those 6 people. The Saint God has already determined that those 6 individuals are barriers preventing my saint race from ruling the divine realm. In particular, Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and Frost Dream. We must kill those 3, no matter the consequences. That is the highest level order that I have received. Tianmingzi chuckled. He turned his head, his blood-red pupils staring at the black-cloaked man. Frost Dream and Xiao Moxian. The 2 of them come from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Killing those 2 is as difficult as ascending to heaven. For me to attempt to do so is a death wish. The most I can do is help you kill Lin Ming. That is the limit of what I can do. Now, I have sent out people to secretly search for the primordial epic spirit root and also search for Lin Ming's whereabouts. Unfortunately, I heard that he entered Divine Dream Heavenly Palace over a year ago. As for Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, there is a barrier surrounding it for a 1,000,000-mile radius. I do not dare to send anyone to spy. In other words, it is impossible for me to find any news on Lin Ming. Even I would not know if he had left Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming had ridden a spirit ship and launched the Great Void Shift as soon as he left Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. If Tianmingzi's people were over 1,000,000 miles away, it would simply be impossible for them to sense anything. Within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming had absolute safety. But no matter what Tianmingzi imagined, he would never have thought that Lin Ming was actually in Demon Dawn Jungle, searching for the primordial epic spirit root along with the disciples of his Skydark Holy Lands. At this time, within Demon Dawn Jungle, nighttime was approaching. Lin Ming followed the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands back to their camp. During their entire day's search, they hadn't found anything at all. Although nighttime didn't affect martial artist vision, Demon Dawn Jungle became far more dangerous at night. Even the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands would easily perish during this time. Thus they could only return. Chapter 1337. Eavesdropping. Chapter 1337. Eavesdropping. Yeah, we still haven't found it, but that is also reasonable. The primordial epic spirit root possesses its own wisdom. If we want to find it, it won't be easy. But that is unimportant. Our Skydark Holy Lands have sent out 1,000,000 disciples, as well as countless other wandering cultivators. Finding the primordial epic spirit root is something that will happen sooner or later. Still, there is another matter that I'm afraid won't be so easy to complete. The bald youth thoughtfully said, "Many of those present simply didn't know what this other matter was. It's fine. You can all go now." The bald youth waved his hand. sending the outer court disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands, as well as the outer court disciples to rest. Wait, you right there, what was your name? The bald youth pointed at Lin Ming, reporting to senior apprentice brother. My surname is Duanmu Kun. Lin Ming casually gave out Duanmu Kun's name. Duanmu Kun was a fae from the Holy Demon Continent. Duanmu Kun, your performance was good today. Although your cultivation methods are rough and your foundation isn't too solid, you can be considered quite good for a wandering cultivator. Tomorrow you can join our group. In the process of searching for the primordial epic spirit root, they had inevitably experienced bitter battles with some roaming packs of demon beasts. The bald youth had originally planned to use Lin Ming as cannon fodder and sacrifice him, but they never thought that Lin Ming would live by relying on his own ability. Not just that, but he even possessed the strength to kill several strong demon beasts. This surprised the bald youth a little. Out of all the wandering cultivators he had met in these past days, Lin Ming was definitely the strongest one. Thus, the bald youth dispelled any notion of sending Lin Ming to his death. Instead, he decided to bring Lin Ming into his squad. At a critical moment, Lin Ming could be a decent help, and in dangerous situations, he could even be used as a shield to save the strength of his team as much as possible. Well done. After all this is over, I will petition the sect to accept you as a caretaker disciple. The bald youth patted Lin Ming's shoulder, once again putting forth this sweet enticement. Lin Ming faked an overjoyed expression. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Thank you very much for recognizing me, senior apprentice brother. I only hope I can live up to your expectations." "Ha ha, well said," the bald youth said, his face full of smiles. But in his heart, he was actually thinking, these wandering cultivators are far too easy to trick. They are nothing but ant-like characters that struggle on the edge of death every day. Just a tiny advantage can lure them to cross seas of fire or water. This fellow wants to become a disciple of my Skydark Holy Lands. He needs to live through this first. As Lin Ming and the others went to rest, the bald youth and the several other core disciples gathered in the main hall of the camp. These people were all secret disciples of Tian Mingzi. Although they were secret disciples, it was extremely difficult for them to see Tian Mingzi, much less receive his guidance. But compared to ordinary disciples, their status was much higher. In the Skydark Holy Lands, Tian Mingzi was the one and only king. This was like a mortal nation where all power and authority was controlled by the emperor. Even a distant relative was still a royal relative. Who would dare to offend them? As the several of them gathered in the main hall, one of them took out an array disc from their spatial ring. Then they took out a violet crystal and inserted it into the array disc, creating an enchantment in the space above. The enchantment of this array disc was able to isolate the senses of outsiders to avoid spies. It was extremely secure. Even a divine Lord Realm martial artist would find it hard to break through. Moreover, once the enchantment was broken, the array disc would react and alert everyone. This was an essential item for the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands to discuss important matters. The space enchantment flickered. Within it, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands never imagined that a faint strand of divine dream energy would infiltrate their security, clearly observing their conversation. After cultivating the divine dream law to now, Lin Ming's soul force had become incomparably powerful. Although his senses couldn't cut through space, it wasn't difficult to break through this sort of enchantment. Lin Ming could see that these young disciples were at least at the core level of the Skydark Holy Lands. There were many things that they must be privy to, especially about the primordial epic spirit root. They might even know why Tian Mingzi was collecting so many body transformation medicines. The primordial epic spirit root is truly difficult to find. After the enchantment spread out, a disciple began to complain. That is normal. The primordial epic spirit root isn't easy to deal with to begin with. Even if we find it, we cannot act rashly. Luckily, the sect has sent out many disciples, and we can form a giant sealing array to lock it in. There is also a massive number of wandering cultivators that we can use as cannon fodder. If we can obtain the primordial epic spirit root, that will absolutely be a great contribution. We will obtain endless rewards from the sect. There might even be a small chance for us to study the transcendent divine might of our sky-dark holy lands. As the disciples heard the term transcendent divine might, all of them were extremely excited. Although the sky-dark holy land's transcendent divine might was incomplete to an extreme degree, it was still an inheritance that would cause one's blood to boil with desire. I wondered just what Honorable Master has been planning recently. Not only does he want us to find precious body transformation medicines, but he even wants us to search for Lin Ming's whereabouts. This Lin Ming came in second place at the Divine Realm First Marshal meeting. But even though he came second, the truth is that he is more or less on the same level as the first place Frost Dream. It could even be said that within the Divine Sea Realm, he is the #1 young elite of the entire Divine Realm. Compared to him, Elder Senior Apprentice Brother just can't compare at all. As they discussed the plan to search for the primordial epic spirit root, one of them suddenly changed topics to Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled. Looking for me? Lin Ming didn't believe that Tian Mingzi was searching for him because he wanted to drink some tea and asked him if he wanted to join the Sky-Dark Holy Lands. As Lin Ming thought of this, he realized that there was a possibility that Tian Mingzi had discovered his relation with Mo Eversnow. He might have even guessed that the magic cube was in his body. That was undoubtedly dangerous to him. Once news of the magic cube was revealed, there might be no place for him to take shelter beneath the heavens. Lin Ming took a deep breath, calming himself down. He rapidly recalled every moment where he might have revealed his identity. Miss Mo, could Tian Mingzi have seen some clue from the Celestial Tyrant Manual? Lin Ming had used the Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves in the first martial meeting, and the Celestial Tyrant Manual was an inheritance of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. No. Mo Eversnow shook her head. The Celestial Tyrant Manual was originally an inheritance stored away by the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. In the entire Verdant Feather Holy Lands, there was no one besides me who cultivated it. Even Tian Mingzi was no exception. He simply doesn't know just what it is like to cultivate the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Moreover, the Celestial Tyrant Manual is an ancient body transformation cultivation method passed down from ancient times 6 billion years ago. In the Divine Realm, it might not have been uniquely possessed by the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. However, I cannot confirm this. Lin Ming nodded. He calmed his thoughts and continued to listen on. Do you think that Honorable Master might have realized the secrets on Lin Ming's body? A disciple suddenly asked. The bald youth frowned, coldly saying, "Stop carelessly making assumptions. I do not know the reason that Honorable Master is looking for Lin Ming. It might not be to deal with him to begin with. In any case, we only have to follow orders. Above all, this matter must be kept absolutely secret. Lin Ming's current status is too sensitive. We can only inform other core disciples of this. As for those wandering disciples, we cannot divulge this information, otherwise this secret will spread out." Understood. Good. Then we will continue like this. Tomorrow we will look for the primordial epic spirit root again. After the several disciples finished speaking, Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts. Tian Mingzi was searching for materials to refine body transformation pills and also searching for his own whereabouts. Just what was he plotting? Lin Ming, Tian Mingzi's thoughts are extremely deep and hidden. Even though he was part of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands for so many years, I have never completely understood him. His talent and his strength have always been a mystery, even up until now. He is a highly ambitious character that doesn't move according to common sense. Although I don't know what he wants with you, You cannot allow him to find you. I understand. Before I have the strength to truly struggle with a great world king, I cannot come into contact with Tian Mingzi at all. Otherwise, that is simply allowing others to play with my life. Even though he said this, Lin Ming still didn't want to miss out on the primordial epic spirit root, the appearance-changing technique that Lin Ming learnt from divine Dream Heavenly Palace, when used by a divine Lord Realm powerhouse, could even fool a great world king. Lin Ming could rely on the magic cube to use this technique. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to encounter Tian Mingzi here. Thinking like this, Lin Ming sat down and began to meditate. He was always cultivating. Diligence and hard work was one of the required talents of a genius. Night passed without words. Early next morning, the sun shined through the canopy of Demon Dawn jungle, illuminating the endless canopy of trees. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands began their missions for the day. Lin Ming went with the Bald Youth Squad, shuttling back and forth all over the jungle. They encountered packs of vicious demon beasts, but Lin Ming performed well during all of these battles. This surprised the Bald Youth more and more. Lin Ming's strength was far greater than that of other wandering cultivators. As the squad ventured deeper into Demon Dawn jungle, the surrounding miasma became increasingly thick. In front of them, thick mud began to appear, just like they were wandering into a swamp. This black swamp, the Bald Youth frowned. According to what he knew, this sort of terrain in Demon Dawn jungle was often infested with ambushing demon beasts. As for the miasma and black swamp, that could block their senses. Thus, walking through this area made one particularly susceptible to sneak attacks. One needed a guide to lead one through this area. With a guide, once a danger appeared, everyone else could quickly react and leave. The Bald Youth looked at Lin Ming. We're going to explore this area. Duamu-kun, you walk first. An hour from now we'll have Zhong Feng replace you. The Zhong Feng that the Bald Youth referred to was a very large fellow with a peak late divine sea cultivation. As Lin Ming heard this Bald Youth's words, his expression stiffened. Without a doubt, leading the way here was the most dangerous position. The Bald Youth coldly said, "What are you so afraid of? With us behind you, are you scared we'll let you suffer a loss? Moreover, we'll even replace you after a while." Then, all right, several senior apprentice brothers, your reactions must be faster this time. If danger truly appears, then I might not be able to withstand it. Lin Ming said, a bit weakly. Haha, don't worry. The Bald Youth agreed, smiling. He certainly wanted to preserve Lin Ming's life as far as possible. But this was because Lin Ming was still useful. If there truly was some kind of danger, then he could only abandon Lin Ming. Like this, Lin Ming walked in front of the squad. With his senses, he could sense every single movement in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Not even miasma or the black swamp could hope to stop him. After entering 100 feet into this black swamp, Lin Ming discovered that 100 feet away, there was a powerful python laying in ambush, its large black eyes greedily staring at him. Chapter 1338, Finding the Spirit Root. Chapter 1338, Finding the Spirit Root. Kia. This black patterned python has an aura equal to the weakest early divine transformation realm power. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He could feel an approximate level of strength from this python. This sort of strength was nothing to him, but to the Skydark Holy Land disciples behind him, it was enough to ruin them all. Lin Ming quietly walked forwards. If this were normal circumstances, and he were an ordinary wandering cultivator, then after walking 10 more steps he would die without a doubt. Lin Ming didn't want to expose his strength so soon. With a thought, undetectable divine dream marks slowly fluttered out from him, silently submerging into the swamp and drilling into that black python's head. The black python shook as its spiritual sea grew thick with all sorts of illusions. Then it immediately fell into a lethargic, sleeping state. Like this, Lin Ming led the others safely onwards. Along the way, they encountered potentially dangerous situations several times, but each time, Lin Ming managed to invade the spiritual seas of these demon beasts with the divine dream law, instantly resolving it. There had yet to be a single situation in which they were ambushed. This caused the bald youth to feel amazed. Was this boy's luck really that good? As the bald youth was thinking this, Lin Ming timidly said, "Senior apprentice brother, it's already been over an hour. Do you think that—" The bald youth frowned. He knew that Lin Ming wanted to trade spots. He originally thought that Lin Ming wouldn't live for such a long time, nor did he think there wouldn't be any sneak attacks. Perhaps the black swamp here wasn't as dangerous as he thought it was. A coward who is afraid of death will have no future at all. Zhong Feng, go trade with him. The bald youth said to another tall, burly youth. No problem. Zhong Feng appeared confident in himself. Although these people were core disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands, and there were even several secret disciples of Tian Mingzi here. The truth was that Tian Mingzi's disciples were divided into 5 ranks, with secret disciples being at the lowest rung. There were tens of thousands of them, and there was a new batch every 10 years. It was normal for them to die in Demon Dawn Jungle. This was the price that a genius had to pay if they wished to grow up. The bald youth patted Zhong Feng's shoulders. Maybe I was thinking too much. If this black swamp isn't as dangerous as I thought, then it doesn't matter. Okay, Zhong Feng changed spots with Lin Ming, and the squad continued forwards. But after just an incense stick of time, Lin Ming could feel several great beasts lurking in the distance. There was a 100-foot alligator hiding underground, and beneath this giant alligator were also 3 black pythons. They were concealing their aura with the help of the swamp. It was impossible for a normal martial artist to sense them. Zhong Feng unknowingly walked forwards. At this time, the giant alligator suddenly jumped upwards, chomping down at Zhong Feng. Roar! A terrifying roar shook the eardrums. Zhong Feng was shocked. He brought the hammer in his hands, smashing down on the alligator's back. As a late divine sea master, this hammer strike was similar to a falling mountain. Even if this alligator had thick skin and flesh, it still gave a miserable scream as it was smashed away. However, the moment that the giant alligator was pounded away, the 3 black pythons snapped forwards, their bodies like spears thrusting towards Zhong Feng. Be careful! The bald youth cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Zhong Feng had exhausted his old strength and hadn't been able to recover himself yet. He was unable to resist the attacks of these 3 black pythons. Moreover, these 3 black pythons lived in a symbiotic state with the giant alligator. The giant alligator would grab the attention of the prey, while the black pythons would launch a second sneak attack. This sort of ambush was almost impossible to defend against. Many masters had died like this. Puff! Without caring about ruining his meridians, Zhong Feng forcefully revolved his strength to the limit. His fist came pounding out, sending a python flying away. But the second python's attack shattered his protective true essence. And then, without any time to react at all, the last python pierced through his left chest. Blood shot into the air. Damn it! The bald youth and the others all rushed forwards, joining their strength to kill the pythons. The great alligator wanted to counterattack, but was also killed by the others. In truth, its strength wasn't too great. It was equal to a late divine sea human martial artist. Its true strength lay in its strange attack method and its dual sneak attack. Moreover, it was a beast that conserved its strength, pouring all of it into that single ambush. This would allow these beasts to kill a martial artist that was slightly stronger than them. This was also the reason why this black swamp was so dangerous. At this time, Zhong Feng's entire body was covered with blood. His complexion had turned a deep purple. These were clearly the symptoms of some virulent poison. Zhong Feng, junior apprentice brother. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands surrounded Zhong Feng. They saw that a massive hole had been pierced through his chest, his heart had been torn, and even his blood had turned black. Unless one had an extreme heaven step pill, it would be impossible to save him. But besides the bald youth, there were only 2 or 3 other secret disciples of Tian Mingzi present. The others were all ordinary inner court disciples. So how could they possibly possess an extreme heaven step pill that was a medicine on the level of a boundless world pill? Even if they were to sell everything in their possession and multiply that by 10, they still wouldn't be able to afford it. It's hopeless. He can't be saved. The bald youth gloomily said, his complexion ugly. Zhong Feng painfully groaned. This snake venom entered his bone marrow. Painful to the extreme. He struggled about, his fingers digging deep into the mud, as unwillingness was etched on his face. Because he was losing blood too quickly, and his chest was torn open, it was hard for him to make any sounds. Junior apprentice brother, I am sorry. I know that the flower-patterned snake's venom is incomparably painful, but there is nothing I can do to save you. I can only end your pain here. As the bald youth spoke, his brought the saber in his hands downwards, piercing through Zhong Feng's throat. Zhong Feng's eyes widened, his pupils turning up into his head as he died, where he was. The bald youth stood up, his appearance extremely grim. He stared at Lin Ming, his eyes similar to a beast staring at its prey, incomparably brutal. This is all your damned fault. If it weren't for you, then why would my junior apprentice brother die? The bald youth angrily shouted, his eyes revealing a thick, killing intent. In his opinion, if Lin Ming had been in front leading the way and didn't request to change spots, then Zhong Feng wouldn't have died. Lin Ming had been safe leading the way, but Zhong Feng had died. In the bald youth's mind, Lin Ming had killed his junior apprentice brother by proxy. To him, just a finger of a Skydark Holy Lands disciple was 10,000 times more precious than the life of a wandering cultivator like Lin Ming. Do you really think you have equal status or authority to us? The wandering cultivators of the Demon Dawn Great World are nothing but ants, and you are just a slightly larger ant, worth nothing at all. Now fuck off to the front and lead the way. Otherwise you're dead here and now. Facing the bald youth's blood-stained saber and blatant killing intent, Lin Ming remained silent. He stepped forwards and continued to lead the way. As the bald youth said, their status was indeed not equal with Lin Ming's, except that the ants here were not Lin Ming, but these disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands. As Lin Ming led the way, there naturally weren't any dangers. He smoothly caused all of those ambushing vicious beasts to fall into a deep slumber. How is this possible? This brat's luck is too good. The bald youth's complexion was extremely ugly, but just as they were about to leave this black swamp, at this time, a small jade slip on the bald youth's body exploded, and a message appeared in his mind. The bald youth was stunned. The primordial epic spirit root has been found. What? The surrounding disciples all turned to look at the bald youth. Even Lin Ming's heart stirred as he looked backwards. In the northeast direction, 3,000 miles away, the disciples of Silk Fan Hall have found the primordial epic spirit root. We have to hurry to support them. Let's go. As the bald youth spoke, he flew straight towards the northeast. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had been waiting for this moment. The reason he followed the bald youth squad and ignored their incessant whining was not because he was thinking they could find the primordial epic spirit root. After all, Demon Dawn Jungle was countless tens of thousands of miles wide. Wanting to rely on this small squad to find the tiny primordial epic spirit root was like looking for a needle in the ocean. No, what he was relying on was everyone else. With millions of Skydark Holy Lands disciples and wandering cultivators joining together, the efficiency of searching rose up countless times over. Then 10+ Skydark Holy Lands disciples flew up, following the bald youth. Lin Ming naturally followed from behind, flying at an unhurried pace. As these people flew, they chose to return via the route they had just taken. This was a wise decision. The vicious beasts on this path had been hypnotized by Lin Ming, so there wouldn't be any troubles at all. This idiot, he's actually following us. Good, he still has his uses. The bald youth thought that after scaring Lin Ming just now, he would surely have fled as soon as possible. He didn't think that Lin Ming would have the courage to continue following them. This boy has no choice but to follow. If he stays in Demon Dawn Jungle by himself, he will become nothing but food for the vicious beasts here. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands simply didn't bother paying any attention to Lin Ming, instead flying faster. But although Lin Ming seemed as if he couldn't keep up anymore, he never fell too far behind. Chapter 1339, Chaotic Space. Chapter 1339, Chaotic Space. The bald youth and his squad rapidly flew through the air, finally passing through the thick miasma of fog and arriving in a spacious, open area. There was almost 100 people already waiting here. They all wore the uniform clothing of the Skydark Holy Lands. The one in the lead was tall, with eyebrows like swords and eyes like stars. He stood atop a spinning wheel, grasping a black, heavy sword in his hands. His entire body emitted a light pressure. This sort of pressure originated from standing at the top for a long time. He was an early divine transformation martial artist, and his foundation was extremely solid. Energy surged within his body. One only needed to see him to know that he wasn't an ordinary divine transformation martial artist. As the bald youth saw this person, he immediately bowed and said, "Greetings to Hall Master Nether." In the world of martial artists, status was important and rigid. It was clear that this bald youth respected this Hall Master Nether a great deal. This Hall Master was named Nether Darklight. For someone to become a Hall Master of the Skydark Holy Lands at the Divine Transformation Realm wasn't easy at all. It was clear that this person had significant status in the Skydark Holy Lands. Moreover, his surname was Nether. This also meant that he was a descendant of Tian Mingzi. Nether Darklight looked at the bald youth, and then glanced over the people behind him one at a time. His eyes paused on Lin Ming's body for a brief moment before continuing. "All loose cultivators, go to the side." A disciple underneath Nether Darklight yelled at Lin Ming and the others to clear the way. One could see at the sides that there were already dozens of loose cultivators here. Gathering so many loose cultivators, the bald youth had brought Lin Ming along because he had originally thought Lin Ming would be useful to him. He never thought that the other squads would also bring a massive number of loose cultivators. Moreover, the strength of these people was clearly inferior to that of Lin Ming. What help would these people be in capturing the primordial epic spirit root? They couldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Keeping them with us is useful. Let's go. As Nether Darklight spoke, he took out 6 purple charms from his spatial ring and tossed them in the air. Then Lin Ming was surprised by what happened afterwards. These 6 purple charms constantly spun in the air until they formed a purple space-time gate. "Come on!" Nether Darklight waved his hand and flew into the space-time gate. "This is..." Lin Ming's eyes widened. These 6 purple charms didn't seem too formidable, but they were actually able to pierce through space and form a space channel. It had to be known that within the divine realm, shuttling through the void just once consumed a massive amount of energy. And as for creating a stable space channel and maintaining it, the energy required reached colossal proportions. At Lin Ming's side, a black-clothed man saw his surprise and said, "Friend, you don't seem to come from the Demon Dawn Great World." Lin Ming turned his head. The man who spoke had an ashen appearance and looked very humble. His cultivation was at the middle divine sea realm, and his foundation was a sloppy wreck. He was a standard loose cultivator. Beside him was a blue-clothed girl. She had a cute and clever appearance, and her skin seemed taut and supple. I'm not. Lin Ming shook his head. He knew that what happened just now was likely something that was general knowledge on the Demon Dawn Great World, and the surprise he revealed just now was clearly not the reaction that someone from the Demon Dawn Great World should have. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anything. I thought so. The black-clothed man shook his head. I don't know how you came to the Demon Dawn Great World. This is a land that you should never have stepped foot on. This entire place is in chaos, and it is simply impossible for a loose cultivator to live reasonably well. Even many small sects find it hard to gain a foothold. For these small sects, being exterminated overnight is something common. As the black-clothed man spoke, the girl beside him constantly nodded. Me and my little sister were both born here. There's nothing else we can do about it. We simply don't have the means for interstellar travel, so we can only keep living here in constant fear. Lin Ming said, if you aren't strong, living anywhere isn't easy at all. This, brother, may I ask you what this space-time channel is? You may not be aware, but the location of this Demon Dawn jungle is special. It is rumored that there was once an earth-shaking battle between immortals and demons in the far-off ancient past. The fall out of that great war caused many holes to be pierced through the barriers of the Demon Dawn Great World, as well as the countless divergent worlds and realms. Because of that, the space here is extremely complicated. The deeper you go, the more this is true. Even a world king or holy lord powerhouse wouldn't dare to go into the deepest parts of Demon Dawn jungle. Otherwise, once they enter the space maze, they might lose themselves within. The space here is extremely unstable to begin with, so forming a space channel isn't difficult. This is a slightly safer method of traveling. On the other hand, transferring through the void itself is much more risky. If you're not careful then, you might transfer yourself to some chaotic world and never come out. Oh, there's something like that. Lin Ming's mind stirred. This great battle between immortals and demons, just what was that? What did immortals and demons refer to? Was it possible that the reason there were so many demon races on the Demon Dawn Great World was related to this great war between immortals and demons? It seems that in the past several days, I've only been in the outermost surrounding area of Demon Dawn Jungle. I haven't gone far in at all. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he had already flown into the space channel. Everything within this space channel was twisted. In an instant, all sorts of images appeared. These images seemed as if they lasted a long time, but also just for a split second. Then, a space opened in front of Lin Ming. As he left the space channel, he arrived in another extremely primitive jungle. This jungle looked almost exactly the same as before. It was nearly impossible to distinguish the difference between the areas. If he went too deep into Demon Dawn Jungle, there was a possibility that he would become lost. In this area of the jungle, there were also another 100 people waiting. Among these people were actually 6 Divine Lord powerhouses. Hall Master White, Hall Master Luo, you've all waited for a long time. Nether Darklight cupped his hands together. Although these 6 people were Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, they were still Hall Masters just like Nether Darklight. One could also see from this that the potential of these 6 people was far inferior to Nether Darklight. They were only ordinary Divine Lord powerhouses. It's about time. Let's leave now and go capture the primordial epic spirit root. Should we not wait longer? We are still lacking in manpower. Hall Master Blue will catch up soon. If we wait for him, then capturing the primordial epic spirit root will be easily accomplished. There is no need to wait. The primordial epic spirit root is even more familiar with Demon Dawn Jungle than we are. If we wait for Hall Master Blue to arrive, who knows where it will have gone by then? It was impossible to use void transferal in Demon Dawn Jungle. Even Holy Lord powerhouses had to honestly fly around. In addition, Demon Dawn Jungle was an incomparably broad land. Wanting to discover the primordial epic spirit root in a short period of time and also gather everyone together wasn't realistic at all. That's fine. If we can catch the primordial epic spirit root, then that will be a great merit for all of us. The group of several hundred people flew for some time. An old man led the way, grasping a charm in his hand and constantly correcting his position. Along the way, he also sent out a series of sound-transmitting talismans. He wanted to contact the disciples who first found the primordial epic spirit root, but he didn't receive any response at all. There is no need to contact them. Those disciples have likely already died. The old man nodded, his complexion a bit gloomy. Although the primordial epic spirit root was a spirit plant, it could still devour humans. These sorts of spirit plants could entangle a person in their roots and then dig their root hairs into their body, sucking up their flesh and blood. It would only take a brief moment to suck an adult human dry. It's here. The old man holding the charm stopped in the skies above a certain portion of the jungle. There wasn't anything about this area that seemed out of place. Be careful. This primordial epic spirit root is itself a wood attribute spirit plant. Once it hides in the jungle, it is extremely difficult to find. It can ambush us at any moment. The 6 old Divine Lord powerhouses took the lead to fly into the jungle, but the moment they approached, all of the trees in the surroundings seemed to come to life. Countless vines shot out, firing towards all the martial artists in the sky, as if they were about to suck them all in. The Divine Lord powerhouses in the lead were overwhelmed, shocked. Be careful. This area of the jungle and all of the vegetation here is being completely controlled by the primordial epic spirit root. The old man grasping a charm shouted out loud. At the same time, the entire jungle dissolved into a black swamp. All of the trees and plants began to crazily wave around like a demonic spirit. No, this isn't a jungle at all. All of the trees here are the root hairs of the primordial epic spirit root. They are only a part of its main body. The primordial epic spirit root had already stayed in this part of the jungle for a long time and sucked up all the world essence energy in the surroundings. It had turned this entire area into a dark swamp filled with deadly gas. Then it used its root hairs to disguise this area as a jungle. These methods even surprised Lin Ming. In Lin Ming's mind, the primordial epic spirit root was nothing but a slightly larger ginseng, but because it had survived for so long, it had gained a mind of its own and was able to avoid capture. Over time, it might have even developed defensive capabilities. But he never thought that this primordial epic spirit root would be so terrifying. Chapter 1340, Murdering Others and Stealing Blood. Chapter 1340, Murdering Others and Stealing Blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless root hairs shot up like lances. 2 lower Skydark Holy Land disciples had their protective true essence directly pierced through, with a light-shattering sound. These root hairs were like vipers as they drilled into the 2 disciples' chests. All of their flesh and blood essence was sucked out by these roots' hairs. Before long, the 2 of them had become dried-up corpses. A rich blood energy enveloped the surrounded world. Within this world, everything had turned a light red. The thick smell of blood swirled about, emitting a vast and boundless strength. This was the atmosphere of chaos. Domain. Lin Ming was startled. This primordial epic spirit root was actually able to cultivate its own domain. It was almost the same as a human martial artist. Within this domain, there were the auras of the blood laws, grand mist laws, and wood laws. Although these laws didn't seem exquisite to Lin Ming, and there were also numerous loopholes within them, By relying on its own profound foundation, the primordial epic spirit root was able to cover 100 miles in its domain, covering everyone within. Line up! The blue-clothed Hall Master Luo suddenly threw down a flag. The flag fluttered in the air, completely scattering the bloody atmosphere. The 5 divine Lord Hall Masters flew around Hall Master Luo, each one bringing out their own magic tools. For a time, the 6 of them fused their strength together, forming the phantom of a 6-armed demon king behind them. This was the demon art of the Skydark Holy Lands, the 6-armed Halcyon Lord. Although this wasn't a transcendent divine might, these 6 divine Lord powerhouses had already practiced this cultivation method for 10,000 years. Now that they joined forces, countless demon king phantoms shot out from the flag. Ghosts cried and demons roared, the sound ringing through the ears. The phantom of the 6-armed Halcyon Lord battled with the primordial epic spirit root's domain. Dark light, the myriad blood demon fading array. Hall Master Luo shouted towards Nether Darklight. Yes, for Nether Darklight to become a Hall Master before the Divine Lord Realm, he could be considered as an outstanding individual. He had seen many magnificent scenes, and also gone through many dangerous life or death situations. At the beginning he had panicked for a brief moment because of the primordial epic spirit's sneak attack, but now he had calmed down. My comrades, offer a sacrifice of your blood, myriad blood demon fading array. As Nether Darklight spoke, he bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was mixed together with a trace of blood essence, turning into a dreadful blood demon in the skies. And after Nether Darklight did this, the other disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands followed suit. They bit down on the tip of their tongue, spraying blood out into the air. Each mist of blood turned into a crimson blood demon. The basis of the myriad blood demon fading array was to use the blood essence of the casters to form an offensive array formation that attacked with blood demon kings. Once this sort of array formation was used, it would inevitably damage the life source of the user. Unless one was going all out, they wouldn't use this array. Some disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands hesitated at the start. After all, this was something that involved their own source blood essence. No one wanted to casually throw it away. But at this time they could only steel themselves and follow orders. Nether Darklight shouted out, "Disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands, heed my orders. Use your everything to kill this primordial epic spirit root. The more it swallows the flesh and blood essence of martial artists, the stronger it becomes. But once it is captured, that will be a great merit for all involved. The primordial epic spirit root is something that Master Ancestor Tian Mingzi needs, and he will be generous with rewards. You are all Inner Court disciples, and in the Skydark Holy Lands there are hundreds of millions of you. Do you want to remain an Inner Court disciple for the rest of your life? Do you never wish to see Master Ancestor for the rest of your life? Do you never wish to study a transcendent divine might for the rest of your life? Riches and dangers come hand in hand. This is your chance. Everyone who participates in this battle, I guarantee that you will obtain rich rewards beyond your imagination. The value of this is far beyond the blood essence that you will pay. Fellow sect members, let us put forth our full effort and capture this spirit root." Nether Darklight's words were filled with passion, containing a stirring strength. Those Skydark Holy Land disciples who originally had problems with giving up their blood essence were suddenly roused by Nether Darklight's words. Indeed, this was their lucky chance. If they could find this medicine that Tian Mingzi was specifically looking for, just what kind of merit would that be? If it weren't for the special terrain of Demon Dawn Jungle that required a massive number of disciples to carry out a full-on carpet search, they never would have had the chance to complete a mission for Tian Mingzi. The 200 to 300 Skydark Holy Land disciples spat out their blood essence. This blood essence turned into blood-red demon kings, all of them rushing towards the root hairs of the primordial epic spirit root. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Energy surged and blood flew out. Some blood demons were shattered and broken up, but there was also a massive number of spirit roots that were burned and cut in half. These blood demons possessed extreme corrosive properties. The primordial epic spirit root was also burnt. The disciples and elders of the Skydark Holy Lands were not some random nobodies. If they dared to come and try to capture the primordial epic spirit root, they naturally had certain abilities they could rely on, continue all the way until the end. Nether Darklight shouted out once more as he spat out more blood essence. Although each time he was just spitting out a tiny bit of blood essence, how could he continue like this? Some disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands turned to the loose cultivators. You lot, all of you offer your blood essence. Hurry! Even the disciples around the bald youth began to shout out loud. What are you all standing around for? Do you want to die? As they spoke, several disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands took out their weapons, a thick killing intent overflowing from their bodies as if they were about to attack these loose cultivators at any moment. If they really fought, then there would be no need for the 6 Divine Lord powerhouses or the Divine Transformation Realm Nether Darklight to do anything. Just the bald youth and his group alone could kill off the dozens of loose cultivators. The difference in strength was far too great. Lin Ming frowned. These disciples were offering their blood essence, and now they also wanted the loose cultivators to do the same. As long as the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were able to catch the primordial epic spirit root, they would be able to enjoy countless rewards. But what about the loose cultivators present? If they also spent their blood essence, would they receive the same generous rewards? The bald youth loudly said, Today, I can promise all of you loose cultivators that as long as you offer your blood essence and fight with everything you have after this battle is over, you will be allowed into the Skydark Holy Lands as official disciples. Isn't entering the Skydark Holy Lands something that you wish for even in your dreams? To enter the Skydark Holy Lands was indeed the wish of many loose cultivators. However, they also knew that the so-called official disciple was in truth a caretaker disciple. To put it more bluntly, that was to be a servant to others, to burn their blood essence, and also participate in a battle in which they would likely die, all in order to become a caretaker disciple. Wasn't that thinking too cheaply of their lives? Many loose cultivators didn't want this. The bald youth's complexion turned cold. Burn your blood essence or die. Make your choice. Within the primordial epic spirit root's domain, it was impossible for these loose cultivators to escape. And at this time, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were purposefully pushing the scattered domain energy towards the edges where the loose cultivators were. For a time, at the position where the loose cultivators were, the power of the domain became increasingly strong, and the smell of blood soared to the heavens. The chaos aura here became increasingly rich. Even if the primordial epic spirit root's chaos aura wasn't yet able to transform into elementary grand mist energy, it was still as heavy as a mountain. With so much chaos aura pushing down on these loose cultivators, it was making it hard for them to breathe. Some loose cultivators turned pale because they couldn't resist this pressure. Some of them even let out miserable screams as explosive sounds emitted from their joints and parts of their meridians broke apart. As loose cultivators, it was simply impossible for them to be like the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands and set down a great array formation to resist the power of this domain. Humph! You all would rather do things the hard way. You only have yourselves to blame. The bald youth maniacally grinned. At this time, Nether Darklight coldly coughed. What are you dawdling about for? For the loose cultivators that won't offer their blood essence, just kill them and extract their blood essence instead. As the one who was managing the myriad blood demon fading array, Nether Darklight was eager to defeat the primordial epic spirit root. This was an important accomplishment to add onto his record of merits. Even with Nether Darklight status, he was still rarely given the chance to perform tasks for Tian Mingzi. This was an unbelievably great opportunity for him. If he completed this task perfectly, he would obtain unimaginable rewards. Moreover, his status in the future would rise to new heights, and he would be able to travel even farther down his road of martial arts. With such a chance presented before him, how could he allow these loose cultivators, who were nothing more than a group of ants, to drag him down? Yes, kill them all. The bald youth smacked his forehead. Wasn't killing these loose cultivators and taking their blood essence even simpler? Hold on. As a loose cultivator that was struggling vigorously in the scattered domain energy saw the bald youth about to attack, he shouted out, "Forgive me! I'm willing to offer my blood essence." Too late. Killing you is much simpler. I want all of your blood essence. Only like that will the might of the myriad blood demon fading array be even stronger. The bald youth laughed and thrust his saber into the loose cultivator's chest. The difference in strength was extremely high to begin with, and these loose cultivators were also being pushed down by the suppressive domain all around them. They simply didn't possess any ability to resist. The loose cultivator that had been begging for mercy cried out in pain, his entire body twitching. All of his blood essence was sucked out by the bald youth, turning into a crimson blood demon that hurtled towards the primordial epic spirit root. The myriad blood demon fading array's might was beyond doubt. In addition, there were also the combined attacks of 6 divine Lord Masters constantly raining down, cutting away the root hairs of the primordial epic spirit root. Every time a root hair was cut off, a massive amount of blood shot into the air. This extremely evil plant was actually able to bleed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The primordial epic spirit root violently struggled. Thick branches smashed into the black swamp, causing millions of genes of blood to rush into the sky like a tsunami. Bang! Several hundred branches simultaneously struck the 6 divine Lord Realm Masters. But with the 6 masters having formed an array formation and also being under the protection of the 6-armed Demon King, they blocked all the attacks of the primordial epic spirit root. However, underneath the attack of the primordial epic spirit root, the 6 divine Lord Masters weren't feeling much better. They were desperately persisting through this onslaught of attacks. In this war of attrition, the one to last to the end would win. This isn't the end yet. If I knew things would be like this, I would have killed all those loose cultivators earlier. Although they are weak, their blood essence can still be used. If all their blood essence is taken out it will still be stronger than the blood essence we can put forth. Although the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands had a vibrant blood vitality, how many drops of blood essence could they burn? How could it compare to taking out all of the blood essence from these loose cultivators? Chapter 1341, Drastic Measures. Chapter 1341, Drastic Measures. As the bald youth was about to continue killing the other loose cultivators, the black swamp beneath them began to wildly rumble. With a loud explosive sound, endless amounts of black mud scattered in all directions. Then, a root hair 10 times thicker than the previous ones suddenly shot out. This root hair was like a black dragon, releasing an incomparably terrifying aura. This was the primordial epic spirit's main body. The primordial epic spirit root had intellect, and was also aware that this was a critical moment in its survival. It had to go all out. Rah! The primordial epic spirit root roared. This plant was actually able to roar. The following sharp sound wave transmitted several hundred miles outwards, piercing through the ears. Stop it! Demon massacring great array. The 6 divine Lord Masters attacked together. The joints in their bodies burst out with crackling sounds, their muscles expanding as their blood vessels popped out. Their skin began to turn a dark red. Without a doubt, This was a secret technique of the demonic path. Although this sort of secret technique didn't involve burning their blood essence, the truth was that this harmed their source of life even more than that. This was a move that required them to burn their very life. Just using it once would cause one's fires of life to weaken by a great deal, a style of bringing down the opponent while bringing great harm upon oneself. This was their final finishing move saved for all-out events. If they couldn't kill their enemy, then they would all die one after another, because this move greatly overdrew their true essence and blood vitality. The bodies of the 6 masters burst out with layers of black light that wrapped around them. Behind these 6 people, a black scroll and a white scroll began to slowly unravel. Atop these scrolls were images of pain and suffering, people being tortured, and demons being executed. Just glancing at these scrolls made one's entire body feel restrained. Ha! The black and white scrolls suddenly came falling down, covering the primordial epic spirit root. The primordial epic spirit root wildly struggled, wanting to tear those painting scrolls to pieces. As for the 6 masters, their faces began to pale as sweat streamed down their faces. Darklight, hurry! Use the strongest state of the myriad blood demon fading array, so we can defeat this creature in one fell swoop. Hall Master Luo roared out. When he used the demon massacring great array, every breath of time cost 1,000 years of life. They simply couldn't continue like this. I know. Nether Darklight's eyes turned to those several hundred loose cultivators, his vision filled with a thick and brutal killing intent. Hurry and kill them all. Great. The bald youth laughed. If he used the blood essence of these loose cultivators, he could earn merits and not damage his own life source. That was something he truly wished for. Skydark Holy Lands, you damn dogs can go die. Many loose cultivators angrily cursed. They began to take out their weapons, preparing themselves to struggle to the death. Let's fight with them, and then run away. I don't want to die here. In the face of imminent death, no one was able to maintain their calm. Although these loose cultivators could also fight, they knew that there was a high probability they would all die here today. Big brother, what do we do? The blue-clothed girl who spoke to Lin Ming before was pale with an expression filled with fear. Beside her, her brother's forehead was also dripping with sweat. And at this time, Lin Ming looked at the battlefield in front of him. This primordial epic spirit root's strength had surpassed his imaginations. Even so, if this battle continued, the primordial epic spirit root would be captured sooner or later. This was not something he wished to see. What he hoped for was an outcome in which both sides were severely wounded. Hey, brat, we brought you all the way here. Now it's time to make use of you. We'll start with you first. Now die. The bald youth decided to start with Lin Ming. In his eyes, although Lin Ming was strong, he was still a loose cultivator in the end. In other words, he was nothing worth caring about. Who? The bald youth's saber slashed through the void, cutting down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming sneered. Without even using the phoenix blood spear, he stretched out his hand and grasped the bald youth's saber. With the sound of shivering metal, the bald youth's saber was easily gripped between 2 of Lin Ming's fingers. The saber seemed as if it was stuck in a block of iron, unable to be pulled out. What? The bald youth couldn't believe his own eyes. This feeling was the same as if he were to step on an ant, but then found that the ant was lifting him instead. At this moment, he felt a thunderous blast echo in his mind. Illusions began to grow thick in his spiritual sea. In the confusion, all he saw was Lin Ming's coldly indifferent face. Puff. With a light sound, Lin Ming flicked out a true essence energy arrow that pierced through the bald youth's throat. A severe pain spread through the bald youth's body. The bald youth grasped his throat, desperately trying to stem the flow of blood, his eyes as round as plates, and his vision filled with incredulity. Like this, he fell straight down from the skies. Senior apprentice Brother Luo. What happened? The sudden change in Lin Ming immediately attacked the eyes of all the disciples from the Skydark Holy Lands. Everyone saw Lin Ming easily kill that bald youth. Even the loose cultivators were shocked. The bald youth himself had a late divine sea realm cultivation. As for Lin Ming's cultivation, he was only at the peak of the middle divine sea realm. Even so, this was simply impossible. He killed senior apprentice Brother Luo. How is this possible? He is only a middle divine sea realm martial artist. He must have been hiding his cultivation. He isn't a loose cultivator. The bald youth was not some ordinary nobody. Those people that Tian Mingzi were willing to accept as secret disciples were all amazing geniuses to begin with. Even so, he had been instantly killed by Lin Ming. The only explanation was that Lin Ming was hiding his cultivation, or perhaps had even altered his appearance. Work together. Kill him. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands all rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's complexion was calm and indifferent. An ancient and boundless aura surged out from his body, recklessly washing over everyone. He had opened the Grand Mist Space. However, this Grand Mist Space was different from before. This time, Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space was filled with a wisp of divine dream energy, making this space seem as if it were isolated from the world and located in a completely different space and time. This was the domain created by Lin Ming, combining the divine dream law with the Grand Mist Space. With Lin Ming's current understandings into the divine dream law, it was impossible for him to form the divine dream space, and it was even more impossible for him to completely fuse the divine dream space and Grand Mist Space together. But to integrate the divine dream law into the Grand Mist Space and allow it to take on certain characteristics of the divine dream law was something he could do. For a time, all of the martial artists were covered in the Grand Mist Space. Illusions grew thick in their minds, and the real world seemed to fall away from them. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix blood spear and stepped forwards. A deadly spear light flashed out, and several disciples were instantly cut down by Lin Ming. What have you done? As Nether Darklight saw this, his eyes filled with red rage. Catching the primordial epic spirit root was a golden opportunity for Nether Darklight to earn great merits. It would relate to how far he would be able to walk down the road of martial arts in the future. And yet, all of his efforts were being sabotaged by Lin Ming, by killing a massive number of Skydark Holy Land disciples that would cause the Great Array to be destroyed. How could he not be angry? He grasped his black heavy sword and cut down at Lin Ming. Die for me. Facing Nether Darklight, Lin Ming's complexion was indifferent. In that instant, essence, energy, and divine fused within his body as his strength began to rapidly rise. 3 essences as one. Nether Darklight was an early divine transformation powerhouse, but to Lin Ming, he was the same as everyone else. Divine seal art, God-forbidding seal. Lin Ming's fingers linked together, instantly forming thousands upon thousands of seals. These seals were all complex and ancient. Besides Lin Ming, no one was able to understand them. Lin Ming shouted out loud. Then, all of these seals flew towards the approaching Nether Darklight. Ka, ka, ka. Nether Darklight's sword light was covered in these seals. In that moment, these seals all turned into energy black holes, rapidly swallowing Nether Darklight's strength. Nether Darklight felt his strength rapidly fading away. His complexion suddenly changed. He wanted to cut off his connection to his sword light and attack again, but Lin Ming had already appeared like ghosts and gods in front of him. One spear shot out. Nether Darklight was frightened out of his mind. A protective black fog covered his entire body. Ghostly energy grew thick around him as black light flashed. At the same time, he traced his spatial ring as if he wanted to pull out some life-saving magic tool. But at this time, Lin Ming's spear light thrust into the black fog surrounding Nether Darklight. With a blur, space trembled, and the black fog around Nether Darklight remained for just a brief moment before completely dissipating. The Phoenix Blood Spear ruthlessly pierced into Nether Darklight's chest. With this strike, the massive amount of energy contained within the Phoenix Blood Spear erupted. Nether Darklight cried out as most of his organs were torn to shreds. In his right hand, there was no time for him to use the magic life-saving tool he was taking out. He had already been killed by Lin Ming. The disparity was too great. Chapter 1342, Sitting on the Mountain and Watching the Tigers Fight. Chapter 1342, Sitting on the Mountain and Watching the Tigers Fight. Like this, Nether Darklight's corpse fell to the ground. Lin Ming grabbed the magic tool fragment that dropped down from Nether Darklight's hands and gave it a quick look. This fragment was a decent ancient artifact, and there was even a wisp of a remnant soul contained within it. He casually tossed it in his spatial ring. From the moment that Nether Darklight attacked to the time he died, Lin Ming only needed several breaths of time. To kill an early divine transformation martial artist so quickly, it could only be said that the disparity between ordinary geniuses of a great world, king, holy land, and Lin Ming was too far off. He died. Senior apprentice brother Nether died. Who is he? He can't be a divine sea realm martial artist. Could it be an old enemy of the Skydark Holy Lands? The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were frightened. Lin Ming was simply too strong. Besides the 6 divine lord powerhouses here, the fiercest one among the rest had been Nether Darklight, but even he couldn't withstand 2 moves from Lin Ming. Among these people, there were also some divine transformation martial artists, but facing such a strong Lin Ming, all of them lost the courage to stand against him. As for the loose cultivators, they were naturally overjoyed. They didn't think that there would be a powerful master amongst them who had been hiding their strength. Because of him, they all had a slim chance of survival. And at this time, the 6 masters of the Skydark Holy Lands were also facing the primordial epic spirit root. Without the support of the myriad blood demon fading array, the 6 masters were finding it hard to continue on. The several divine Lord Realm powerhouses roared out loud, but at this time, there was a ripping sound as the 2 demon massacring scrolls that the 6 masters put forth were torn to pieces by the primordial epic spirit root. Puff! The 6 divine Lord Masters spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. These 6 masters all had extremely ugly complexions. They had consumed a great deal of their life source and true essence in order to desperately struggle with this primordial epic spirit root and capture it. And just as they were about to succeed, their plans had been ruined by Lin Ming, and they had failed. Damn you, you little beast! Just where did he come from? I will tear him to shreds. These 6 old men wanted to kill Lin Ming, but at this time, the primordial epic spirit root was greedily eyeing them from beneath. The bombardment of attacks just now had also caused the primordial epic spirit root to receive heavy wounds. During this battle, it had broken countless root hairs, and even the main root had been damaged with countless scars. Deep red blood constantly leaked down from its body. At this time, the primordial epic spirit root was also wild with rage. This battle had caused it to suffer great damage to its cultivation. It wanted to consume the flesh and blood essence of these people, turning them into essence energy to make up for its own losses. Jejejej. A burst of strange laughter came bubbling up from the ground. The blood-filled primordial epic spirit root slowly formed a head, taking on the appearance of a peerless beauty whose looks could bring down nations. To the eyes of those watching, this made the primordial epic spirit root look like a snake demon with a human head. You people from the Skydark Holy Lands, you want to send out 1 million people to capture me? Then I will swallow all of you up today and use your flesh and blood essence energy to make up for my losses. Die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Root hairs shot up, rushing towards those 6 divine Lord Masters like countless pythons. At this time, the 6 masters were in an extremely poor condition. They only had half of their true essence remaining. What do we do? A divine Lord Realm old man anxiously asked as he cut off several root hairs with his saber. The primordial epic spirit root has already suffered heavy damage. Now it is weak and is only pretending to be strong. Its situation is about the same as ours. While it is difficult for us to capture it, it also isn't easy for it to kill us. If we allow it to escape today, then this monster will be even more careful in the future. It will simply be impossible for us to find it then. We only have one chance at this. If we lose, we will incur Master Ancestor's wrath, and the punishment will be great. It wouldn't be weird if we ended up being fed to demons. The 6 divine Lord Masters didn't have any path of escape for themselves. They had lost many disciples, and even Tian Mingzi's bloodline descendant, Nether Darklight, had also died. If they didn't capture the one who murdered them and also didn't capture the primordial epic spirit root, even allowing it to escape and making it harder to find it later, then they would have to face Tian Mingzi's inevitable anger. Senior Apprentice Brother Tsang, you go and capture that little beast while the 5 of us keep off this monster. After that, we'll risk everything we have to join forces and kill it. These 6 masters hated Lin Ming to their bones, and with Lin Ming watching them from behind, it was impossible for them to battle with any sense of safety. Good. As long as we can capture this monster, then no matter how great our losses are, the sect will still grant us enough medicines to restore ourselves. This is already a battle with our lives on the line. There is no way we can turn back. The 6 divine Lord Masters rapidly exchanged true essence sound transmissions. As they spoke, a black-robed old man suddenly shot towards Lin Ming. You little beast, I'll take your life. The black-robed old man took out a long, great scythe and slashed out at Lin Ming's head. A brilliant purple scythe light flashed out. Martial artists of the demonic path often favored long-handled weapons. As for the scythe, that was a weapon that often represented cruelty and evil. Facing this black-clothed old man, Lin Ming took a deep breath. This was his first time truly facing a divine Lord Powerhouse. Although his opponent was only at the early divine Lord realm and was also seriously injured, with less than half of his strength remaining, he was still a divine Lord Powerhouse. Before, when Lin Ming was at the peak of the 9th stage of life destruction, he had been able to defeat the weakest divine transformation martial artists. But now he was already a half step into the late divine sea realm, and he had also cultivated essence, energy, and divine, along with the concept of the 33 layered heavens. His strength had taken a qualitative leap from in the past. As he was now, he could battle with a divine Lord Powerhouse. He wanted to engage in a brutal battle with this black-clothed old man, but now was not the right time. He needed to save up as much strength as he could. The archenemy of the primordial epic spirit root was these 6 divine Lord Masters and not him. As long as he could occupy one of them, then he could be the one watching tigers fight and profiting from their mutual destruction. Lin Ming rapidly drew back, simply not bothering to fight this old man head-on. His feet stepped onto golden rock, shattering the void, and he opened the gate of wonder. His body formed a series of phantoms as the black-clothed old man's attack completely missed him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The black swamp was cut apart by this scythe light with mud gushing into the air. As for Lin Ming, he nimbly weaved between these eruptions of mud, like a little fish. You little beast, all you can do is run. The black-robed old man was burning with impatience at the end of his wits. Lin Ming was like a slippery little cockroach that he couldn't grab. Not just that, but on the other side, the battle between the 5 divine Lord Masters and the primordial epic spirit root had reached the white-hot stage. They had originally been able to cause great damage to the primordial epic spirit root, but since they were missing the black-robed old man, they were far too overstretched and were beginning to gradually exhaust themselves. Nearly every time they fought, they had to use up their life source and blood essence. This was truly a desperate all-in offensive. If they continued like this, they would use up all of their lives. At this time, another gray-robed old man cried out in alarm. A root hair had pierced through his protective true essence. He frantically tried to avoid it, but the root hair still pierced through his shoulder. As soon as the root hair entered his flesh and blood, it rapidly began to swallow up his flesh and blood essence energy. That gray-clothed old man's arm began to wither away at a visibly astonishing speed. Ah! The gray-clothed old man sent out a miserable cry. However, the 4 other people were being held back by the root hairs and were unable to rescue him. "Cut off your arm," Old Man Luo cried out. The gray-clothed old man fiercely clenched his teeth and decisively cut off his arm. Blood splashed out, all of it swallowed by the root hairs. The gray-clothed old man's face was like fading embers. He was unable to fight again. As for everyone else, they had wounds added upon wounds, and had also consumed a massive amount of true essence. In another incense stick of time, they would exhaust all of their energy. At that time, they could only allow themselves to be played with. Their condition was extremely poor right now. The primordial epic spirit root wasn't something that the 5 of them could handle, and they couldn't grab Lin Ming either. These 6 divine Lord Realm powerhouses felt as if they were going to go insane. Retreat. Old Man Luo grit his teeth and issued this order. Even though they were enveloped in the force field of the primordial epic spirit root, they could still retreat. As for those disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands, they would likely die here and become nourishment for the primordial epic spirit root. Not just that, but once they added on the crime of losing the primordial epic spirit root, this crime wasn't something they could deal with. The punishment for these events would be considerable, to the point that none of them dared to return to the Skydark Holy Lands. But if they didn't return, they would have committed the grave crime of betraying the sect, and thus be hunted down by the Skydark Holy Lands. This was a true dilemma. "You little beast, remember me. I will pay you back 10 times over for what you've done today. I will capture you and suck out your soul and refine your marrow." Old Man Luo wildly shouted out as he ran away in another direction. "You want to run away? Dream on." The primordial epic spirit root's face dreadfully twisted together. It stimulated its domain to the limit and brought it showering down from the skies, covering Old Man Luo and the others like a cage. "Since you all injured me so much, you can leave behind your flesh and blood essence energy to supplement me." In this battle, the primordial epic spirit root had also damaged its life source. How could it allow these humans who harmed it so much to simply scurry away? "You evil monster, do you really think you can keep us here? Break for me." Old Man Luo shouted out loud and smashed into the boundaries of the domain. The domain violently trembled as if it wanted to tear apart. However, with the support of the primordial epic spirit root's grand mist laws, the layers of this domain were extremely heavy. Although it violently distorted, it still stiffly withstood the attack. However, this strike also caused the alarming woman's face of the primordial epic spirit root to pale. It didn't feel much better suffering the all-out attack of Old Man Luo. At this time, Hall Mastersam, who had been chasing Lin Ming, also flew away, wanting to rip apart the enchantment together with Old Man Luo. "Break!" Elder Luo attacked once more, forcibly suppressing the roiling blood energy in his body. A crack appeared in the primordial epic spirit root's domain. It was near the breaking point. The primordial epic spirit root was unwilling to allow these people to escape. It suddenly looked towards Lin Ming. Brat, what is your cultivation? If you and I join forces, we can keep these 6 people here. I only want their flesh and blood essence energy. As for the rest, all of their inheritances and treasures can be given to you. Lin Ming faintly smiled upon hearing the primordial epic spirit root's words. If you and I join forces, that just means you will surround them, and I will fight them. Do you think I have the strength to face divine lord powerhouses? If I had that strength, do you think I would be chased around like I was just now without the least bit of strength to fight back? Also, I have no interest in their resources, but you, on the other hand, are in desperate need of their flesh and blood essence energy to restore your lost strength. Don't you think this transaction is unfair to me? Chapter 1343, to ask a tiger for its skin. Chapter 1343, to ask a tiger for its skin. You were being chased around without the slightest bit of strength to fight back. You are far too modest. Do you think I don't know what degree of strength you are hiding? You mixed in with those loose cultivators and came to Demon Dawn Jungle for what reason? Don't tell me that you came to play with these people. I think that your goal here is to capture me. The primordial epic spirit root's womanly face suddenly twisted into a strange smile. As it looked at Lin Ming, it spoke to him with true essence sound transmissions. Lin Ming's mind turned cold. He thought that this primordial epic spirit root had limited intelligence, but it had correctly guessed his goal with its first guess. Ha 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 ha. The primordial epic spirit root let out a series of ear-scratching laughs. You want to capture me as a material for your alchemy? If you dare to covet me even amongst a crowd of divine Lord Realm powerhouses, your strength must be quite good. Otherwise, aren't you just a sheep that walked into the tiger's den? I don't believe that you are that stupid. In this battle, I have been wounded grievously, and I don't wish to be enemies with you. I am willing to give you some of my life root hairs to use for your alchemy, as long as you help me kill these 6 divine lord powerhouses. I need to absorb their life's blood essence to restore my strength. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Giving me your root hairs? Why would I believe you? Isn't cooperating with you the same as asking a tiger for its skin? Don't you think your confidence in yourself is too low? Even if I defeat those 6 divine lord powerhouses, wanting to swallow them completely won't be easy. The life source of a divine lord realm powerhouse is extremely formidable. If I want to absorb it, I cannot allow anything to disturb me during the process. When that time comes, if I don't give you some source root hairs of mine, you might fight with me. As for me, I'll have just finished a great battle, and I won't have absorbed the life source to restore myself just yet. That will be my weakest moment. So, why would you fear me? I think in that sort of situation, I would rather use some of my root hairs in exchange for the chance to peacefully absorb the flesh and blood essence energy of these 6 divine lord powerhouses. The primordial epic spirit root used a true essence sound transmission to speak with Lin Ming. As it rapidly spoke with Lin Ming, it was also dealing with the 6 divine lord powerhouses at the same time. However, the primordial epic spirit root's domain was soon unable to persist. If these 6 divine lord powerhouses were to escape this danger zone, they would return to the Skydark Holy Lands and report what happened here. That wasn't something Lin Ming wished to see. Good, then I agree. Lin Ming quietly said. The primordial epic spirit root let out a clear laugh. I like dealing with smart boys like you. You won't regret it. As it laughed, it stimulated its domain to the limit, wanting to trap these 6 people within. It looked at Lin Ming and licked its deep red tongue across its lips. Hee, you little beast, do you think I will really give you my source root hairs? Every time I cut off my source root hairs, that will cause me to lose a great portion of my strength. Before this, you were watching all of us fight, wanting to wait for us to both grievously wound each other before swooping in and taking advantage. Do you think I wouldn't know what you were planning? Although it won't be easy for me to absorb the blood essence of these divine Lord realm powerhouses, it won't be as difficult as I said it was. As long as I use my secret technique and pay a small price, I will be able to instantly absorb a great deal of it. At that time, with the blood essence to restore me, I'll regain 70 to 80% of my strength. Then I'll kill you afterwards and absorb your flesh and blood too. All those who dare move against me should die. Humans, demons, all lives in this world, all of you should just become my fertilizer. I will eat up all of you whole, becoming more and more powerful. In the future, I will become an unrivaled powerhouse on the level of an Empyrean. I will control the entire divine realm. The primordial epic spirit root shouted out in its heart as it absorbed the life source of countless beings. Its ambitions also grew greater. At this time, Lin Ming's mind was also racing. If I fight directly, then even when I am at my peak state, I won't be a match for these 6 divine lord powerhouses, the primordial epic spirit root. The primordial epic spirit root's promises aren't believable at all. If I really kill these 6 divine lord powerhouses, not only will I not obtain any source root hairs, but it will likely attack me. But if I attack it now, I don't have much hope of defeating it, even if it is injured. The terrain within Demon Dawn Jungle is far too complex. Once this primordial epic spirit root decides to run away, wanting to stop it will be impossible for me. Right now it doesn't wish to run away, but that is only because it desires the flesh and blood essence of these 6 divine lord powerhouses and wants to absorb them to enhance its own strength. Lin Ming's mind lit up. He originally wanted to profit from the chaos between the 2 factions, but now it seemed that his ideas were too simple. This primordial epic spirit root wasn't a fool at all. As for these 6 divine lord powerhouses, there was even less to mention. If they were to escape and discover that he was fighting the primordial epic spirit root, they would return without a doubt. They would then capture both him and the primordial epic spirit root, who would both be tremendously wounded without any strength left. Because there were 3 different sides, this was a very complex situation. Every side wanted the other 2 to mutually wound each other and then eliminate them together. If this deadlock couldn't be broken, then the final outcome would likely be that the primordial epic spirit root would freely escape and these 6 divine lord powerhouses would flee into Demon Dawn Jungle. As for Lin Ming, he would return with nothing at all. This wasn't what Lin Ming wished for. Thus, he needed to break this standoff. He needed one side to be the fool, and the other side to be his spear. Lin Ming didn't count on the primordial epic spirit root to be an idiot, nor did he expect the 6 divine lord powerhouses to lose their minds. If someone were to be a spear, that could only be him. After breaking this deadlock, he would have to rely on his own ability. As Lin Ming was thinking like this, he fused essence, energy, and divine within his body, using 3 essences as one. At the same time, he opened the heretical god force and burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. This was almost Lin Ming's strongest combat state. Divine seal art, God-forbidding seal. Lin Ming's hands flickered as he formed thousands upon thousands of seals. 3,600 seals flew out from Lin Ming's hands, dancing in the air. These divine seal runes were able to swallow all energies. As these seals flew towards those 6 masters, they felt their strength rapidly fading. "You little beast, I'll kill you like a dog." Lin Ming didn't choose to frontally contend with these 6 divine lord powerhouses. There was no way he could get an advantage. These 6 divine lord powerhouses might have lived for 100,000 years by now. It was highly likely that these people would have desperate methods to save their lives. If he were to be severely wounded because he attacked them, then he would really be the fool here. Thus, he would save as much strength as possible by diverting the attention of these 6 divine lord powerhouses and allowing the primordial epic spirit root to take the lead in attacking them. This brat is quite the crafty one. The primordial epic spirit root gnashed its teeth. It was naturally able to see through Lin Ming's plan. Lin Ming was only trying to contain them and was relying on it to face them head-on. In this situation, this would greatly increase the risk to itself. Hee, do you think you're safe just because of this? How useless! As a creature of the heavens and earth, my ability to withstand damage surpasses any human's by at least 100 times. As long as I can swallow up any of their essence energies, I'll be able to restore enough of my strength. At that time, I'll eat you up. The beautiful snake woman diabolically grinned. It emitted a screech, its entire body roiling like tumbling human blood. Chi, chi, chi. A massive amount of red juice was spat out, forming burning acidic smoke. It flew through the air, bubbling about, as if it would burn everything. The snake woman's eyes turned increasingly red. Its eyes flashed with a cruel and vicious light, and its serpentine tongue lashed around. All of you can die for me. In that instant, more root hairs shot out from the snake woman's body, crazily firing at those 6 divine lord powerhouses. You evil creature, you can forget it. You're the one that forced me. If you want to kill me, then you'll be buried too. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. For better or worse, these old men had still lived for several tens of thousands of years, perhaps even 100,000 years. They each had their own respective life-saving cards. Elder Luo tossed out an ancient charm from his spatial ring. Old Man Sung also took out a shining mirror from his chest. Each one of these old men began to use their final trump cards. For a time, all sorts of dazzling beams of light fired towards the primordial epic spirit root. Explode for me! The charm that Elder Luo threw out suddenly exploded. At the same time, Old Man Sung's mirror also exploded. A terrifying wave of energy swept through the void. The space within Demon Dawn Jungle was unstable to begin with. For a time, massive tracts of space collapsed, causing vortexes of space to surge over the world. A massive amount of root hairs were blown apart, falling into the space storms and then disintegrating into powder. The snake woman's complexion turned white, and blood vessels all over her neck burst apart, spraying red juice everywhere. In that violent explosion just now, her domain had broken. These damned old fogies, they are far too stubborn. It suddenly looked at Lin Ming, snapping, "You still haven't done anything. Just what are you waiting for?" Lin Ming chuckled. He could feel that even as this primordial epic spirit was desperately attacking, it had also kept a strand of sense locked onto him, lest he sneak attack it. Lin Ming didn't doubt that if he really sneak attacked it now, although he could defeat it, he wouldn't be able to capture it. This plant was a sly fellow. Lin Ming bit down on his tongue, spitting out some blood. This blood was mixed with some of his blood essence. Gate of life, burn the blood essence. As the primordial epic spirit root saw this, it was stunned. Burning his blood essence? Is he insane? The primordial epic spirit root simply didn't know that Lin Ming had opened the gate of life, giving him the ability to restore his blood vitality and even his blood essence. Although it could be used for body transformation medicines, this didn't mean that it understood the body transformation technique. The primordial epic spirit root originally thought that even if Lin Ming was helping it, he was only trying to take advantage of the troubled waters. But it never imagined Lin Ming would even burn his blood essence to help. That's really blood essence. This boy is an idiot. He's really burning his blood essence to help me absorb those 6 divine Lord Masters. Ha ha! Once he burns his blood essence, that is very difficult to restore. Even if he can restore himself in the future, the current him will be greatly weakened. After this, I wonder just how he will fight me. As long as I can swallow the blood essence of a single divine Lord Realm Master and restore 60% of my strength, wanting to kill him will be beyond easy. The heavens help me. The heavens truly help me. Ha ha! The primordial epic spirit wildly cackled in its mind. And at this time, The eyes of these 6 masters turned blood red. "You little beast! Have you gone mad? Do you want to die with us and allow others to profit?" Chapter 1344. A Taste of Your Own Medicine. Chapter 1344. A Taste of Your Own Medicine. The divine seal art was a transcendent divine might created by Empyrean divine seal. Its power was beyond doubt. These 6 divine Lord Masters originally had multiple problems in facing the primordial epic spirit roots domain, and were even feeling that it was nearly impossible to resist. But now that they were being suppressed by the God-forbidding seals, they were even more pitiful. They wanted to kill Lin Ming, but underneath the suppression of the domain, they were only able to be passively attacked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The God-forbidding seals constantly fell onto the bodies of the 6 divine Lord powerhouses. The divine seal art's divine seal runes were energy black holes, able to swallow all types of energy. These 6 divine Lord Masters felt their strength rapidly fading away, and even the domain that was nearly torn to nothing by them began to slowly recover. As long as the primordial epic spirit roots domain was restored, they would be nothing but turtles in a jar. They would die without a doubt. "You little beast, do you really want to perish together with us? You are so young. It must have been difficult for you to reach this level of cultivation. Even so, I never imagined you would be so stupid. You actually joined forces with a demon spirit to attack your fellow humans. If others wish to bury you, you are just the idiot that would help them dig the hole. If we're killed, the next one to be eaten up by the demon spirit will be you." The 6 divine Lord Masters breathlessly shouted. Lin Ming faintly smiled in response. The movements of his hands didn't stop at all. He began to increase his pace of shooting out divine seal runes. He said, "What use is there in cooperating with a demon spirit? Didn't you want to kill me to begin with? You think that your Skydark holy lands are much more noble than these demon spirits? You gathered so many loose cultivators here because you were thinking of making a sacrifice of their blood to help power the array formation to assist in capturing the primordial epic spirit root. Do you really think that your methods are much better than the primordial epic spirit root itself? If I didn't hide my cultivation, then I would have already been killed by you. Now, the primordial epic spirit root has already agreed to give me some of its source root hairs. I don't want too many to begin with, so why wouldn't I cooperate with it?" Lin Ming's words seemed to be a matter of course. The primordial epic spirit root laughed as it heard this. "Ha ha, little brother, well said. There is no conflict between us to begin with, so we can definitely cooperate. I don't need root hairs too much, so why not give you a few? With our strength together, we can easily kill these 6 people. Now, all of you can die." "Stupid, stupid, stupid. Oh, I hate you all. I am unwilling." The 6 divine Lord Realm Masters wildly screamed. However, with the several thousand God-forbidding seals flowing through their blood, the amount of true essence they could transfer was becoming increasingly small. If these were ordinary times with Lin Ming's cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to deal with 6 divine Lord powerhouses together. But now, these 6 people had consumed a great deal of blood essence and energy. If they had to resist the attacks of the primordial epic spirit root with their strength being drained, they would be overwhelmed. As time passed, the primal chaos barrier became increasingly thick, nearly forming a cage around everyone that blocked in the 6 divine Lord Masters. Ha 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 ha! This domain cage has already been closed. I want to see just how you all resist. You have already fallen into my hands, and now killing you is the same as killing a chicken. To die and become a part of me, you should all be honored by that. Ooh. As the primordial epic spirit root wildly laughed, 12 root hairs flew out from its body towards these 6 divine Lord Masters. These 12 root hairs were different from the ones before. They were a bright red, just like fresh blood. They were the primordial epic spirit root's life root hairs. As the primordial epic spirit root was sending out its life root hairs, it had also kept a strand of sense locked onto Lin Ming. The primordial epic spirit root had just passed through a great battle. This was its weakest time. If Lin Ming were to attack, then it would absolutely lose and would be forced to escape. If that happened, absorbing these 6 divine Lord Masters would be impossible. This brat, I have no idea if he's stupid or just faking it. Could he be waiting for this opportunity to attack? Although he might be able to defeat me, I have hundreds of methods to escape. As long as I run away into Demon Dawn Jungle, there is no way he can find me. But if I do that, I will have no means to absorb these 6 people. Who knows when I'll be able to fully restore my strength? The primordial epic spirit root maintained complete vigilance. However, Lin Ming didn't seem to have any intention of attacking from the start. At this time, he was constantly creating new seals with his hands, sealing away the true essence of those 6 divine Lord powerhouses as before, to allow the primordial epic spirit root to smoothly absorb them. I'll succeed soon. The primordial epic spirit root had already wrapped around the bodies of the several divine Lord Masters. These spirit root tentacles were each life root hairs of the primordial epic spirit root, and also the toughest root hairs it had. They weren't something that several dying divine Lord powerhouses could hope to cut off. Haha, just 3 more breaths of time, and I'll succeed. Almost there. Puff. With a light puncturing sound, a root hair dug into the stomach of an old man, immediately draining all of his flesh and blood essence. The old man cried out in pain as his stomach started to wither away. I've succeeded. This brat is truly an idiot. The heavens are helping me. The primordial epic spirit root raucously laughed in his heart. It could feel the pure flesh and blood essence of the divine Lord Realm powerhouse flowing into its body, constantly turning into its own strength. I can't lose this chance. The primordial epic spirit root went on a complete offensive. Several root hairs stabbed into the bodies of other divine Lord Realm Masters, absorbing their flesh and blood essence. Ah, you bastard. I hope you rot. Before several divine Lord Realm powerhouses died, they continued to curse and struggle. But on the other side, as the primordial epic spirit root was absorbing the flesh and blood essence energy of these masters, it was also paying full attention to Lin Ming. An invisible force field came shrouding down over Lin Ming. It had already prepared for him. Lin Ming's strength was still an unknown, but he was definitely stronger than a weak divine Lord powerhouse. As for Lin Ming's blood vitality, that was far stronger than these old fellows. If the primordial epic spirit root could absorb Lin Ming, then its strength would rise to new heights. With such delicious food laid out in front of it, how could the primordial epic spirit root miss out on this chance? Lin Ming seemed as if he had yet to sense the primordial epic spirit root's plans. He was continuing to use the divine seal art to seal away the abilities of these divine Lord powerhouses to resist. Stupid. Stew. Puff. A divine Lord powerhouse was shouting out like a madman before he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Because his lungs were swallowed up by the primordial epic spirit root, he no longer had the ability to speak. Ha! I succeeded. The heavens have helped me. There is actually an idiot here who helped me accomplish the impossible. Too wonderful. Even if he attacks me now, it is too late. All of their flesh and blood essence has entered my body, and now digesting them is just a matter of time. In just an incense stick of time. No, in just half an incense stick of time, I'll be able to return to my peak state. The primordial epic spirit root laughed out loud. But at this time, its laughing face stiffened. This The primordial epic spirit root's mind went cold just a moment ago because it had been fearing Lin Ming's sneak attack. It had diverted its attention to him, but it actually neglected the flesh and blood essence energy that it had been absorbing. Thus, it was only now that it discovered that there were innumerable seals contained within this flesh and blood essence energy. These seal runes had been absorbed together with the flesh and blood essence energy by the primordial epic spirit root. They had flowed through its body, dispersing throughout. What is this? The primordial epic spirit root was shocked. It simply didn't know what laws these seals contained, but what it knew was that these seals were shot out by Lin Ming just now. The way in which Lin Ming helped the primordial epic spirit root deal with these 6 divine Lord Masters was to constantly shoot out these seals, sinking them into the bodies of the several divine Lord realm powerhouses, and then sealing away their true essence. But as for what sort of principles were contained in these seals, the primordial epic spirit root had no idea. Now, these seals had actually flowed into its body, and most importantly, the primordial epic spirit root had used its source root hairs to absorb those 6 divine Lord powerhouses. This also caused these seals to spread through to its source root. The primordial epic spirit root had a foreboding premonition. These seals are far too strange. Even within the body of a divine Lord Master, they weren't destroyed or refined. It must not be anything good for me to have absorbed them. It quickly revolved its energy, wanting to expel these seals from its body, but at this time, an incomparably shocking scene occurred. The energy it sent out not only couldn't expel these seals, but those seals suddenly turned into energy black holes that began absorbing all of its energy. Not just that, but these energy black holes became increasingly crazy and brutal. Tens of thousands of miniature energy black holes transformed into tens of thousands of energy whirlpools, recklessly swallowing up all the energy and flesh and blood essence within the primordial epic spirit root. This was the primordial epic spirit root's weakest time. Although it had absorbed 30 to 40% of the 6 divine Lord Master's flesh and blood essence into its body, it hadn't yet had time to digest them and turn it into usable strength. Now, the essence energy within its own body was being greedily slurped up by these energy black holes. I fell for it. The primordial epic spirit root felt as if it had fallen into a sea of ice. Without a doubt, these strange seals were part of Lin Ming's plan from the very start. Lin Ming didn't have the confidence that he could defeat and kill the primordial epic spirit root. Thus, he had submerged these seals into the bodies of the 6 divine Lord Masters to seal away their true essence. Although it looked as though he was helping the primordial epic spirit root, the truth was that these seals would be absorbed by it. Then, during its weakest time, these seals would turn into energy black holes and swallow its strength instead. This was a trap, and also giving the plant a taste of its own medicine, because the primordial epic spirit root had been too greedy in wanting to absorb the strength of those 6 divine Lord powerhouses. And in addition to no one being able to understand Lin Ming's divine seal art and the concept of the 33-layered heavens, it was now doomed. Even if the primordial epic spirit root was even more cunning, there was still no way it could fight Lin Ming. As the primordial epic spirit root realized this, its entire body turned cold. It finally understood that Lin Ming had never believed it from the beginning. Also, he wasn't satisfied with just several source root hairs and wanted to catch everything in his net instead. This boy, he's playing a pig to eat the tiger. What a vicious and cunning little brat. A violent rage erupted in the primordial epic spirit root's heart. It no longer bothered with absorbing the strength of those 6 divine Lord Masters, and instead turned all of its strength on Lin Ming, pressing the entirety of its domain down on him. Die for me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 source spirit roots fired towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming sneered. You finally discovered it? But what a pity, you are far too slow. And now, The one to die will be you. Chapter 1345, Receiving the Spirit Root. Chapter 1345, Receiving the Spirit Root. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear. Within his body, essence, energy, and divine fused together. He aimed his spear at the 12 root hairs and slashed outwards. The power of thunder and fire intertwined upon the phoenix blood spear. This was the power of thunder and fire tribulation that flowed out from the heretical god tree. Heavenly Tao judgment. Bang! With a terrifying explosive sound, those 12 root hairs were blown apart by Lin Ming. Lin Ming calmly retreated, but the primordial epic spirit root's main body actually staggered backwards, slowing down. Tens of thousands of God-forbidding seals formed energy black holes in its body, swallowing up a massive amount of its strength. The transformed woman's face of the primordial epic spirit root constantly twisted, becoming increasingly blurry. Because its energy was becoming too chaotic, it was finding it hard to maintain its manifested shape. With Lin Ming in front of it, it simply didn't have the opportunity to force out these God-forbidding seals. If this continued, then it wouldn't be too long before Lin Ming would capture it. But if it wanted to run away, that was also difficult. The primordial epic spirit root's entire body was riddled with these divine seal marks. These marks were personally formed by Lin Ming. The primordial epic spirit root suspected that Lin Ming would absolutely be able to use these marks to sense its presence and chase after it. If it ran away, it would continue to weaken until it was overtaken by Lin Ming. This damned boy. The primordial epic spirit root's voice became increasingly shrill and harsh. The woman's face it manifested became increasingly fierce, turning into that of a horrifying demon. Boy, you have forced my hand. At that moment, a gray, boundless aura surged out from the primordial epic spirit root's body, becoming increasingly intense. It roared towards Lin Ming like a gray inferno. This was the life aura of the primordial epic spirit root, the primal chaos spirit energy from the forming of the universe that it had absorbed. The primordial epic spirit root didn't hesitate at all to consume its life aura in order to attack Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw these gray flames rushing towards him, he grinned. You finally used your last resort, but your final ultimate move uses the power of the primal chaos laws. It is useless against me. At that moment, behind Lin Ming, a blood-red lotus flower slowly bloomed. This lotus flower was ancient and profound, red to the point that it seemed as if it were dyed in the blood of a demon god. Grand Mist Space. A powerful Grand Mist strength surged out. The law-annihilating Grand Mist Space spread out, covering an area of 100 miles. As the primordial epic spirit root's gray flames entered this Grand Mist Space, they actually seemed as if they were about to be absorbed. This was the power of primal chaos, but Lin Ming's attainments in these laws were much higher. The Grand Mist Space was a transcendent divine might established by an Empyrean level master. How is this possible? The primordial epic spirit root was greatly shocked. You can actually comprehend the primal chaos laws. At that moment, a deep feeling of unease swelled up within the primordial epic spirit root's heart. It ignored all else and exploded those gray flames before turning around and fleeing. Although it knew that escaping from here would be difficult, if it remained here it would die without a doubt. Bang! The gray flames exploded within the Grand Mist Space. At the same time, the main body of the primordial epic spirit root tried to sink underground. But at this moment, it sensed that all the light around it had disappeared, everything turning to darkness. A powerful traction force locked onto its body, making it impossible for it to dive underground. Lin Ming's voice began to echo in the primordial epic spirit root's ears like the whispers of a cackling demon. By the power of a black hole, swallow all power, swallow all matter, fall into an infinite abyss of time. Within this cage of space you shall never emerge, sink forever. Perish through the sands of history. Divine seal art, swallow all of existence. Eternal darkness. At this time, a dark sphere floated out in front of Lin Ming. All of the origin energy within this world began to go crazy, wildly gathering towards the sphere and forming a giant black vortex. All of the mud in the swamp, all of the broken trees, all of the vicious beast skeletons. Everything was being sucked up by this vortex, vanishing into that dark sphere, where it would be sealed for all eternity. This dark sphere was Lin Ming's black hole seed. With it, he could simulate the final darkness of a black hole singularity. A year ago, when Lin Ming used this move, all of his meridians and blood vessels had bulged upwards, tearing apart as they were unable to withstand this pressure. But now, Lin Ming's understandings into the soul-forging dream laws were far more profound. Moreover, his fused essence, energy, and divine strength was being increasingly coordinated, and his comprehension of the concept of the 33-layered heavens was also much deeper. Currently, he could freely use eternal darkness as he wished. What is this? The primordial epic spirit root furiously cried out as it began to lose its mind. It crazily struggled, but at this time, underneath the compulsion of the 10,000 God-forbidding seals, all of them broke out. A terrifying strength swept out like a mat, recklessly enveloping everything nearby. The primordial epic spirit root suddenly stiffened. It was impossible to break free from this strength. The primordial epic spirit root roared out. It was actually lifted up by this terrifying suction force. The main form of the primordial epic spirit root was over 1,000 feet long and looked like a massive black python. It crazily struggled in the skies, but no matter what it did, it could not escape the shackles of eternal darkness. As Lin Ming released the black hole seed, he also thrust out his spear. Heavenly Tao Judgment, the savage power of thunder and fire tribulation crashed into the primordial epic spirit root, spurring those over 10,000 God-forbidden seals to explode. Energy shockwaves surged outwards. The primordial epic spirit root was blown apart by Lin Ming's attack. A massive deluge of bright red juice showered down like a waterfall. All of this blood-like juice was sucked in by Lin Ming. Brat, I curse you to a miserable death for the next 10,000 lives. I hope you die horribly. The primordial epic spirit root viciously roared. As a plant life form, it truly did have a far more formidable ability to resist attacks than humans did. Even now, it still hadn't died, and if it were allowed to swallow up enough flesh and blood essence, it could even restore itself. Seal. Lin Ming's fingers flashed. In just several breaths of time, over 10,000 more God-forbidding seals sank into the primordial epic spirit root's main body, sealing away all of its strength. Even its basic life functions were sealed away. The divine seal art could seal away even gods, much less a tiny spirit plant. After the primordial epic spirit lost all ability to resist, it was directly brought into the magic cube space. After completing all of this, Lin Ming let out a long breath. After using Heavenly Tao Judgment twice, forming tens of thousands of God-forbidden seals, and even displaying eternal darkness, he had consumed a considerable amount of energy. As he turned his head, he could see that those 6 divine Lord powerhouses still hadn't completely died off. Almost half of their flesh and blood essence had been swallowed up by the primordial epic spirit root, and their bodies were as thin as sticks, like corpses that had been withering away for thousands of years. Their appearances couldn't be called humans or ghosts. Old man Luo looked at Lin Ming with horror. His hair was stringy and white, his eyes had receded deep into their sockets, his chest was caved in, and he had lost all semblance of life. He would die soon. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Old Man Luo seemed to suddenly come alive. He wryly smiled. I never thought that even though the 6 of us joined forces to capture the primordial epic spirit root, all of our efforts would be gifted to someone else. Finally, victory fell into the lap of a little brat like you. Even the primordial epic spirit root was tricked by you. You are vicious and cunning enough, a wonderful plan indeed. Old Man Luo grit his teeth, his body constantly trembling. Are those your final dying words? How boring. Lin Ming coldly glanced around, taking stock of the surroundings. After the 6 divine lord powerhouses had been caged in with the primordial epic spirit root, the other disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands had either died or run away. Now there were only 6 people left over. The loose cultivators were still there, but Lin Ming didn't worry that they would recognize his identity from his moves. This was because Lin Ming had fought the primordial epic spirit root in its domain, and added to the fact that he had used some concealing techniques, it was impossible for them to witness the scene of fighting. Who are you? Old Man Luo hadn't watched the finals of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, but he could feel that this youth in front of him was not some nobody. No matter how he looked, this youth in front of him was still at the Middle Divine Sea Realm and didn't seem to be hiding his cultivation at all. Lin Ming grinned. He squatted down in front of Old Man Luo and said, I am the Lin Ming you have been looking for. Surprised? Lin Ming's words caused Old Man Luo's heart to shake. He felt that Lin Ming's smile was the smirk of a devil. This was Lin Ming? He was actually Lin Ming. He knew that everyone was searching for him, but he deliberately walked into their midst. This youth was too terrifying. In that moment, Old Man Luo's divine soul fell into illusion. He felt a powerful strength invade his spiritual sea. Ghosts and phantoms grew thick in his mind as he lost himself. Lin Ming pressed his hand onto Old Man Luo's forehead. Divine Dream Law, soul-searching technique. By using the Divine Dream Law to display the soul-searching technique, this was countless times superior to using the common soul-searching technique of the demonic path. The information that could be recovered was far more complete. Besides things like cultivation methods, array formation techniques, alchemy techniques, refiner techniques, and other such extremely complex memories, everything else could be obtained. However, Old Man Luo was a divine Lord Powerhouse, and his divine soul was incomparably powerful. If Lin Ming rashly used the soul-searching technique, it was likely he would suffer a backlash. Thus, he informed Old Man Luo of his status to make his enemy's mind fall into despair. This gave him the perfect opportunity to strike. A tremendous amount of information emerged within Lin Ming's mind. This included Tian Mingzi's recent movements and possible reasons why he was searching for body transformation medicines and Lin Ming's whereabouts. However, Lin Ming didn't find anything of value in this old man's memories. All of this information had only been speculation. All sorts of clues indicated that there seemed to be some unknown force that had appeared within the Skydark Holy Lands. This influence was of an extremely high status and only received orders from Tian Mingzi himself. It seemed that the reasons there were people searching for body transformation medicines was all because of this influence. Tian Mingzi is looking for my whereabouts. Could it be related to my body transformation technique? This thought inevitably appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming wasn't able to confirm anything without further information. He thrust his spear into Old Man Luo's throat. The dying old man struggled for several more breaths of time before finally laying motionless. As for the other 5 people, they were all killed off one by one. Their spatial rings were also taken by him. After searching through them, he found that they mostly contained cultivation methods and pills of the Skydark Holy Lands, as well as some weapons and other treasures. It was impossible for Lin Ming to take a liking to any of this. After casually putting it all away, Lin Ming's thoughts moved, and he entered the magic cube space. He wanted to completely subdue and refine the primordial epic spirit root. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.